The last thing I felt in my first life was the cold of the pavement against my cheek, and I remember thinking, very clearly, that somebody should really sweep back here. 41 years old, standing in the lobby of a company I had given 11 years to, asking a man in a nice shirt for money that was already mine. 2 months of back pay, that is the entire crime. He did not look up from his phone when he waved at security, and security did not look at me at all, which is somehow the part that stuck. They did not hate me. Hating me would have taken effort. They moved me the way you move a chair that is in the way, and then the chair broke, and then they went to lunch. So there is your first fact about me. I did not die fighting a monster. I died in a service alley behind an office building with my own paycheck still sitting in somebody else's account. The second fact is that I woke up 18 years old in a classroom with a history teacher yelling at me about the Blue Star era. I had 3 days to get used to this, and I was not used to it. 3 days of sitting in the back row of Juan School staring at my own hands, hands with no scars, hands that had never been broken. Same body I had at 18, same school, same year, everything reset except me. One other thing was different. The sky. Short version, for anyone lucky enough to have missed it. 10 years ago, a black bird the size of weather came out of nowhere, threw up its own stomach, and ate the sun. That is not a metaphor. That is the sentence printed in the textbook I was supposed to be reading. Since then, the world runs on permanent night. The cities are gone. What is left of us lives inside the safe zone under sheets of anti-aircraft glass, and outside that glass there are gods, and the gods come down and open people up like envelopes. We call them gods, by the way, not monsters. There is a reason for that. I am going to hate finding it out. Mei Wei. My history teacher was tapping her stick on my desk. Are you with us? Unfortunately, I raised my hand. Teacher, I have a question. She looked delighted for about half a second. She thought it was going to be about the calendar. Why has nobody in our school ever awakened a sequence ability? You would not believe how fast a room can go quiet. 5 years ago, people started waking up with abilities, sequence abilities. The first one on record was a man on January 1st, 2005, who woke up with a revolver where his right hand used to be. 6 shots a day, no reloading, no explanation. He walked out past the wall, killed 2 small deities, and came back for dinner, and the entire species exhaled at once. Sequence ability user, can kill gods. That is the whole job description, and inside the safe zone, it makes you a god yourself, one with a paycheck and a car. Every kid in that room wanted it, not one of them was getting it. Our school is 12 grades of nothing at the ragged edge of the zone, and in its entire history, exactly 0 students have awakened anything at all, so my teacher's face went through some weather. And here's what I noticed, the thing I would never have noticed in my first life, because in my first life, I was an idiot who believed adults were on my side. There was no concern in her eyes, none. There was envy, and underneath the envy was something older and uglier that had been sitting there for years. She had not awakened either. She was going to teach history in a building with no windows until the day she died, and I had just said the quiet part in front of 40 witnesses. You did not hand in your homework, she said, which was true. Go stand outside as punishment. Great. Love the pivot. So I stood in the corridor and looked up through the anti-aircraft glass at the stars because that is the only entertainment my hometown offers, and I had a thought that I would like entered into the record as extremely reasonable. They call those things gods. Fine. If dying at 41 and waking up at 18 does not qualify as divine intervention, what does? So really, if we are being technical about it, I am practically a god myself. That was the exact moment the sky opened an eye, not a star, not a cloud, an eye. Enormous, black, wet, sitting in the middle of the dark like it had always been there and had simply decided to stop pretending. And it was not scanning the school. It was not scanning the district. It was looking at me, one guy, in a hallway, being punished for asking a question. The world tilted. Something poured down my spine like hot water. My knees quit, and across my vision, in letters nobody else on this planet could see, came the sentence that was going to ruin my life in 100 profitable ways. Sequence, God Eater, has awakened. And under it, one more line. Digesting the gods will make you stronger. I want it understood that I did not scream and I did not cry. I lay on the floor of a school corridor with a bird the size of a country staring into my skull, and my first complete thought was, how much does a god weigh, and can I get one delivered? 10 copper coins buys half an hour at the internet cafe. My entire weekly wage from shelving books at the library is 30. I paid it anyway, because before I did anything else, I needed to know exactly how badly I was about to die. The forum is called Godslayer Camp. Every sequence user in the safe zone posts there, and in 5 years they have cataloged thousands of sequences. Fire hands, speed, regeneration, a man who turns into fog. Not one of them eats gods. Not one. I scrolled until my eyes stung, And then I found a thread from some frustrated soul that said, gods can eat humans to heal their own wounds, but humans cannot eat gods to grow stronger, so how are we ever supposed to win? And the top reply underneath it, from a man who I am certain thought he was being funny, said, careful what you wish for, because if you woke up with a sequence that let you devour gods, you would not be a hero. You would be a specimen. They would take you apart to find out how you work. I sat in that plastic chair and felt my entire future rearrange itself. New rule. Rule 1. The only rule. Nobody finds out. Not the school, not the government, not the management bureau with their nice forms and their free potions. A common man is innocent. Owning a treasure is the crime. If you are a little stronger than everyone else, they call you a hero. If you are a lot stronger than everyone else, they call you a problem, and problems get solved. I logged off with 4 minutes still on the clock because I am not made of copper. Next morning at school, Mei Ling came at me before I had the bag off my shoulder. Mei Wei, big eyes, small pout, the full instrument. You have not brought me breakfast in 3 days. Let me explain Mei Ling fast because she is not worth the runtime. In my first life, I brought this girl breakfast every morning for 3 years. I did her homework. I carried her bag. I once walked 40 minutes through freezing dark to get her the specific fried bread from the specific stall, and she handed every single one of those breakfasts to Chen Lu, a rich kid from the next class whose uncle runs the education department, and at our graduation party, in front of everybody, she said, so stupid, no wonder he is an orphan. I heard that at 40. I get to hear it at 18 with the whole thing already paid for. I am hungry, she said. Yeah, I said. That happens. Then she reached for my homework the way she had reached for it 1,000 mornings, and stopped because the pages were blank. Where is your homework? I have not done my own, I said. Why would I do yours? That is when the crying started. She is genuinely good at it, I will give her that. The eyes go glassy on command, like a tap. I feel like you do not like me anymore, she said. I gave her a thumbs up. That is the first sensible thing you have said, all. Morning. The Blue Star calendar that day, January 1st, 2010, read, inauspicious for all activities. Honestly, double happiness. Here is a thing about being an orphan at a school like mine. You do not go for the education. You go for lunch. Wan's school feeds its students, which means the cafeteria is the single functioning organ in the whole body of the place. That Friday, I packed my bag with enough food for the weekend, and the cafeteria auntie watched me do it and said nothing, because everybody knows whose parents show up on Parents' Day and whose do not. That is the one mercy available in my hometown, and I took it with both hands. By lunch, the effects were rippling. Mei Ling's little circle of friends had been running an entire economy off my homework, and my homework had gone out of business. Copying my work, borrowing my food, sending me on errands. That whole food chain collapsed in a day, and every one of them looked at me like I had personally repossessed their furniture. After the last bell, Mei Ling caught up with me at the gate. She had spent the day thinking, which for her means recalculating. Actually, she said, in a soft voice she must have practiced, I do have feelings for you. It is just that I am still too young, so I did not want to say anything, and I thought if we waited until after the exams, then maybe. Roll, I said, and I walked off. The way you walk away from a pile of dog waste on the sidewalk. Not angry, not dramatic. Just aware of where you have stepped and where you would prefer to be standing. She was left in the wind with her hair blowing very beautifully around nobody. Saturday, the calendar said, auspicious for burial. I chose to take that as career advice. I needed divine remains. That is the whole plan. That is the entire strategy, and I had exactly 0 ways to get any, because to hunt gods, you need a permit, a registration, a sequence potion allowance, and a government file with your name on it, and I had decided that a government file with my name on it was the fastest available method of suicide, so instead I walked 2 hours to safe zone exit 114514. The exits are where the hunters go out and come back, and the crowds around them are indescribable. Thousands of ordinary people press up against the barricades every single day, holding signs, holding photographs, shouting offers. Take my son as a servant, take our savings. My daughter is not married yet. I stood in that crowd for 6 hours and heard every possible version of a human being pricing themselves, and I would rather not repeat most of it, so I will just say the noise gets into your teeth. Every hunter who came back through that gate was met by procurement officers with sealed carts. The divine remains never touch the ground. The management bureau buys them at the gate, weighs them at the gate, logs them at the gate. There was not a scrap of God available to me in the entire plaza, and I had walked 2 hours to learn it. Then one hunter, a big man with a bad temper, tore something off his belt and threw it into the dirt. It was an ear. It was covered in worms. Grab the wrong one, he said. This thing is useless. A cleaner came out with a dustpan, scraped it up, and started walking. And I, an 18-year-old honor-free student with a bag full of stolen cafeteria buns, followed that cleaner at a polite distance for 400 meters around the back of the checkpoint to a row of metal bins. He tipped the ear in and left. I looked into the bin. It was full, not with garbage, with gods. Rejected pieces, spoiled organs, low-value cuts, the stuff not worth the paperwork, all of it dumped and forgotten because to everyone in the safe zone, it is waste. I stood there in the dark next to a garbage can, and I heard myself say it out loud, like an idiot, like a man discovering fire. This is a gluttonous feast. I want to be honest with you about the next part, because I think honesty builds trust between us. I pinched my nose shut and I ate the ear. It was terrible. It was not, however, the worst thing I have ever eaten, and I say that having grown up on blood jellyfish and black lizard broth, honestly, slightly better than Thursday at the school cafeteria, then nothing happened. I stood in the dark behind a checkpoint with worm residue on my chin, waiting, and my whole brilliant future was quietly dying in my mouth. Nothing. No panel. No power. Just a man eating garbage, and then my heart made a sound, not a beat. A sound, like something thick coming to a boil, and then it went out along every vessel in my body at once, and it hurt. And I mean it hurt in a way I did not have vocabulary for, like somebody had run a river of hot gravel through my arms. I shook. I actually went down on one knee in the dirt, and shook for about a minute, and when I could see again, there was a panel hanging in front of me. Level 1, glutton, skill, blood drink. And under my sleeves, my arms had changed shape, so I ate the rest of the bin. I am not going to dress that up. 30-something pieces in under an hour, both hands moving, and the pain came every time and got smaller every time. And then, somewhere around the 20th piece, the pain stopped being pain and started being something I did not want to examine too closely. Great. Fantastic. 18 years old, back from the dead, and I have discovered I might have a problem. The other thing I discovered is that the hunger did not stop. Not once. Not 1%. 30 pieces of God, and my body's official position was that we had not started. I walked home. My route normally takes 2 hours. It took 1. At home, the kettle slipped off the edge of the counter, and I watched it fall in slow motion, thought about it, reached out, and caught it by the body, and when I set it down, there were 4 finger dents in the metal. I stood at my window for a long time after that, looking out past the glass at the far dark where the gods are, and the thought that came to me was very simple and very calm. If I could eat all of you, I wonder how strong I would get. The next problem was logistics, which is a sentence that would have depressed me in my first life and now just felt like homework. I did not know the layout of my own safe zone. Nobody teaches you geography when the world ends. What I did have was a bus stop with a route map on it, and I stood in front of that map like a general because the bus itself costs 5 copper and 5 copper is dinner. So I walked 7 stops on foot to exit 54320. That one was bigger. 100 hunters, 10,000 spectators, and 7 or 8 bins around the back, which by my new accounting was a Manchu Shu imperial banquet. I could smell it from the corner. And 2 cleaners were standing near the bins with blood on their clothes. I did not stop. I did not turn my head. I kept the same bored teenage walk going straight past the mouth of the alley and out the far side, and here's what my brain was doing the whole time. 1. Divine remains get bled out during the hunt. The stuff in those bins is dry. A cleaner does not get soaked handling it, so the blood was applied on purpose. 2. Both of them raised their heads at the same moment, and they did it while I was still a long way off. Cleaners do not track people at 40 meters. Cleaners look at the ground. Those were not cleaners. Somebody had already noticed that garbage was going missing. That is the exact moment I stopped being a lucky kid with a secret and started being a guy with an active problem. And I remember feeling something that was almost gratitude because I have been the guy who does not notice, and it cost me my life once already. I kept walking. 10 more stops in the dark to exit 89757. Exit 89757 is a small, sad gate on the poor side of the district, and behind it there were 3 bins, no guards, and 1 set of footprints in the dust from a cleaner with striped soles who had clearly gone home hours ago. I took my jacket and my shirt off and hung them on the hooks of a street lamp. You may be wondering why. Freezing night, exposed skin, terrible idea. But blood does not come out of cheap fabric, and a teenager who owns 2 shirts cannot afford to explain either of them to anybody. So I stood there in the cold, bare to the waist, and I ate 3 bins of gods in 10 minutes, and my hands did not stop the entire time. The panel updated while my mouth was still full. Level 2. Greedy Berserker. Skill. Violence. For 10 minutes, triple strength, triple agility, triple durability, and complete immunity to pain. Let me put that in context because I had spent copper on the forum and I knew exactly what the competition looked like. The famous low-level combat skill is Warrior, and the whole forum calls it a bug, an unfair broken hand of God skill. Double stats. 5 minutes. Mine is triple. For 10. Plus, I cannot feel pain. I was standing in an alley wearing no shirt, chewing, and quietly becoming the single most dangerous thing in that district. Then I heard footsteps and a bottle scraping along a wall, and a man came weaving toward the bins singing to himself. Middle-aged, sour with drink, absolutely no threat, and absolutely a witness. I swept the last handfuls into my bag and was gone before he cleared the corner, and behind me I heard him stop and say, in a puzzled sort of way, trash can looks empty. I went home through the back streets, which is a thing you learn to do when you have 12 kilos of stolen God in a school bag. 3 streets from the main road, a knife came out of the dark at my right eye. I moved my head. That is all. I did not plan it. I did not decide it. My neck simply took the information and acted on it, and the blade went past my ear close enough to trim it. 3 men came off the wall, filthy, matted, the kind of thin that is not from dieting. I never thought, the big one said, delighted, that I could be sleeping out here and a fat sheep would just walk by. They wanted the bag. That was the opening offer. Then it became the bag and whatever else I had, and then the big one improved it further. The street light is right there, kid. We have got your face memorized. So you can hand it over now, or we can come and find you at school. I felt my expression change. I did not authorize it. Something moved behind my eyes, and one of the smaller ones actually stepped back and said, Boss. Boss. This kid's eyes look like he wants to kill someone. Correct. Full marks. Best observation of your career. I hit the big one in the face. I will spare you the specifics. There is no reason to describe what triple strength does to a skull, and I have found that people who dwell on that part are not people I want to sit next to. He went about 7 meters and did not get up. The second one turned to run, and I put a foot into his back, and he did not get up either. The third went straight down on his knees and started offering me things. Please, brother, please, I have money. I will give you all my money. Yes, I said. Once I kill you, all your money is mine anyway. Here is the part I am not proud of, and I am telling you anyway, because if I only tell you the flattering parts, we are going to have a stupid relationship. I crushed their heads afterward, all 3. There is a sequence called Undying, and one of the things it does is read the memories of the dead, and I had read that on a forum for 11 minutes and decided I was an expert, so I made sure. Then I dragged all 3 into a derelict warehouse and burned them, along with the jacket I had been wearing. And I chose that warehouse because the floor around it is mud churned by 100 sets of feet a day, and I walked out along the busiest track I could find. At 18 years old, on my 3rd day back from the dead, I had a real working philosophy, and it was this. If a man will not look out for himself, heaven and earth will punish him for it. I got that philosophy for free. It cost me 1 entire life. While I was walking home feeling clever, the police were already at exit 89757. I did not see this part. I found out about it later, in pieces, the way you find out you have been standing in a bear trap for a week. But I am going to tell it to you now, because if you do not understand these 2 people early, nothing I do for the next 6 months will make sense. The detective's name is Gareth. Silver hair, silver beard, a scarf he wears indoors, and a cigar he treats like a colleague. He has spent 10 years in a district where nothing happens, and he has never once looked bored. His partner is a blonde policewoman named Ilara, Sequence, Scent Seeker, and she can follow a human being across a city by smell. She stood next to those bins with her eyes shut and then opened them and said the sentence that saved my life. There is too much divine aura here. The human scent is completely buried. 3 bins of God's best perfume in the world. Then the drunk from the alley turned himself in. Actually turned himself in, walked into the station, admitted he had been stealing scraps from the bins for months, and stood there hoping that honesty would buy him something. Gareth was kind to him. That is the horrible part. He told the man gently that the scales of order at this station do not tip, not by a hair, and that he would receive every reward he had earned and every punishment he had earned, both in full. And then they took him away. That is who I was up against. Not a thug with a badge, a man with a fixed idea about balance. The call about the warehouse came in while he was still standing there. 3 bodies, burned, skulls crushed. He got to it faster than any human being should have. The killer is a sequence user, obviously, because 3 armed men do not die in one place without a struggle. Same person as the bin thefts, because both happened the same night in the same 2 kilometers. And then the part that made him stop and relight his cigar. The killer crushed the heads and then burned the bodies. Either one alone defeats a memory reading. Doing both means our killer does not actually know the rules. He is guessing. He is scared. So, he is a sequence user who has never registered, Ilara said. How is that possible? Everything is on the forums. And Gareth said, there is one kind of person you cannot find on the forums. He tapped his cigar. The poor. Then he told her to concentrate the search toward the edge of the district, out where the lights end, because whoever it was had been carrying large bags of something home, on foot, for days. He blew smoke at the anti-aircraft glass and said, to nobody, perhaps humanity's hope is about to arrive. I got home at 8 in the evening, finished the last of the remains out of the bag, and burned the bag and my second jacket in the stove. I now owned one jacket. That is not a figure of speech. In the morning, I found something in my trouser pocket that I did not remember taking. Among the copper from those 3 men, there was 1 silver coin. 10,000 copper to a silver, officially, 12,000 on the street. In the money of my first life, that is a number with a lot of zeros after it, the kind of number I once spent 11 years failing to save, and I stood in my room holding it and understood, slowly and completely, that I had made a mistake. Men with a silver coin in their pocket do not go to the police, ever. They would not have reported me. They could not have reported me. They would have had to explain the coin and whatever they did to get it. I killed 3 people who were never going to be a problem, and by killing them, I created the only real problem I have. Those 3 piles of dog waste managed to stink and to get on other people at the same time. I could not even spend the thing. An orphan from Juan. School walks into a shop with a silver coin and the shopkeeper is on the phone before the door shuts. So I did what I always do when I am out of my depth, which is to go and read. Here is what the guides say. Every sequence user has a panel, name, and level and skills. When you register with the Management Bureau, they give you Sequence Potion, which is the only official way to grow. You digest the potion by using your skills in combat against gods. And if you turn in too few remains, they cut your ration. Everything flows through that one gate. And my panel has an extra line that no guide has ever mentioned. Digesting the gods will make you stronger. I did not use a cheat, is my point. I woke up like this. The next question was which lie to tell. You cannot invent a sequence. A brand new ability drags 1,000 pairs of eyes onto you within a week. You have to pick something real, something already documented, something boring. I read about Scent Seeker, which goes blind in divine aura and therefore mostly works in police stations. I read about Undying, whose death decree reads the memories of a corpse, and I got to the line that says it does not work on a burned brain, and I sat back in my chair, so the head crushing was unnecessary. Fine, worse than unnecessary. It was a message. It told a very smart old man that the killer did not know the basics, which narrows his search from a city down to a type of person. I was still absorbing that when the door of the internet cafe banged open and the police came in and put everyone on the floor. I have never moved faster in either life. History cleared, cache wiped, and by the time a boot arrived beside my chair, the screen was showing a file from the desktop titled, How to Make a Goddess Fall for You. The officer read it, then he looked at me. Then he put a hand on my shoulder and said, with real sympathy, Son, if a girl will not be with you, that means she is rejecting you. Do not waste any more time or energy on it. Thank you, officer. Genuinely. That is the most useful thing law enforcement has ever done for me. They dragged 2 black market guys out of the back row and left, and the manager comped everybody an hour of free time, and that would have been a great day. Except the network administrator, a fat man in a shirt with a greasy collar, had been smiling at me from behind his counter the entire time, and a message window opened on my screen. The person the police were looking for. That was you, was it not? Then, before I could close it, a second one. Keep reading. Do not leave when you are done. Wait for me in the alley behind the cafe. I want you to know that I did not panic. I sat there, and I picked my lie. Phantom Assassin. 3 ranks. Assassination Apprentice, Swift Assassin, Phantom Assassin. 1 skill, line between life and death, which at rank 1 gives you double agility for 5 minutes and then half an hour of paralysis, and at rank 3 gives you triple agility and double strength for 10 minutes with 10 minutes of weakness after. Common. Documented. Nothing anybody writes a paper about. And my violence already covers all 3 ranks of it at once, which meant the mask fit. From that day forward, my job was to be weaker in public than I am in private, forever, and to never once slip. Then I went and stood in a wet alley behind an internet cafe for 4 hours in the smell of old cooking oil. He came out at last, wiping his hands on his trousers, entirely relaxed. Kid, he said, the police are looking for you because you killed somebody, right? And then he laid it out for me, and I have to admit it was decent work. Same coat 2 days running when the weather changed. The way I had sat reading pages about Undying and Scent Seeker, like a man studying for an exam. The way I wiped my history in the first second of a raid instead of the 5th. I said nothing at all. Not one word of denial, not one word of admission. Never let a man see the shape of your thoughts. He will build a lever to fit it. So, he said, and his eyes were bright. You are going to give me 1 silver coin, as hush money. 1 silver coin, I said. Are you insane? And for a second, 1 second, he went cold, because whatever came off my face in that alley was not a schoolboy, and he knew it. I watched him understand that he was standing in the dark with the person who had crushed 3 skulls. Then he grinned anyway, because he had already thought of this. Do not bother, he said. There is a letter with the police. Photo of you, from my cameras. Whole story. It goes out at 3 in the morning, and every single day I push it forward another day. Every day, kid. So if I stop, because for instance I am dead, it sends itself. He spread his hands. You do not believe me? Try it. Kill me right here, right now. I looked at him for a while. Fine, he said. Generous now. Magnanimous. A man who had won. I am not a monster. 1,000 copper. By next week. Then, and this is my favorite thing that has ever happened to me, he brightened up and stuck out his hand. Oh right, my name is Xu Guang. What is yours? I turned around and walked out of the alley without answering, and the thought in my head was very quiet and very warm. There is no need to learn the name of a dead man, because here is what Xu Guang never worked out, not once, not in the whole conversation. He thought he was blackmailing a schoolboy who had gotten lucky with a knife. We are all just ordinary people, he had said at one point cheerfully. Nobody has an extra arm or an extra leg. He had no idea he was talking to a sequence user. I made a lot of noise leaving that alley, and then I came back on the balls of my feet and followed him home by ear. He checked twice, I will give him that much. He stopped at 2 corners and looked back down the street, and both times I was already flat against a wall behind him with my breathing shut off, listening to the specific slap of his specific shoes. 3rd floor, blue door, 2nd from the stairwell. Then I went home and looked at the calendar, because at this point in my life, the Blue Star calendar was the closest thing I had to a friend who gave advice. January 4th. Auspicious for planting. Inauspicious for marriage. Great. Planting it is. I went to school the next morning with my lunch tins in a cloth shopping bag because my school bag was ash in a stove and my textbooks had gone out with the trash weeks ago. And it turns out the principal had chosen that exact morning to stand at the gate with his deputies and inspect the student body like a man reviewing troops. I said good morning. Quietly, because I was in a hurry. Why did you not greet the principal loudly? My teacher snapped and grabbed my arm, and my hand closed into a fist all by itself. I want to flag that, because it frightened me more than the 3 men in the alley did. Give a man a weapon and he starts finding reasons to use it. 2 weeks ago, I would have stood there and taken it, and the terrible part is that 2 weeks ago that was correct behavior, because I could not have done anything else. Now I could put this man through the wall of his own school, and there was a voice in me, very reasonable, very calm, saying that it would take about a second and solve several problems. The only reason I did not is a fat network administrator with a scheduled letter, so I stood there and let a middle-aged man shout at me about volume, and I felt my hatred for Xu Guang grow another inch, which is the thing about being blackmailed that nobody tells you. It is not the money. It is that every day you have to be smaller than you are, and the bill for that goes on somebody's account eventually. Then the teacher pulled the bag out of my hands. Where are your books? There is nothing in here but a lunchbox, and Mei Ling said he left his textbooks with a classmate. Yesterday, out of nowhere, smooth as anything. The teacher grunted and let me go, and I walked into the yard with my ears ringing, because that was genuinely the first useful thing that girl had ever done for me across 2 lifetimes. It lasted 11 seconds. I helped you, she said, falling into step. So it is only right that you consider that a test I set for you, I said. Not a test of whether you would make a good girlfriend, a test of whether there was any humanity left in there at all. I looked at her. You passed the entrance level. Congratulations. She kept walking with me anyway and worked her way around, in about 4 sentences, to breakfast. Would I bring her breakfast again? Just sometimes. Just when I could. And I stopped and asked her the question I had been carrying for 2 lifetimes. Why do you only lie to me? Are there really no other boys in this school willing to be your dog? Because that is the mechanism, and I had finally seen the whole shape of it. She gets the breakfast. Chen Liu eats the breakfast. I make the breakfast. If I am supposed to be feeding the man she is going to marry, why do I not simply marry him myself and cut out the middle woman? Her face went white in a way that had nothing to do with hurt feelings. You do not want Chen Liu to hear about this, I said. Do you? She went into the classroom like a small weather event and started interrogating her own friends about which of them had informed on her, and I sat 2 rows back and watched a beautiful thing happen. Because those girls had been living off my homework for 3 years, and now the homework was gone, and so was their patience. You cannot do anything for us anymore. We cannot exactly make Chen Liu's breakfast for you. Everybody has an agenda. Nobody is anybody's fool. It just takes a bad week to find out. That afternoon, I went back to the library because I still had a job and because Teacher Fong was there. Teacher Fong is a retired old woman with a bad hip who runs the school library, which contains 3 shelves of books kept for inspection purposes. She gave me the shelving job when nobody else would give an orphan anything. In 2 entire lifetimes, she is the only adult who was ever simply kind to me on purpose, with nothing in it for her, and I have made my peace with the fact that I am the sort of person who notices that and writes it down as an asset. Then in class the next day, I put my hand up again, because I had realized I needed a fact. I asked the teacher what happens after graduation, and I dragged it out of him in front of everyone, one question at a time, until the whole room understood. Ordinary people have 8 colleges, sequence users have hundreds of universities, and the qualifying examination for those universities is only open to students who have already awakened publicly before graduation. One chance, one window, miss it, and you spend your life outside the door. The class exploded. "That is not fair," somebody shouted, and they were right, and nobody cared, and the teacher moved on to the next page. I sat in the back doing arithmetic. 6 months. I had 6 months to become a person the government would let into a room. That was also the afternoon I noticed Lin Ru, first in the entire year by a distance that embarrassed the second place. Quiet, straight-backed, the sort of pretty that makes people invent stories, lives with her blind grandmother in 2 rooms on the edge of the district. In my first life, she got into one of the 8 colleges, and I never spoke to her once, and at the reunion 20 years later, somebody mentioned in passing that she had died young. Some illness. Nobody remembered which. They said it the way you mention weather. Teacher Fong watched her go past the counter with her arms full of exercise books and sighed. "Lin Ru is such a good child. I wish my granddaughter were half that obedient." 2 days later, Mei Ling decided she had found her informer. I was in the toilets when I heard it start in the corridor. That specific pitch. 3 girls and 1 target, and the target was Lin Ru, up against the wall by the door with her books held to her chest. "Did you tell Mei Wei about me and Chen Liu? Did you, you little slap?" And then a second one. I came out of the next door drying my hands. "Mei Ling," I said, "you are making so much noise a man cannot even take a leak in peace." Lin Ru had 2 red prints on her face, one on each cheek, coming up fast. "For 3 years, I told Mei Ling, I did your homework, I brought you food, I followed you around like a dog, and now you want to stand in my school and cause me problems." Then I turned to Lin Ru and asked, "Did she hit you twice?" Lin Ru looked at me. It took her about half a second, and she is faster than anybody in that building, and she said, "Yes." Slap. Slap. 2. Open-handed, in front of 6 witnesses, not hard enough to injure. Hard enough that everybody in that corridor heard both of them. "Stop barking," I said, while she was still holding her face. "You and I were even before this." That was Lin Ru's. "You will regret this," she said, in a voice like a leaking pipe. "Maybe," I said. "Here is something to consider. I have written it all down. You, Chen Liu, the breakfasts, the whole arrangement, and it goes to his account on Monday if anything happens to me. Or to her." She looked at me with her eyes streaming and said, "I have never met anyone as vicious as you in my life." "Well," I said, "you have now." We walked out of the building together afterward, Lin Ru and I, and she said thank you through a swollen cheek, and her eyes were doing something else entirely. I stopped. "You are looking at me like I disgust you," I said. Not angry, just curious. She did not flinch, and she did not lie. That was the first thing I ever really liked about her. "Rationally," she said, "I know you did nothing wrong. Emotionally, I still feel some distance from you, even though I had just slapped that girl twice on her behalf. Even though." And then she nodded, and turned, and walked away. Fair. Completely fair. I went home and cooked muskrat mushrooms and ate them standing at my window, looking out through the anti-aircraft glass at the far dark where the gods move, like a cat eating its dry food, admiring the fish in the tank. Tuesday I went back to the internet cafe, and Xu Guang was not behind the counter. There was a bearded man there instead, the owner, and I recognized the specific quality of his boredom. That is a man who does not want to be at work. I got him out into the alley by telling him I had something to sell. Then I became somebody else, which is a skill I did not know I had until that week. I became a low-level black market runner with an errand. "One of the 2 men your police dragged out of here," I told him, "was a friend of mine. He left something of mine in this building before they took him, worth 20 silver. Help me find it, and one of them is yours." And I took the silver coin out of my pocket and flicked it with my thumbnail so it rang. His whole face changed shape. We went into the back room, and there were 3 monitors and 12 cameras and a hard drive, and I found what I actually came for in under a minute. There is no footage from the morning of January 3rd. There is no footage from most mornings. Electricity costs money, and the cameras run when the boss feels like paying for it, which meant Xu Guang's photograph of me did not exist. There was no letter. There was never a letter. He had built an entire cage out of a sentence, and I had walked into it and closed the door myself. The owner picked that moment to reach for a hammer under the desk because he had done the arithmetic on the silver coin and decided that keeping it was simpler. I put my foot on the nearest monitor and flattened it into a disc, then picked the disc up and used it to take out the other two. Or what? I said. He was on his knees so fast his kneecaps must still hurt. So I gave him the silver coin anyway. Hush money, I said, and watched him decide that I was somebody worth being extremely nice to. In exchange, I got a key to his storage room and permission to use the one machine in the building whose login port is encrypted, the one even the police station cannot trace, because he uses it for things he does not talk about either. My name is Sun Shin, he said, pumping my hand. You can call me Ah Shin. And then, chattering, wanting to be useful, he mentioned that Xu Guang always rests at home on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. The calendar that morning had said, suitable for offerings. Look, I do not make the rules. I just read them. I knocked on his door in a neighbor's voice. That is the whole trick, and it works because nobody has ever prepared for it. I did not threaten him. I did not say anything frightening. I complained about his garbage. I told him the smell in the corridor was unbearable, and that if he did not deal with it, I was going to complain to his employer. His employer. That was the lever. That was the one thing in the world Xu Guang actually cared about because he was a fat man in a bad shirt with one job and a boss who already disliked him. The door opened. I am going to skip the middle of this, not because I have gone squeamish on you, but because I sat down afterward and thought about what kind of man enjoys retelling that part, and I did not care for the answer. So here's what matters. He went down, he did not get back up, I turned the room over so that it would read as a robbery, and I took the few hundred copper he had in the flat for the same reason. Then I set the fire. And here is the only decent thing I did that night, and I want the credit because it is the last time for a while that decency and I are in the same room. I stood outside in the dark and shouted, loud as I could, that the building was burning and everybody should run. Then I waited in the shadows until I had counted the whole floor down the stairs, coughing, in their pajamas, before I left. It is the most I can do for you, is what I thought. I am not going to take your lives along with his. I dropped the copper down a storm drain. Money that can hang you is not money. Then I put 10 minutes of violence on and ran to school. The distance is a 20-minute walk. I did it in 5.5, arrived clean, not out of breath, walked into the library, and was shelving returns when the sirens went past outside. A near-perfect alibi. Teacher Fong will tell anyone who asks that I was standing right there in front of her. Lin Ru came in for a problem book while I was working. The bruises on her face had gone yellow at the edges. She lives with her grandmother, I remembered, and her grandmother is blind, which means the old woman has been sitting across the table from those marks for 4 days without knowing. Teacher Fong shook her head at the world in general. This school gets worse every year. And I stood there holding a stack of books and thought, these two are having a miserable time of it themselves, and they still cannot stand to watch anybody else suffer. I have no idea what that is like. I am not being sarcastic. I genuinely do not. The fire took the whole building in half an hour, which is very fast, and Gareth noticed that it was very fast. Alara stood in the wet ash and said bitterly that this was the 3rd scene in a week she could not read. As more people learn what Sense Seeker does, she said, they all learn the same counter, fire. Gareth put on white gloves and went through what was left of Xu Guang with a cigar between his teeth and read the whole night off the body, jaw broken by something blunt and heavy, hands bound, room turned over. Robbery, said a junior officer. No, said Gareth, and he explained, patiently, to a man who would not understand. If this is a robbery, why this flat? There is a woman 2 doors down, who works at a cosmetics factory and lives alone. There is a family upstairs with a shop. The thief walked past all of them, up 2 flights, to rob an internet cafe manager on his day off. His methods were skilled, Gareth said, and they were aimed. Then he went to the cafe, and Sun Shin, who genuinely knew nothing, was genuinely baffled. Why would anyone kill Xu Guang? He was a fat nerd, he was rude to customers, and then a spotty regular helpfully mentioned that the boss had been out of the building for about an hour the previous week. Sun Shin's memory failed instantly and totally. Terrible headaches, he explained. Cannot remember a thing. And by pure luck, another customer confirmed that his machine had been switched on at 7:13 and the fire started at 7:20, and Sun Shin was clear. That cafe owner is definitely up to something, Alara said in the car. Of course he is, said Gareth. You cannot investigate it. I cannot investigate it until I am transferred back to the Sigma district. He looked out the window. Do not be curious about everything. Curiosity is expensive here. Then the police left, and Sun Shin waited until the car was gone before he made a phone call, and I only learned about this call much later. Hey, old snake, it is me. A pause. Same price as before. You know how it is out here. Another pause, and then, comfortably. Even if you killed every one of them, the station could never find you. So that was the man I had just given a silver coin to and started keeping my secrets on. Life in the safe zone is wonderful. Everyone you meet is a delight. A week went by with nothing in it. School, cafeteria, library. It was the calmest week of either life, and I hated every minute of it, because a calm week means the other side is doing something you cannot see. January 14th. Auspicious for encoffining. Teacher Fong had been circling something for days and finally landed on it while I was stacking returns. Little Wei, she said very casually. Do you like her? Dating is meaningless, I said. The old woman did not even blink. Meaningless, she repeated. Funny. I remember a boy following a certain girl around this building like a puppy, grinning like a flower. Everybody in my life is an assassin. And then she said the thing that reorganized my opinion of her permanently. She told me she had watched Mei Ling for 3 years, that she had seen her get close to several boys, that every single time when those boys were around, I was somewhere else. She had known the whole shape of it from the beginning and never said a word because who listens to a librarian? Lin Ru is a rare gem, she said. Hold on to that one and you will be happy for life. And I stood there thinking, no good child has this many bodies behind them. I walked Lin Ru home that evening. I took her hand at the school gate and pulled her in the wrong direction, and to her enormous credit she came without a single question. 7 or 8 men were following us, steel bars, a couple of knives, and out in front, the one I had been waiting for since the toilets. Huang Lei, Mei Ling's uncle, the closest thing our district has to a gangster. I told Lin Ru the truth while we walked, because she had earned it. There was never any email. Internet cafes cost 10 copper a half hour. Where exactly was I supposed to get the money? It was a bluff from the first word, and Mei Ling's family had spent an entire week watching the internet cafe to find out. Then, Lin Ru said, and her voice was steady, which I noted, are we going to die here? It was wrong of me to drag you into this, I said, so I will handle it. Then I looked at her. You can keep a secret, can you not? I picked the courtyard while we were running. Derelict block, 3 walls, a dry well in the middle of it, no windows overlooking. I had walked past it maybe 40 times in my life, and never once looked at it, and that night I looked at it and saw a room with a drain. They came in through the gap in the wall and spread out, and Huang Lei stood in the middle of them with a length of steel bar resting on his shoulder like a man carrying groceries. Ling and Chen Liu, he said, are this family's one hope. I told him the truth. I told him there was no email, there had never been an email, that the whole thing was a line I made up in a corridor to keep a girl off me. Not one of them believed a word. It is genuinely remarkable. People will swallow anything I say when I am lying. The one time I open my mouth and hand over the actual facts, 8 men look at me like I am insulting their intelligence. 1,000 copper, Huang Lei told his crew, to whoever gets the password out of him. I looked around the courtyard one more time. 3 walls, dry well, no windows. This place is very special, I said. It is especially suitable for killing. I am not going to walk you through the next 90 seconds. I will tell you that violence lasts 10 minutes and I use less than 2, and that steel bars are not a counter to triple strength. They are a way of getting your hands broken at a distance. 2 of them ended up on their knees before it was even over, shouting that Huang Lei had brought them, that they were only there for the money, that they had families. That is not a defense. That is a receipt. And then there was the uncle, sitting against the wall, holding his arm at an angle. Arms do not go. You know, I said, there was a version of this where I ended up calling you uncle. What a pity. He heard the tense I used it in. Credit where it is due, that man's survival instincts were the fastest thing in his family. Listen, listen, I will make her be with you. I swear on my life, I will make her. Let us go to the next world and rebuild the family from scratch, I said. And then, because I am not a good person and I would rather you knew that now, I added, do not worry. When I have some free time, I will send the rest of your household down to keep you company. Then I stood in a dark courtyard, breathing hard, with a schoolgirl watching me from the gap in the wall. Here is what Lin Ru did not do. She did not scream. She did not run. She did not ask me whether I had killed people before, which is the question I had braced for. She looked at the yard, and she asked, have you decided what you are going to do with the bodies? I said I would burn them. No, she said. Fire is what people notice. Fire brings the police, and the police bring scent seeker. You want the smell covered, not removed. She thought for a moment. Get the leftovers out of the cafeteria bins. Spread them over the yard. Nobody investigates rotting food at the edge of the district. I stared at her. Where? I said. Did you learn that? And Lin Ru, first in the year, granddaughter, obedient child, said, there is a book in the library called 100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Detected by a Sequencer. You read that for fun? I read everything for fun. She actually looked pleased. And look how useful it turned out to be. We walked home together after that, 2 teenagers in the permanent dark, and she got straight to business because she does not do small talk. When are you going to reveal yourself, she asked. You have to do it before graduation or you will never sit the examination. Then she asked what I was going to do about Mei Ling. Give her hope, I said. Keep her hanging on it. And when everything else is settled, I will break it personally. And then kill her, Lin Ru said. And then kill her, and her whole family. Yes, she said, nodding along, walking with her hands behind her back like a student reciting. That makes sense. We got lost for half an hour on the way, by the way. Both of us. She pointed out correctly that I had been dragging her at a dead run through unfamiliar streets and could hardly expect her to have memorized the route. We made one agreement that night, and it was the good kind. She would never ask what my sequence is. I would never ask how a girl who has never left this district knows exactly how, scent seeker, fails. She did ask one dangerous question, at her gate. Why did you like Mei Ling? I gave her some answer. I do not remember which one. What I remember is what she said after, apparently to herself, looking off down the street. I might act like a fool for a while. But not for that long. Which is a thing you say when you have noticed that the person walking beside you is not the person who used to have this face, and you have decided for now to be polite about it. Be careful going home, she said. You know, I said, it is other people who need to be careful. Lin Ru's grandmother is blind, and she sits by the candle for 3 or 4 hours every evening so that it will already be lit when her granddaughter comes through the door. I found that out standing in their doorway, and I did not know what to do with it. There are 2 rooms. The floor is washed by hand, by feel, every day. The chairs have been taken out and the bed has been taken out, and they sleep on 3 quilts on the floor, all of it so that an old woman who cannot see will never walk into anything in her own home. The grandmother calls her Nanan, and she sat up as Lin Ru came in and said, Ah, you're sent. There is someone else's scent on you. Lin Ru went completely still, and I watched her calculate faster than I have ever seen anybody calculate. Nanan, said her grandmother, delighted. Are you in love? Yes, said Lin Ru. Because when you have just come home from a courtyard with 8 bodies in it, and your blind grandmother's nose is the best instrument in the district, and she has caught something on you, you take the version of the story where you were out with a boy. You take it, and you thank her for it. The old woman lectured her happily about not wasting her chances on boys. Lin Ru went to warm up 3-winged flying fish for dinner, and in the quiet, with her granddaughter's back turned, the smile went off that old woman's face. Someone else's scent, she said, to nobody, and under it, faintly, blood. She sat there in the dark. So, he has gone out killing with someone again. Again. Meanwhile, at school, Mei Ling was coming apart at the seams, and it was beautiful. Her uncle had walked out with 8 men to deal with 1 orphan, and the orphan had shown up to history class the next morning, and I had said good morning to her, politely, and she had made a sound like a kettle. That idiot Huang Lei, she kept thinking. That absolute idiot. I decided not to tell her, ever. Let them wonder. Let them lie awake for months, listening for footsteps, because one day they will know exactly what happened, and on that day they will look back on this stretch of restless, anxious, uncertain nights as the good part, the part where they were still allowed to hope. That was also the week Chao Jun came to see me, 2nd in the year, permanent runner-up to Lin Ru. Father is 1 signature away from a permanent post at the engineering bureau, which in our district makes him nobility. He came over during the break with his hands behind his back and told me, kindly, that he hoped I would focus more on my studies. Then he got to it. I am here on Lin Ru's behalf. You have been bothering her at the library. I would like you to keep your distance. On her behalf. She had not said a word to him in a month. He explained his plan while I waited. He was going to get into the same college as her. He was going to be there for her. He was going to win her over properly, over time, like a gentleman. Ask that one, I said, and pointed across the yard at Mei Ling, how I treated her. Ask whether it worked. Then I gave him his own line back. Some things are simply beyond your control. I hope you can face that reality. But he did leave me one genuinely valuable thing, and he never knew it. He told me, boasting, which colleges Lin Ru was aiming for, Tiantong and Renxing. Those are the 2 weakest of the 8, bottom of the list, and Lin Ru is first in the entire year by a margin that makes teachers nervous. Then I worked out why, and something in my chest did a thing I did not enjoy. They are the only 2 that give a first-year student a private room. She is not choosing a college. She is choosing the one place she is allowed to bring a blind old woman who cannot be left alone. I went home that night and moved my entire timetable up. 6 months to legalize myself, I had said. Fine, let us make it fewer. I am such a kind person. Cao Jun went and sat down across from Lin Ru in the library the next afternoon, and she turned into a machine. Head down, pen moving, not one word, not one look. I got up to go and explain some things to him at close range. Teacher Fong put a piece of paper in my hand first. Lin Ru's handwriting. His father is about to be confirmed in a permanent post, so he has real influence and connections right now. Do not touch him yet. She had watched me stand up, worked out exactly what I was going to do, decided I would not listen to a spoken warning, and written it out in advance. I sat back down. He caught me at the gate anyway, on his way out, and told me that my relationship with Lin Ru could only ever be a burden to her, and then he found the sentence he had clearly been saving. Someone like you, who cannot even get into a college, is only wasting her time. I had a meeting that evening that I could not miss, so what he received was, "Your words are more pleasant than your farts." Behind me, very quietly, Lin Ru said, "Thanks. Here is the situation I was actually in. I needed to become a registered sequence user before graduation, and I could not walk into a government building and become one, because a government building is where they take your fingerprints and ask where you got your ability. What I needed was a forged identity, which meant the black market, which meant somebody who sells forged identities, which meant Alara. Because Alara, the policewoman with the perfect nose, is the person who told me that only fire beats her sequence, and a person who freely explains her own weakness in front of civilians is either very confident or very crooked. So I wrote her a letter. I delivered it using a street kid who cannot read. That is not cruelty, that is the entire point. I scratched the characters into the mud with a stick and had him copy the shapes onto paper so that the messenger was physically incapable of knowing the message. I paid him with a lunch tin of mushroom rice from my school cafeteria, which also happens to smell of my school cafeteria, so that if anybody sniffed the boy afterward, they would learn nothing except that a child had eaten. And at the bottom of the letter, I put one line that I thought about for a long time. I am kind and friendly, and I hope you will not do anything to disappoint me. I found out later that she had already drawn her pistol on that crying child in the street when she got to that sentence. She came to the woods off Spring Willow Lane half an hour early, sprayed herself with perfume so that her own scent would drown mine, and stood in the trees with her hand resting on a cocked weapon. "I would advise you," I said from behind her, "to take your right hand off the pistol." "I do not need to be faster than a bullet," she said without turning. "I only need to be faster than you." So I told her about the letter that would go to every officer at her station if I failed to come home, and I watched her weigh it, and then I put 10 minutes of violence on and took the gun out of her hand. Not shot her. Took it. There is a difference, and she felt every millimeter of it. Losing your service weapon ends a police career, so we were able to have a productive conversation after that. I wanted two things: the contact for whoever forges identities in this district, and her real sequence because, scent seeker, is what her file says, and I had stopped believing files. She lied to me 3 times. First she cried, beautifully, and said she was pleasure seeker, which inside the safe zone means being made into a rich man's toy, and outside it means being used as bait to draw gods. It is a genuinely horrifying answer, and it very nearly worked. Then I asked her to use the skill, and she stopped crying instantly and said in a completely different voice, "How did you know? Was my crying not convincing?" Second, she showed me, Titan, and inflated her hand to the size of a sofa. So I sat down and waited 10 minutes and told her to do it again. Because there is a sequence called Deceiver that copies somebody else's skill once, in appearance only, and she went quiet, and then a mask came up through her face, painted, colored, a shaman's mask sitting on the skin of a blonde policewoman. "In front of you," she said, "I feel as helpless as an infant. Every lie I tell, you take apart." She put the pistol down on the path between us and stepped back from it. The last time I felt this way was the first time I met Detective Gareth. Then she gave me the contact, and she gave me a warning that I have thought about many times since. Do not fall into Gareth's hands. If you do, I go down with you. The market runs through a place called the IXEK virtual chat room, no visible addresses, and you get an intermediary's attention by entering and leaving the room 8 times in a row. I burned another coat on the way home. That was the 4th. At the rate I was going to be facing the end of the world in short sleeves. The intermediary called himself Nomad. I called myself Future. There was no small talk whatsoever. I asked one careful question about how safe this was, and he replied, "Wait for a customer who does not waste time on questions like that. Business is business." The price list was simple. Both thumbprints, a photograph, name, occupation, address, and what identity I wanted, plus 1 silver coin left under the 10th paving stone of the 10th row outside exit 38324 before the end of the following day. So I skipped school and walked 21 bus stops, which is 5.5 hours in one direction, and put a silver coin under a paving slab, and then I stamped it flat and listened to it make a dull thud. Then I lay down in the crowd of the poor outside that gate and waited. Because whoever this man was, he had to collect that coin today, Tomorrow the crowd changes, and tomorrow whoever picks it up can be watched, and a man who has stayed invisible in this district for years does not leave money lying under a stone overnight. The woman lying next to me complained about the smell of my cafeteria food. Your mother's cooking stinks, she said. My mother has been dead a long time, I said. There was a pause. Then she said, mine too, and my father. We did not talk after that. It was not unfriendly. Hours later the crowd surged, the way crowds do at a gate, and carried me straight across the 10th row, and I put my full weight on the 10th stone. It rang, hollow. There was a half-centimeter hollow under that slab, and there was nothing in it, and nobody had lifted the slab because I had stamped it into the dirt myself, and the dirt was undisturbed, which told me exactly who I was dealing with. Thief. Skill. Steal. Takes objects out of a radius, at range, through anything. Inside the safe zone, using it is punishable by death. Outside the safe zone, it is nearly useless in a hunt because the range is short, and short range against a god means dying young. So a thief with a squad is carried, tolerated, resented, which gave me a profile. In a god hunting squad, the man who walks at the very edge of the group and behaves the most humbly is your thief. I watched 3 squads come through that gate. The 4th one was arguing about a bar, which bar, whose round and trailing behind them was a thin man of about 20 who said he would not be coming for drinks. And one of the hunters said, loudly enough for the whole plaza, that of course he was not coming. He was a thief, only good for picking things up out here, and if the head of the management bureau had not personally put him on the roster, nobody would take him at all. Thank you, truly, you have all been very helpful. I turned my coat and my trousers inside out before I followed him, which is the cheapest disguise in the world. And the reason a small boy pointed at me and told his mother that the big brother over there seemed mentally unwell. The thin man stopped under a streetlight to smoke, and the light went out because I was standing in it. I hope it is you, I said, and hit him in the chest. He went into the bins. In his backpack there was a vial of sequence potion, pale blue, sweet-smelling, worth more than my life. There was a mobile phone, which costs thousands of copper and which I had wanted for weeks. There was a handful of coin and 1 silver piece stamped by Henry's mint, which was not mine. I kept looking. There was a false bottom. Under it, packed in dirt, was a silver coin from Lee's mint. Mine. Boys who smile a lot really do have all the luck. I prepared very seriously for the interrogation. I tied the fingers of his left hand and his right hand separately because a thief steals with his hands, and I strung him from a dead tree, and I laid out a row of tools on a rock where he would see them when he woke up. I am not going to inventory them. I wanted him to understand that I had cleared my afternoon. He hung there unconscious for 2 hours. Honestly, he is quite fragile. I did not even use my full strength. Then he woke up, saw the tools, saw me, and immediately shouted, "Do you even know who my uncle is?" Chow Ming, head of the information section at the Sequence Ability User Administration. I stood there holding a hammer I was not going to need. I had been prepared for the version where the thin young man endures every hardship and refuses to name the man behind it all. I had budgeted an afternoon. And here is what that one sentence actually bought me, because it is worth more than the silver. The reason a hole this big has existed in the administration for years is that Chow Ming collects the coins himself, always, personally. The one single time he sent his idiot nephew, the idiot walked into me. Even if I kill you, I told him, while he was still working out what he had said, your uncle will not dare open his mouth. Do you understand that? I prepared for a long conversation and never got to use any of it. He really is a fool with tremendous luck. I locked him in a storage shed, smoked the doorway with green wood so that nothing with a nose would linger there, and went back to the internet cafe. Then I did something that made no sense at all, financially. I put 2 silver coins on the counter in front of Sunshin, mine, that I had promised him, and the one I had taken off the nephew. Your money back, I said, plus interest. He bit both of them. He actually bit them, right there in front of me, and then he stared at me like I had grown a second head. And I understood, watching his face, that in all his years of quietly working as cover for people like me, no sequence user had ever once kept a promise made to an ordinary man. That is not generosity, by the way. I want that on the record. A man who knows you keep your word will tell you things. That night, I went back into the chat room under a new handle and opened negotiations with the head of the information section of the Sequence Ability User Administration. I did not build up to it. I do not think you are getting that silver coin back, I typed. He told me his uncle would protect him, so I would very much like to meet somewhere and discuss whether he lives. I am curious. With a nephew that clever, will you actually go through with it? He did not answer for half an hour. Then he did not answer for another hour. When he came back, he named a place and a time, and I told him he seemed to have misunderstood the arrangement and that I would be choosing both. At the very least, he wrote, do you know who I am? Yes. That is exactly the problem, and it is your problem, not mine. I picked a collapsed department store near exit 54320 noon. I would not be bringing the nephew, and I would not be bringing the coin, and I sent another timed letter, this time to every address in the administration's public staff directory, because the government publishes its own org chart and calls it transparency. Then I asked him one last question, and he went gray and logged off without answering it. Why keep a nephew that stupid at all? If it were not for him, you would never have been exposed. Before any of that could happen, Gareth came for me. I was in Sun Shin's back room using the encrypted machine when I heard him out front shouting, at unnatural volume, "Officer, it is so late," which is the single most useful sentence that man has ever produced. I wiped the history. I went for the camera feed to see how many were coming and got a black screen because Sun Shin switches the cameras off to save money, a habit that had already saved my life once and was now actively ruining it. The door opened. Silver hair, scarf, cigar. "This warehouse has always been shut," Gareth said pleasantly. "Today, it is open." I want to describe how it feels to be looked at by that man. I had felt it once before, standing at my window, when something enormous outside the anti-aircraft glass turned its attention onto me and considered whether I was food. That is the closest thing I have. It was not suspicion, it was appetite with manners on it. I was sweating. Actually sweating for real, for the first time since I came back. And I had exactly 2 seconds and one idea, and the idea was to undo my belt. "Are you watching adult films?" Gareth asked, and I could hear that he did not believe a word of it, and that he was already moving past it to the next question, the one I could not answer. So I said it in the smallest voice I own. "He gives me money, every time we meet." The silence in that warehouse was the finest thing I have ever manufactured. Sun Shin's soul left his body. He started explaining, at speed, at volume, with gestures, and every additional word made it worse, because that is how it works. Nobody has ever shouted their way out of that particular accusation, and Gareth believed the version he was being handed, because it is the most ordinary story in this district. An orphan at the edge of the safe zone with no house, no parents, and no money, selling the only thing he has left. One of the younger officers asked on the way out whether they were really just going to leave a kid here. Gareth stopped in the doorway. "What? Are you going to give him money for food?" He looked back at me without any cruelty in it at all, which was somehow worse. "On the edge of the safe zone there are 5,000 of him, maybe 10. Are you going to find work for all of them?" He put the cigar back in his teeth. "Remember what you are. You are a police officer. Your job is to investigate crimes and maintain public order." Not one of them reached for a wallet. They all had a conscience. None of them had a conscience that expensive. When the door shut, Sun Shin said, in a very small voice, "Boss, that was too far, even for you." And I stood there in the dark, thinking about something else entirely. I got past Gareth tonight. But the moment he learns that a boy from Huan's school has registered as a sequence user, all of this comes back. "How many copper coins," I asked him, "is your reputation actually worth?" The department store I picked for the meeting is broken across the 5th floor, folded over on itself, like a man with a snapped neck, which put me in a certain frame of mind, standing there. I believe I was in roughly that pose when I dealt with Huang Lei. Chao Ming and I both arrived 4 hours early. We looked at each other across a ruined shopping hall, and he said, "You are here very early. So are you." He wanted one clean transaction and then never to see me again, and he opened by asking who I was. "Mei Wei," I said, "senior student at Huan's school." He laughed, not politely. He asked whether I thought this was a fun game, because Huan's school has never in its history produced a sequence user, and half his job is knowing exactly which schools produce which people. So I took the hood off, and then I put violence on, crossed the hall, took the hat off his head from behind, and was back where I started before he finished turning around. "You guessed wrong," I told him, holding his hat. "My sequence is offensive, and this is my real face." I watched a very intelligent man build a completely incorrect answer out of accurate information, which is my favorite thing in the world. "Who is standing behind you?" he asked. "Nobody," I said. "I am only myself. I want back what is mine." He decided that meant everything, obviously. Then I made an actual mistake, and he built on that too. I said, offhand, that I had never used a mobile phone, that phones are what poor people use, and I meant it as a lie about poverty, and he heard it as the sort of thing said by a young master from a fallen house whose servants used to make the calls for him. I did not correct him. Then we hit the real obstacle, which was my address. An orphan from the edge of the district who suddenly awakens is a story. Stories get investigated. Cao Ming solved it in about 4 seconds, and I want you to appreciate the quality of the mind involved. "We register your residence as wandering," he said. "No fixed address. No neighbors to interview. No school district to check." He shrugged. You will need to sell your house, or burn it down, and become an actual vagrant. So I went home, wrapped up my copper coins and my papers, took my lunch tin off the shelf, and set fire to the only building I have ever lived in. The houses out there sit far apart. Nobody even woke up. Mei Wei's home burned down in an accident, and Mei Wei became a homeless child in the fullest sense of the word, which turns out to be a real administrative advantage. Then it got dark, and I realized I had nowhere to sleep. I will be staying in your storage room for a while, I told Sun Shin. I have a wife, he said in genuine anguish. I have children. If anyone finds out about us, how am I supposed to be a husband? How am I supposed to be a father? Then I will sleep at your house instead. You cannot do not try to reason with me. I lay on the floor of that storage room that night on bare concrete with my coat rolled under my head, and I want to be honest about the worst part of the whole week. Honestly, killing people hurts less than this. The Sequence Ability User Administration has a lobby with gold on the walls. I want to describe it properly because I had spent my entire life 6 kilometers from that building and had never once been inside. There are ancient coins in glass cases. There is a brick, allegedly from a pyramid. There are manuscripts. The floor is 1,000 square meters, and there are perhaps 12 desks on it, 3 computers to a desk, and there is a coffee bar where a man roasts the beans by hand in the building all day for a dozen employees, and the ceiling is one enormous lamp, and what comes out of it is daylight, not the bright lighting of a school corridor, real daylight, daylight with a sun in it. I stood in that lobby for a second longer than I should have. Cao Ming came down in a blue suit, and he looked like an entirely different man from the one in the ruined department store, and I understood something about the world that I had previously only understood about clothes. We did the paperwork behind closed blinds. Sequence Ability User Registration Certificate. ID number 00009527. Sequence, Phantom Assassin. Residence, Wandering. I asked why the number was so low, since the low numbers went out 5 years ago. The previous holder died, he said without looking up. We reused them. Comforting. Thank you. My fingerprints went into the national system, and he told me the one genuinely valuable thing in the entire transaction. Once registered, a sequence user is never tested again unless they are convicted of something. One inspection, one lie. Then the lie becomes a fact in a database, and the database becomes the truth. On the way out, I asked him the question that had been bothering me since the lobby. This palace, that coffee. Why does the head of a department here need 1 silver coin from a black market forgery badly enough to risk it? He stopped on the staircase and said, "My monthly salary is 1,550 copper coins." Then he gestured up at the gold and the daylight. One side job earns me more than half a year of that. And as for the office environment, understand this. It belongs to the United States government. It does not belong to me. I let his nephew go after 2 days without food, and the man came out of that shed shouting insults at full volume, which taught me something else about sequence users. An ordinary person does not have the lung capacity to be that rude after 48 hours of starvation. His uncle took him apart on the phone in front of me, and when I handed the backpack over, minus the phone, minus the potion, the nephew wailed about it and got told exactly where he could put his complaint. "You had better not steal on anything in my pockets," I told him on the way out. Then I went home, which is a pile of ash, so I went to the storage room instead, and I used my new certificate to log into the sequence user database, which is when this stopped being a story about a boy stealing garbage, because now I could look people up. Chen Xing, Chen Lu's uncle, chief of the education department. Sequence, software, skill, soften, which makes his body flexible for 5 minutes. That is it. That is the whole thing. This is the man whose name has terrorized my school district for a decade, and his superpower is being bendy. Ilara is listed as Scent Seeker. So the forged file works. Good. Cao Ming is water source. Skill, liquefaction. 10 minutes as a liquid. That is a rare one. That is a very rare one. That is a man who can walk through a locked room and who spends his evenings selling paperwork to teenagers for pocket change. And then I typed in Gareth. Sequence, Libra, skills, classified. He has never posted on the forum, not once, in 5 years. There are private groups he belongs to, and to enter one of them, you have to answer a challenge question. And the challenge question is, state your service number. Libra is a sequence that only public officials are allowed to have. I sat in a storage room in the dark for a while with that on the screen, and then I spent an hour registering my account on several dozen adult websites so that anyone auditing my search history would find a bored teenager and stop reading. Then I went to school. They had made a banner, actual red cloth strung over the school gates, sewn overnight in letters that get progressively smaller as they run out of space. Warmest congratulations to Mei Wei, senior student of our school, on becoming a sequence ability user. They had reused the cloth from the exam ceremony. I know this because there was still bird droppings on it from the day the principal gave his speech. The principal himself was at the gate greeting every single student who came through, one by one, with a photograph in his hand because he did not know what I looked like. Then the dean spotted me, and here is a man I have known for 6 years, a man who has personally shouted at me in 3 separate corridors, and he came at me with both hands out and the widest smile in the district. Student May, we have prepared some gifts, some small tokens, if you would just… Do you remember me? I said. He faltered. Then, honestly, credit to him, he admitted it. Forgive me, there are so many students. I hit him with my lunch tin. He went 2 or 3 meters and landed on his back, and I want to point out, on the record, that if I were actually violent about it, his head would have arrived on the roof of the teaching building. That was a tap. That was me being courteous. Then I threw the dented tin at the principal. Get me a new one. In the classroom, Mei Ling came at me with both hands and her eyes shining and told me she had cut Chen Lu off completely, that she had realized he was never anything but a substitute for me, that she had always known, deep down, that I was special. I smiled at her. I let her take my hand. And I leaned in and said quietly, near her ear, I do not have any objection at all. Your uncle, down below, might have something to say about it. The homeroom teacher, the same man who put me in the corner seat and left me there for 2 years, found me at the teacher's breakfast the next morning, which is a meal students are not permitted to have. You are the pride of our class, he beamed. What would you like to eat? I will get it for you personally. Roll, I said. He came back around for a second attempt because men like that always do, so I hit him with a metal plate. Nobody in that dining room objected. I watched them decide collectively, in about a second and a half, that an honest villain who slaps you on sight is preferable to a hypocrite who feeds you hope and then bleeds you for 6 years. Aunt Chen from the serving line dropped her ladle in fright. Auntie, I said, do not panic. I remember perfectly well how kind you were to me. Then I got up on the little platform where the principal usually stands, and I made a speech. I told them that the most important thing at Huan School is not the cultivation of talent, but the cultivation of virtue. I said it in that voice. I used the phrase social responsibility twice. The teachers stared at me like I had suffered a head injury, and I could hear one of them at the back asking, sincerely, whether I might be unwell. Then I summoned the director of moral education and told him that I had attended this school for 12 years and did not know what his face looked like, and that he should step down. When he tried to argue, I gestured at the homeroom teacher, who was still on the floor, and he found that persuasive, and I appointed Aunt Chen from the serving line in his place. She encourages students while she is putting food on their trays. She has always given extra to the kids whose parents do not come. Those are not sentimental reasons. Those are the only performance metrics that building has ever generated. The rules made this possible, by the way, and I had checked them twice. A sequence user is not permitted to kill students or civil servants. In a school like ours, exactly one person is a civil servant, the principal. Everyone else is on a contract. There are only 2 ways to get promoted in this ruin of a school, I told Aunt Chen while she was still shaking. Either you have connections or you have no conscience. Then you have a conscience, I said. Congratulations, it is finally worth something. Lin Ru's assessment of the whole morning, delivered flatly over a stack of returned library books. I think beating up the dean is more like the behavior of a good student. That is the woman. That should have been the good week. It was not, because of a plate of eggs. I brought 3 teachers' breakfasts up to the library, one for me, one for Lin Ru, one for Teacher Fong, who has worked in that building for years and still eats from the student window because she was rehired on a casual contract. Lin Ru tasted hers and stopped chewing and looked at the plate. Because the teacher's food is not slightly better. It is not the same food with a nicer garnish. It is a different species of meal made by the same cooks in the same kitchen 10 meters from where they serve us gray rice. They can cook. They have always been able to cook. They simply have never been willing to cook that way for us. And while I was sitting there being angry about eggs, Teacher Fong said, in the mild voice old women use for weather, everyone has their own destiny. You two have a long road ahead of you. Live it fully. I put the chopsticks down. What exactly is the problem? Stomach cancer, she said. There is no cure. Which is not true, and that is the part that took my legs out. It is not terminal. It is middle stage. There are hospitals in the developed districts that do this operation every week. There are no such hospitals at the edge of the safe zone, and there is no money to get to the ones that exist. So a woman who is not dying of a fatal illness sits in a library with 3 shelves of books and waits and says, with her voice shaking on the last word, that she has already outlived her husband and seen a great deal and has no regrets. Here is a story about Teacher Fong that she has never told anybody and that I learned by accident years ago. Parents used to bring her gifts to get their children the library job because it is indoor work and it pays, and she would look at the gift and say, if your child is an orphan, he can take turns with Mei Wei. Otherwise, forget it. She has been quietly rigging the only lever she owns in my favor since I was 12. Lin Ru, who does not do sentiment, put her chopsticks down too and said something to the old woman that I have thought about a lot since. In elementary school, my grades were average and I was bullied constantly. Not one teacher stood up for me. Later, my grades improved and then they were all willing to help. So tell me, should I be grateful to teachers who avoid harm and pursue advantage, or should I be grateful to myself for becoming worth helping? Teacher Fong did not have an answer. Neither did I. I called Chao Ming that evening and asked how a person gets cancer treatment in this world. There are two routes. 1. Money. Enough of it to buy your way into a real hospital in a developed district, which means hunting gods, because that is the only trade in this economy that generates real money for a person with no name. 2. Find a healer sequence user. There are a handful. They all live in the luxury quarters and they all work exclusively for the top of the pile, and the waiting list is not a list, it is a family tree. Then he asked, sounding honestly baffled, what kind of friend is this? Why would you kill gods for someone's illness? A kind person, I said. Who took care of me? What good person is worth all that? He said. In this world, the most useless thing a man can be is good. And then, 90 seconds after we hung up, I heard him take another call because he had not ended ours properly. Somebody asking what to do about a few ordinary people making a nuisance of themselves in front of a chief. They are civilians, Chao Ming said, bored. What are you hesitating for? Kill them all. Then, to himself, quietly, in a completely different voice, I am afraid I cannot be a good person. Meanwhile, the library had filled up with girls. That is not a boast. It is a logistics problem. Word had gone around that the orphan in the corner seat was now a registered sequence user, and suddenly 6 of them a day were finding reasons to be near me, and one of them offered to show me her collection of glow-in-the-dark books at her house that night, alone. I said one word to all of them. Roll. They were nothing. That is the honest reason, and it is not flattering to me either. I have been 41 years old. I have had my entire life spent by people exactly like that. There is nothing behind those eyes but an evaluation in progress. Lin Ru quietly took her books and went to study somewhere else, which I noticed and did not comment on. Chao Jun came and apologized on his own initiative, which I respected. A man who knows when to back off will live longer than his friends. Now, everything I have told you so far is prologue because I had a certificate and a fake sequence and absolutely no way to make money, and money was the entire point. So I went and sat down in the principal's office and put my feet near his desk. Principal Sun, I said, the moral education work at our school has been inadequate for many years. It has left me irritable. You would not want me causing more trouble before graduation. And then I used his computer because I needed to read the rules, and the principal's account can read everything. Here is the economy I found. Sequence users do not take the graduation exam. They take their own, and it grades you on the value of your sequence. Useless ones like software at the bottom, ordinary ones like sleepless above that, then law enforcement types, then combat types, then the rare specials. But you can skip the exam entirely if you have god hunting points. Enough points, and the universities write to you. 1 point is worth 1,000 copper coins, and 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. Solo hunters get double points, and if a hunter dies with no next of kin, his death compensation is divided among his squad mates. I read that last clause 3 times, so if I kill a man's entire family first, and then kill him, I can collect his death compensation as his teammate. Whoever wrote that clause was not encouraging teamwork. They were building a machine for turning squads into murders, and they knew it. Then I opened the principal's inbox and found 157 unread messages, all of them invitations. Every god-hunting squad in the district wanting the new registered kid from Huan School. 2 more arrived while I was reading. One of them explained that their team was all women and they were short of a masculine presence. And there was not one single post anywhere, on the forum or in the mail, explaining how to choose a squad safely. Not one. They had all been taken down. I was still absorbing that when a message window opened from someone called Xiao Xiao, and it contained a video, and it turned out that the principal of Huan School maintains a cataloged, alphabetized collection. So I looked him up in the database, because at this point, that is a reflex. Sun Gao, sequence, shaman. And in his personnel file, transferred out of the Education Bureau following an incident in Area 14121 in which dozens of people died through his negligence. Dozens. A man responsible for dozens of deaths is not made a principal. A man responsible for dozens of deaths is buried, unless somebody very large is holding an umbrella over him. I put the message back to unread and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao sent me 4 or 5 new ones, said Sun Gao from the doorway mildly. but her icon only shows 1 as unread. I kept walking. My feet stopped. The dirt of the floor had come up around my shins like a pair of hands, and the man leaning in his own doorway now had a painted mask sitting on his face. Are you thinking of reporting me for using a skill inside the safe zone? He looked amused. Go ahead. My position is already at rock bottom. 2 crows the size of my palm condensed out of the air behind him and pushed the door shut. A totem pole came up through the floorboards. Small beast spirit summoning. Level 3 skill. Primordial totem. Level 2. Here is what that means in money, because everything in this world means money. Level 1 to level 2 costs 5 bottles of sequence potion. Level 2 to level 3 costs 30. A bottle is 10 hunting points. 10 points is 5 gods killed solo, or 50 as part of a squad. This man went from awakening to level 3 in 3 years, from a standing start, with no cheat and no bird in the sky, and I had been calling him a lecher for a week, so I sat down. Not because I was afraid. I want that clear. With violence running, I could have taken that level 3 shaman apart before the second crow finished forming, and both of us being wrong about each other was the entire foundation of everything that followed. He took off his glasses, and the greasy, wandering eyes of a middle-aged pervert became something else entirely. I can help you hunt gods, Sun Gao said, and I can get you into a university. I used to be a vice-chancellor of one before all this. I said something about scholarships. There is no such thing as a free lunch, he said. A scholarship has a price. What the price is varies, and you never find out until later. Then he told me my own problem, out loud, without ever having seen my search history, that I did not know which squad to join, and that I was afraid to ask, and that I was right to be. He is a seasoned old fox, and I was tired of the sales pitch. I already know how you can help me, I said. Now tell me what I have to do. I want you, said Sun Gao, to help me clear my name. Absolutely not, I said. If a man with your connections cannot fix his own name, I am certainly not putting my hand in it. I got 2 steps toward the door before the floor took my legs again, and then Sun Gao said the sentence that nearly ended me. My ex-wife is also a sequence user. Funny coincidence. She is, Phantom Assassin, exactly like you. He tilted his head. When my Earthbind has her, she loses all control of her body and cannot get a single word out. You, though, you talk freely. Your upper body is not affected at all. I stood there with dirt around my shins and had a very small, very quiet panic. Skills are for hunting gods. Nobody tests them on other sequence users. There is no forum thread called what Earthbind feels like from the inside, because the people who could write it are all working, and the people who would read it are all lying about something. My sequence was assessed by the Management Bureau, I said. I have the certification. He said. I do wonder whether something went wrong during your registration, so I stopped being clever. If you insist on spreading that, I said, understand that there will be a price. I have killed ordinary people. Killing a sequence user is just another first time. He heard all of it, including the part I did not say, and then the dirt let go of my legs and dropped back into the floor. Killing you would be difficult, he said. Helping you would be even more troublesome. If you were me, which would you pick? He put his glasses back on. Trades where the return does not justify the risk are doomed. Let us try something smaller. The smaller thing was this. Find me a person whose sequence is Deceiver, because here is what happened to him. Dozens of people died, and witnesses saw a man in a shaman's mask standing over it, and there is exactly one registered shaman in that entire administrative region, and it is him, and he had no alibi, and shaman cannot hide. The mask comes up through your face the moment you use any skill at all. He cannot commit a crime unmasked, and he cannot commit one masked without being the only candidate in the district, which means somebody wore his face on purpose. I already knew a woman who could do exactly that. I had watched a painted mask surface through a blonde policewoman's skin in a wood 11 days earlier. I said, Principal's son, why not find him yourself? Every license I had was revoked, he said. You look at me and see the principal of Huan School. He gestured at the office, the peeling paint, the inbox with 157 begging letters in it. I am no different from a man in exile. I asked what he had actually been set up over, and Sun Gao smiled and said, Student May, what is going on with your sequence? Fair. Understood. Some facts die on contact with light, so I took the deal, and I took it for a reason I did not tell him. This man does not need a savior. He is a barrel of gunpowder that has been sitting in a damp school for 3 years waiting for one spark, and I had just walked in holding a match. Then he taught me the single most valuable thing anyone has ever taught me for free. Never join someone else's squad. Picture it, he said. You are in trouble. Your teammates could save you. Saving you means engaging the god, which means risking themselves. Now check the regulations. Is there any penalty for a squad that comes home a man short? There is not. Correct. There is no penalty. There is compensation, split between the survivors. So if they abandon you, they are not punished. They are paid. Never gamble on human nature. Never bet your life on it. So, solo. Double points, and nobody behind me with a knife, and a good reason. There are 3 safeguards against faking a solo hunt, and they are more elegant than anything else in this government. 1. A lie detector. 1 question, did you hunt these gods alone? 2. A memory continuity test in case a writer or a soul harvester has been editing you. 3. They publish the claim on the forum and pay informers. And what do? I asked. You said you would help. I never kill, said Sun Gao. I tell you what the god is and how it behaves. If it goes wrong, I bind it with Earthbind, and I feed the totem. He shrugged. In the developed districts, half the privileged children complete their solo missions this way. There is even a title for people like me, insurer. Points are mine. Money is split. We would go out the following morning to exit 38324. We can take the bus, he said. Principal son, I do not have that kind of money. He closed his eyes for a moment and then paid for both of us, and I want it noted that this is the beginning of a pattern that has now cost that man a fortune. I collected my kit from Cao Ming, an anti-freeze suit, a god-hunting dagger, my first bottle of sequence potion. When I mentioned that I was going out as a solo squad, his face changed color. You found an insurer? Because you cannot hire an insurer with money. There is not enough money in the district. You can only get one by having something he wants. Then he warned me about the gate. Exit 38324 has a confirmed large deity in the area, and in 5 years, nobody has ever successfully killed a large deity anywhere. This one is a sandworm, and because the sandworm is out there, a swarm of sandworm minions has gathered around the exit, thousands of them, leaderless, milling. He set it as a danger. My brain filed it as a menu. Then he took out a black glass vial. Sandworm scale, he said. 2 silver. Open it somewhere quiet, and every minion in a kilometer comes to the smell. He turned it over in his fingers. I bought it for my nephew. That boy is not cut out for this. And then, while I was reaching for it, he said the coldest thing anybody said to me that entire year. Student May, do you know that outside the safe zone, the thing that kills the most humans is not the gods? I waited. It is people. Put a piece of fat meat in front of a sequence user, and his first thought is very rarely, how do I eat this? It is usually, how do I remove the person who is going to share it? Then he looked at me sideways and asked lightly, you would not be that sort of person, would you? And I said, how many sequence users have you met who would go out and kill gods to pay for medical treatment for an ordinary woman he is not even related to? He did not have an answer for that. Neither, honestly, did I. I needed supplies, which meant the one shop in the district that stocks ready food, which exists because sequence users buy it. The 2 large gentlemen behind the counter watched a boy in a torn coat come through the door and put their hands out of sight. I bought a backpack with dozens of compartments and 200 copper worth of compressed rations, and as I turned to leave, there was a click behind me. That specific click, a hammer going back. I put violence on, went over the counter, and had both of them by the throat before either had a chance to be surprised. The gun was a box. It is a purpose-built wooden box with a spring in it, and it makes exactly the sound of a pistol being cocked. If the customer reacts, he is a sequence user, and they apologize profusely and load him with free gifts. If the customer does not react, he is nobody, and then they take out the actual pistol and rob him, and nobody ever hears about it. I took extra rations for emotional distress. I heard them start blaming each other before the door shut. He bought a backpack designed for sequence users. The younger one was shouting, what else could he possibly have been? I went back to the storage room and looked at my 2 bottles of sequence potion for a long while. Everybody in this world buys strength with those. I can drink gods, so the potions are not medicine. The potions are cash. I went to school the next morning in the anti-freeze suit. Every student in that courtyard knew exactly what it meant, and the principal came down the steps hissing at me about discretion, and I told him the truth, which is that a boy who sneaks out looks like a boy with something to hide, and a boy who walks out through the front gate in full kit looks like a boy with permission. The side effect being that the entire school learned that day that their principal is also a sequence user. Lin Ru watched us leave and said, to nobody in particular, it is better for someone to take Mei Wei out than for him to go out alone. Teacher Fong said, is it not all just joining a team? I do not know either, said Lin Ru. I am only guessing. She is never only guessing. The bus to the exit carries sequence users exclusively and charges accordingly. Then the gate opened and I saw the outside of the world for the first time in either of my lives. Permanent night, the whole way to the horizon. Stars like spilled sugar, ruins with their spines broken, cars buried to the windows in sand, in rows, still queued at a junction where the lights stopped working 10 years ago. Human civilization is so thin. That is the whole observation. We built all of that, and it took one bird one afternoon. I walked the principal well out of everybody's sight, and then I opened the black vial. Half an hour later, something rustled. The first god I ever fought looks like a cockroach the size of a large dog with crab legs, and it is called a deformed armor scythe. I did not use violence. That was deliberate. I had 10 minutes a day of being 3 times a man, and I was not spending it on the entry level. And more importantly, I needed to find out what my body could do without it. I went over the top of it, aiming for the head. The head rotated 180 degrees while I was in the air, and 2 round black eyes looked directly up at me, and I swear to you there was amusement in them. 360 degrees of vision. That is the trick of the species, and that is why the forums list it as an easy kill and the casualty rate says otherwise. Then both eyes fired. The scythes come out of the eye sockets. They came out fast enough that one of them opened my mask on the way past, and I was still falling, and my brain did the arithmetic in the air. The blades grow out of the eyes, which means that at the exact moment it attacks, it is blind, which means it has to retract them to see me again, and the instant it retracts is the instant it is looking at nothing. I hit that instant, put the dagger through the head, pinned it to the ground, and turned the blade. Behind me, Sun Gao had been holding Earthbind, ready the entire time with sweat on his palms. The forums are free, he said afterward, and that is exactly what the information on them is worth. Every real technique for killing that thing was paid for with the bodies of sequence users, and nobody publishes what they paid for. No wonder humanity is still stuck behind a wall, I said. What a pack of absolute bastards. He looked at me sideways. So, will you be publishing what you just learned about deformed armor scythes? Me? I said. I am even more of a bastard than they are. Here is how you get paid, and here is where the garbage bins came from. Proof of a kill is the round plate of armor from the god's belly. You cut it out and you hand it in, and you do not clean it, because they check the freshness of the meat still stuck to it to make sure you did not buy it off somebody, which means every hunter in the safe zone comes home carrying a wet plate, and the entire rest of the animal is somebody else's problem. That is why there are bins. That is why the bins are full. The plate is marked. A ring is worth 5 points. A straight notch is worth 1. The deformed armor scythe gave me 6, and the aura of the man who killed it sits in the plate and cannot be removed. Somebody else can steal it, but the best they can do is lay their aura on top of yours, and everyone can see the order. Then Sun Gao turned around to scan the ridgeline, and I got to work. I cut off a crab leg and sucked it out first, and it tastes like drunken crab, which is a delicacy I could never afford in either life. Then I broke the hollow leg into a tube, drove it through the belly plate, and drank the god through a straw. Part of the inside had already frozen into crystals out there in the cold. It was, and I mean this sincerely, the best meal of my life. Getting stronger is nothing to be ashamed of. Afterward, I shoveled sand into the carcass so the weight would look right. "What are you doing over there?" the principal called. "Nothing," I said. "I am bored, so I am playing with it." And I could hear him thinking, from 6 meters away, whether the boy he had just recruited was extremely mature or completely simple. My strength came up again after that. My eyesight came up more. Then the next guest arrived, and its name is Long-Legged Worm. The Long-Legged Worm is the weakest god in existence. Its mouth is the size of a finger. Its bite is a scratch. It has no strategy, no defense, and no interest in self-preservation, and the only reason the government scores it at all is that if you see one, something enormous lives nearby. Several hundred of them came. I could feel Sun Gao radiating envy from up the slope. If he had not needed me, he told me much later, he would seriously have considered killing me on that spot and doing the harvest himself. Then I found out something wonderful. You can kill these things by stepping on them, but only with a bare foot, because the mutation does not transfer through an anti-freeze suit. So I took the suit off, in that cold, and I ran through the swarm on foot. And I ran bent over with my head down, and it was not only because of the temperature, it was because I had worked out that if you bring your heel down on the head at a slight angle, the entire contents of the worm come out of the tail end in a single jet, at roughly the height of a stooping man's mouth. From up the hill, Sun Gao was watching an 18-year-old sprint barefoot through a river of gods in a crouch, and what he saw was the scientific spirit. He told me later that if he had still been at the academy, he would have taken me on as a graduate student. 500 worms, give or take. Sequence level 3. Crimson Knight. New skill. Dual metal. After killing a god, your current physical strength, not counting skill multipliers, permanently increases by 100%. Cooldown. 1 year. Let me do the arithmetic out loud, because this is the moment the whole shape of my life changed. Violence. Triples me for 10 minutes. Dual metal. Doubles me forever. Used together, that is 6 times a normal man, and when violence drops off, the doubling stays. I tested it on the ground. My leg went into the frozen dirt to halfway up the shin, and Sun Gao, watching, caught a blurred movement he should not have been able to catch, and started counting. If I cannot follow him, he thought, then he is at least sequence level 4. No, level 5. Then he talked himself out of it because level 5 costs hundreds of bottles of potion and this boy owns one coat. Must be tired eyes. The wind is quite noisy today, I said. I did consider it on the walk back, just staying out here, living in the ruins, eating gods, becoming enormous. Then I remembered the memorial threads on the forum, which are long, and which are full of extremely confident people who went a little deeper. It is safer to scheme against people inside the wall than to be food outside it. The squads we passed on the way in were miserable. One team had 7 points between 4 of them, and a man was complaining loudly about which absolute liar had spread the rumor that this gate was rich right now. I had to put my sleeve over my face. People's joys and sorrows are not shared. In fact, most of my happiness is built directly on top of somebody else's terrible afternoon. It is not good for you to enjoy that so much, said Sun Gao in his principal voice. That road leads somewhere. Principal Sun, I said, are you telling me I still have a chance to be a good person? He did not answer, because we both already knew. Good people do not last long in the safe zone. In the queue at the gate, I got my first look at the ranking system as a social organism. There was a man named Arthur with 200 points, 5th at this exit, roughly 950,000th in the entire safe zone, and there was Sun Ying, 4th, 40 points ahead, who spent the whole wait telling Arthur that in 20 years he might catch up to his father in age, if not in points. Points by the queue position on housing. Points by the hospital bed in a sequence user ward. And, said Sun Gao, the girls at the club. Ahem? Principal, I said, please do not cough. Tell me more about the girls at the club. The man ahead of me in the inspection queue had 3 plates with rings on them and was being very modest about it. Only 15 points, he sighed, a bit embarrassing. And the man behind him said sweetly, and how many of those 15 are actually yours? Do not look down on me, he snapped. I get 1.2. That is a 4-man squad splitting 15 points, and the newest member's share is barely more than 1, and he came home proud of it. That is the industry. That is why the insurer exists. My inspection took 4 minutes. The aura on the plate matched me. The lie detector asked one question, did you hunt these gods entirely alone, and beeped and said it was the truth. Then an inspector with suction cups on his palms put a hand on my head and his eyes went white and confirmed that nobody had edited my memory. Solo squad. 12 points from the deformed armor scythe. Doubled. The queue started howling immediately. That old man was standing right beside him the whole time, somebody shouted. He was not alone, he had a shaman with him, that is fraud. The inspector said, next. Wait, I said. Then I took the backpack off my shoulder and turned it upside down, and 794 plates of god armor came out and spread across the concrete around my feet. Please, I said, continue with the inspection. The silence lasted a satisfying length of time. Then Arthur, 5th ranked at that gate, said, where did you steal all of that? I did not defend. Myself. I read him the regulations. Does the administration require a hunter to explain his method? It does not. The recognized means of verification are the aura light, the lie detector, the memory continuity skill, and the forum reporting board. Your personal opinion is not on that list, is it? So the inspector, going slowly green, checked every one of those 794 plates 4 or 5 times each, which took a little over 2 hours, and then he got his revenge the only way he could. He announced the species out loud. Long-legged worm. All of them. Which told an entire plaza full of professional hunters who had traveled to this gate specifically because of the swarm, that a schoolboy had eaten their entire quarter. I felt something come up in me, and Sun Gao put 2 fingers on my wrist and said quietly, convergence point. Total. 800 points. Doubled for solo. 1600. 1 point is 1000 copper. That is 800,000 copper coins, which is over 60 silver, which is a sum I could not have accumulated in my first life if I had worked until I was 90. 1 point is also 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. 80 bottles. And then the arithmetic finished running and arrived at the last line, which is that half of it goes to the principal. I paid it without arguing, by the way. That is not virtue. Sun Gao and I were a long-term arrangement, and long-term arrangements die the first time somebody gets clever about a split. Then Arthur caught up with me in the plaza and invited me to combat arena. The reason is beautifully small. The top 5 ranked hunters at each exit receive a privilege, 10% extra on all copper payouts. On 800,000 copper, that privilege was now worth 80,000 to me, and I had just taken his spot. The inspector, when pressed, confirmed the 10% in a voice like a man passing a stone. You absolute snake, I said. You were going to keep my privilege money. You only qualify for it as of today. Oh, I said instantly. I am sorry. I have been poor for a long time, and it makes me speak harshly. Please forgive me. Combat Arena is the United Government's official venue for settling disputes between sequence users. You sign the stake before you go in, and the winner takes it. He offered silver. I said no. He offered potion. I said no. He offered 2 years of personal service and I told him I was too busy to raise a dog. Then he named a god hunting weapon called the blind knife, and Sun Gao's hand closed on my arm hard enough to leave a mark. You cannot buy those, not with money, not at any price. They are forged by sequence users for sequence users, and there is not one thread about them on any public forum. Then I asked the 2 questions that actually mattered. Are there spectators? None. Ever. The sequence users demanded total privacy, and the government agreed, because what happens in there is how people find out what your sequence really does. Surrender is 3 taps on the bracelet. And, would I be in trouble if I killed him? No, the administrator said, bored. Once you step onto combat arena, you are on your own. Sun Gao looked at Arthur after that with something close to pity. Arthur had come to reclaim a privilege. I had already decided to take his knife and everything attached to it. They let me test the blind knife first, and I have never held anything like it. It did not feel like a tool. It felt like the end of my arm. 1 cut blinds a god for up to 5 minutes. I said we could go immediately. And then the entire exit closed for the day because every hunter within earshot got on the bus. You can kill gods anytime, one of them explained, shoving past me. The arena near here only opens once a month. They filled the bus. They sat in the aisle. Somebody rode on the roof, and a man with suction pads on his hands attached himself to the underside of the chassis, and for one moment the driver's face went soft and far away, because for the first time in 10 years, his bus was full and noisy, and somebody was standing on the step, and it must have felt like the world before. The arena is a black cube with no windows. They keep the lights off because nobody usually comes, and the outside of the building shifts through colors when you move, like a soap bubble at dusk. The administrator yawned through the rules. Nothing is confiscated. There are no witnesses. Your life and your death are your own responsibility. Outside, Sun Ying was explaining to the crowd why Arthur could not lose. He is Phantom Assassin 2, she said. Level 2, not level 1. And he has the blind knife, because a skill that works on gods works just as well on people. Inside, the cube is white and empty and very quiet. The door had not finished closing when Arthur came at my back with his skill up, triple agility, double strength, shouting something about vermin paying the price for their ignorance. Let me give you the numbers, since he did not get to hear them. Level 3, dual metal, doubling everything, permanently on top of the level. Violence, tripling it again. 12 times a normal man. He had time for exactly one thought, and I know what it was because it was on his face. He realized that whatever was standing in that room with him was not Phantom Assassin at all. I got close enough to say thanks, and then I hit him once. I am going to leave it there. I will only tell you what I did afterward, because that part is the useful part. I put his own knife into his chest, through the heart, while there was still pressure in him, so that the wound would bleed the way a killing wound bleeds, and the story would read correctly to anyone who came in after. I remember thinking Lin Ru would have given me a thumbs up for that. I also had my excuse pre-written, because I always do now. Juan's school provided me with inadequate moral guidance, which has left me with a volatile temper. And there was one more piece of housekeeping. According to my fake sequence, a Phantom Assassin, who uses his skill, is helpless for 20 minutes afterward, which meant that the great and terrible Mei Wei was going to have to be carried out. 3 minutes after the door shut, it opened. The crowd was waiting for Arthur. What came out was a schoolboy soaked to the elbows with his eyes completely empty and a blind knife hanging from one hand. Arthur's squad ran inside. Then they ran back out and were sick in the yard. Then everyone else went in ones and twos, and the plaza in front of the arena became a very unpleasant place, and the administrator was throwing up while simultaneously trying to stop new people going in. Sun Ying did not throw up. She just stood there shaking and said, "You could have beaten Arthur in a minute. How did you do that?" At which point I sagged artistically onto Sun Gao's shoulder. He propped me up. He understood the entire performance, and he had watched me set every part of it, and he said into my ear, very warmly, "If you are going to pretend to be paralyzed after, line between life and death, at least commit. Where exactly are you finding the strength to grip that knife?" "I was thinking of cutting someone on the way home," I said, "to see whether the god-hunting weapon works on people." "No need," he said. "Every skill that works on gods works on humans. The reverse is not always true." The knife hit the ground very dramatically. He picked it up and kept it, since technically he had backed the stake. "Principal Sun, carry me on your back." "Carry you," he said. "Dream on." And he dragged me out of that plaza by one arm with the toes of my boots scraping through the concrete dust in front of 200 professional killers. "I never taught you to read," he said, hauling. "I certainly never taught you to do that. We have no teacher-student relationship whatsoever." The clerk at the administration read my total twice and then said it out loud as a question. The number of points to be claimed is 1,600. For reference, the top-ranked hunter at exit 38324 is a man called Derek, and Derek has a little over 300. They paid me 800,000 copper at the government exchange rate, 1 silver to 10,000, which is a fifth better than the street rate of 12,000. 80 silver coins, plus 80 bottles of sequence potion brought out on 4 separate trays by 2 people. I counted the coins twice and bit every single one of them, and by the end of it the clerks had started addressing me with the polite form. Outside, Sun Gao was practically skipping. 40 each. How wonderful. Then he stopped skipping. About the split. I do not really need the silver. No, I said. Here is what he had been doing in his head. 40 silver changes very little for a man in his position. 40 bottles of sequence potion would take him from level 3 to level 4. We agreed how to divide this before we went out, I said. The job is done. Are you going back on it now, at the counter, because the pile turned out bigger than you expected? He argued that 80 bottles of potion is a hot coal in the hands of a teenager, which is true. That is my business, I said. He wanted to take it. I could see him wanting to take it, and I want to be honest that if this had been a one-off, he probably would have, and it would have been a good decision. But I was the only thread he had, and he knew it, and I knew he knew it, so we compromised. He bought 8 bottles off me for his 40 silver. The official rate is 5 silver a bottle. The black market pays 7. Selling potion inside the safe zone is illegal for both of us, which is why the price is good. Then he gave me a warning that turned out to be worth more than the money. Your details are already up on the forum reporting board. Every hunter in this district knows a homeless teenager just walked out of that building with 80 bottles. 80 bottles of potion is a tempting cut of meat with legs. His advice was to sleep in cheap housing that does not require registration and change it every night. My solution was better. I moved into the school. It has cameras and a night guard, and 100% of the people who want to kill me would have to explain on record why they were on the premises. I thought, I said, you were going to invite me to stay at your place. My household is not suitable. Why? Because of Xiao? Sometimes it is one, said the principal of my school with dignity. Sometimes it is 3 or 5, and we rotate. Then he made me pay for the taxi. You are the richest teenager in this district, I said. I got my money out, he said, and the driver said he could not make change for 80 silver. We climbed over the school gates at 2 in the morning, and in the light of the corridor I finally got a proper look at my suit. It was in 3 layers. Dark green from the deformed armor scythe, red from 500 worms, dark red on top of that from Arthur. It looked like camouflage designed by somebody having a breakdown. I worked out that the principal's office had a shower because the man is fastidious and because his computer has a folder labeled Office on the desktop. How much of that, he said, did you actually watch? That night, I slept on a soft mattress for the first time since I came back from the dead. I used his towel and his toothbrush in the morning. It was probably kept there for a female colleague. I decided it evened out since I had sold him potion at a discount. Then the phone started and the collections began. Mei Ling arrived at school on Chen Lu's arm, and Chen Lu made a speech about how, for Ling's sake, perhaps I might let bygones be bygones. I leaned in and sniffed the air near both of them. I only went public the morning before last, I said, and in that time you two managed a night together and you tied that idiot to your arm before breakfast. I stepped back. I am a sequence user. My sense of smell is very keen. Then I threw my phone at Chen Lu. Call your uncle. Chen Xing, chief of the education department, is a man whose name has been used to end conversations in my district for a decade. He is also, per the national database, sequence, software, skill, soften, which makes his body flexible for 5 minutes. He was extremely warm to me on the phone. A hero of Huan's school, he called me. Then he told his nephew to sever all contact with that girl and apologized to me personally, and added that if I did not forgive him, the two families would no longer have any relationship at all. Chen Liu dropped her in the corridor, in front of everyone, in about 4 seconds. You said you would be with me for life, she said, with her hand still on his sleeve. Are you even a man? Better a woman, he said, than a corpse. Ling, I said. Congratulations. You have finally found yourself a clever man. She turned around and offered me the only currency she has left, which I will not detail, and I told her that it was nowhere near enough to settle what she owes, and that she should enjoy her last few peaceful days. The class moved their desks away from her over the next week. Her friends stopped saving her a seat, and somewhere in there, cornered and shrinking, she found the one soft place I have. She started paying attention to Teacher Fong and to Lin Ru. I did not notice that at the time. I was busy being rich. I cornered Teacher Fong about the money on a Thursday. She dodged for 20 minutes and finally said the treatment would cost, probably more than 1 silver coin. You scared me half to death, I said. I thought it was going to be dozens. Dozens? She stared at me. Child, for dozens of silver they would replace every organ you own. You have no concept of money whatsoever. So I turned out my bag onto the library counter, all 80 coins, on purpose, so she could see the whole pile and could not tell herself she was taking my last. Then I pushed 3 of them across the desk. She fought it. Of course she fought it. It took a while, and the reason she gave was the reason people always give, which is that she is old and has seen enough, and her voice went thin halfway through it because that is not true. Nobody wants to die if living is available. She was not choosing death, she was choosing the only option that was priced within reach. So I said the thing that ended it. In my heart, you are the only elder I have left alive. Lin Ru, without looking up from her book, said, just take it if he is giving it to you. I put the coins into the old woman's coat pocket myself. We are not letting somebody die, I said, with money still sitting in the bag. I tried the same trick on Lin Ru, and it did not work. I offered to cover her housing near whichever college she picked. As a loan, I said, generously, 1%. She laughed at me, actually laughed, which she almost never does. I do not think you can afford it, she said. And even if you could, I would never be able to pay it back. So I went and looked it up on the principal's computer, which I now use without asking. I walked in on him and a teacher and sat down at the desk anyway. Principal's son, Teacher Chen, please carry on. I am just looking something up. A one-room apartment near a college runs to hundreds of silver a year, and the average has been drifting toward a gold coin, and you have to reserve it before the results come out. Then I found the part that reorganized my understanding of the world. The 8 colleges are not for ordinary people. They were built for the children of the powerful and the wealthy who did not awaken a sequence. 4/5 of every intake is allocated in advance. What is left, the 1/5, is what everyone in my district is killing themselves over. And that is why all 8 sit inside the first 30 administrative areas, where your neighbor runs a bureau. Hundreds of universities exist for people like Lin Ru and me. Colleges were built for the people above us. We were never the customers. We were the decoration that makes the lottery look real. Lin Ru had worked all of that out years before I did. She had also worked out that if she borrowed to rent near a college, then even with a government job after graduation, she might not clear the debt in her lifetime. That is why she is aiming at the 2 weakest schools on the list. Not modesty, arithmetic, and a blind grandmother who cannot be left alone. Sun Gao chose that moment to lecture me about love, since he had an audience and a captive. Love is unreliable, he said. A husband and wife are not as close as you and I are right now. Doing one bad thing together binds people tighter than doing 1,000 good ones. Unless you have killed somebody together and disposed of the body together, you do not really know a person. He shook his head at me, kindly. But a good girl like Lin Ru would never do those things with you. I looked at the ceiling and said nothing at all. 2 days later, Chao Ming came to the school, and he brought Gareth. The official part was a formality, and Chao Ming made that obvious on purpose, which was the closest thing to a warning he could give me with a detective in the room. When he asked how exactly I had killed Arthur, he added, I am only asking out of curiosity. Only asking out of curiosity. Thank you. Do I have the right not to answer? Of course, he said, and closed the folder. Then Sun Gao produced a defense so beautiful, I nearly applauded. The real culprit here, he explained gravely, is the former dean of moral education who neglected an orphaned student for 6 years until the boy developed a volatile temperament. As principal, he had accepted personal responsibility. He had removed the dean. He had replaced him with a woman of unimpeachable character from the catering staff. And he had personally taken on the role of the boy's insurer in order to guide him. Absolute snake. I have never been prouder to be associated with anyone. Then Gareth asked to speak to me alone, and Chao Ming left the room with a speed I found educational. I have worked in the police department for 40 years, Gareth said, and in that time I have been deceived 5 times. You are the youngest. Then he laid my whole life on the table without a single piece of evidence. The internet cafe. He said he had never once imagined that an 18-year-old could be steering a local operator like Sun Xin rather than the other way around. Xu Guang. My alibi is perfect, he said, because I was in the school library less than 10 minutes after the fire started, and that alibi holds beautifully as long as I had not already been a sequence user at the time. The 3 burned bodies in the alley, crushed skulls, and a fire. Either one defeats a memory reading. Doing both means the killer did not know the rules, which means a beginner, which means someone from a district where nobody has access to real information. And all of it, he said, starting immediately after divine remains began disappearing from the bins at exit 5432. Then he leaned forward and told me what he actually wanted, and it was not what I expected at all. I do not care whether Arthur lives or dies, or Xu Guang, or 3 nameless bodies in an alley. He tapped ash off the cigar. There is one thing in this district I have ever been interested in: who took the divine remains, where he took them, and what he did with them afterward. And I understood sitting there that Alara's warning had been an understatement. He says he was born to be a criminal. He is wrong. He was born to be the man who catches them. That was the moment I decided I was going to have to kill him. And then he made his first mistake of the entire conversation. He suggested pleasantly that a second sequence assessment at the administration could clear all of this up, because there has not been a second assessment in this safe zone for 3 years. I went back to the database that night and pulled his file. Gareth Salius. Before the apocalypse, a station chief. After it, head of police for Safe Zone 45, then director of the department for Safe Zone 18. 6 months ago, transferred to Area 14121 as an ordinary detective. That is not a demotion. That is a meteor hitting a field. And unlike Sun Gao's file, which states his disgrace in plain administrative language, Gareth's file gives no reason at all. It is clean, it is blank. So the next time I saw him, I asked a harmless question first. Is there any network between safe zones? There is not. Only local networks. Between zones there is open ground and large deities walk on it, and nobody crosses. He confirmed it himself, patiently, the way you explain something to a child. Detective Gareth, I said, where did you come from? He went very still. Which safe zone are you from? Or somewhere else entirely, I said. Perhaps I should not call you Detective Gareth at all. The real Detective Gareth has never left this safe zone in his life. Here is how I knew. 3 years ago, there were mass protests by sequence users in this zone against repeat assessments, and the practice was abolished. It was the biggest political event this district has had since the sun went out. Any man who was serving in police leadership in those years knows it the way he knows his own address. He offered me a threat built out of a rule that has not existed for 3 years. We sat looking at each other for a while. I did not report you, he said eventually. I came to talk instead. I have no ill intentions. Detective Gareth, I said, I did not post your situation on the forum either. I have been sitting here talking to you with no ill intentions at all. He almost smiled. For what it is worth, I have never killed anyone. What a coincidence, I said. Neither have I. A pause. Except Arthur. He tried ideology last, which I think means he was out of levers. He said my sequence might be humanity's hope of striking back at the gods, and that he hoped I would cooperate. Cooperate with what? I said. Human trials? Or would I be going straight onto the slides? And then I said the only completely honest thing I said in that entire conversation. Do not talk to me about the hope of humanity. When I was living with no hope at all, not one human being came to save me. Until we meet again, he said at the door. Never again, I said. That was the most dangerous hour I have lived through since I came back, and I include the part where I got beaten to death. Sun Gao, when I told him, confirmed the scale of it. He had seen the United Government fly that man in to close serial cases. Things nobody could solve in a month, closed in 3 days. Then he read the 2 personnel files side by side like a professional. Look at mine, he said. It states exactly why I was demoted, which tells you that the people who destroyed me still felt the need to give the paperwork a plausible crime. He put Gareth's beside it. His is a blank sheet, which tells you he is in trouble so large that nobody could be bothered to invent a cover story. His advice was to not provoke him, not approach him, and stay as far away as physically possible. He provoked me, I said, and I am not allowed to provoke him? Then, offhandedly, he mentioned that he had personally checked my orphan records. Flawless, he said. I cannot even establish when you were abandoned. He looked at me over his glasses. Whatever is standing behind you must be very powerful indeed, and so must the trouble. Principal Sun, I said, I am the best in the world. Why would I need to reason with you? Chen Xing wanted to buy me dinner because Chen Xing had a special admission quota to sell. Here is what a quota is worth. 80% of them are handed out by the sequence administration and 20% by officials. And the smaller your district number, the more of them you get, which means the fact that a bureau chief out here in Area 14121 had one at all was already strange. Special admission is judged on hunting points and nothing else. For combat sequences, only solo points count. Support sequences can use squads of up to 3. And sequences like Scent Seeker are not eligible at all because, as Sun Gao put it, special admission exists to find spears and shields that can kill gods. The part that surprised me was that the student holds the leverage. If a school does not make you a good enough offer, you simply go elsewhere, and a university's ranking depends on its intake, and its funding depends on its ranking. Sun Gao told me about an admissions director who was demoted to cleaning the building over a bad recruitment year. I still asked the principal for 10 copper for the bus. You have 80 silver coins. Buses do not accept silver coins. He counted them out twice, going a strange color, and I got on the bus and the entire compartment recognized me and got off at the next stop as a group. When he fought Arthur, somebody explained to somebody else on the way out, he flattened Arthur's head. I would rather not sit near that in case he has an episode, which left me alone on a bus, rehearsing. Hey, Lao Chen. No. Too familiar. Hello, Chief Chen. Too official. Sounds like I want something, which I do, but he should have to work it out. Hello, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen. Yes. Warm, junior, slightly obligating. I want to note that I am extremely good at this. I spent 3 years of my first life licking the boots of Mei Ling for free. Professional experience counts. Hongyun is the only lit building for a kilometer in any direction, and Chen Xing was already there when I arrived, which told me plenty. There was braised pig's trotter on the menu. Is that, I said, the four-legged kind of pig? The owner looked at me. Pink skin, big ears, a snout, I said. I thought pigs were extinct. Pigs are not extinct, he said. Pork is expensive. Most people cannot afford it. 1,299 copper coins for one trotter. My weekly wage at the library was 10. Chen Xing opened negotiations by holding up 5 fingers. 5 bottles? 50 bottles, he said. So I told him what I had already been offered on the quiet market, which is 8 silver a bottle, and pointed out that Uncle Chen was proposing to take 400 silver from a homeless teenager in one sitting. He came down to 30, then 20, then he tried the argument he had clearly been saving. You are an orphan, he said reasonably. Who do you have to explain your money to? Uncle Chen, I said. Have you ever in your life seen an orphan from the edge of the safe zone awaken a sequence? Here is my diagnosis of that man, and it explains a great deal about how the safe zone works. Chen Xing is a career official who has never once stepped outside the wall. He has never seen a god. He therefore has no idea what 1,600 points actually represents, or what it means that a schoolboy killed a level 2 sequence user in 3 minutes on Combat Arena. A person can only gather information from inside their own field of view. His field of view stops at the wall, and it has made him poor at pricing danger, so I priced it for him. 5 bottles will take a newly awakened man to level 2, I said. 20 bottles will raise 4 people. Even at exit 38324, the biggest gate in this whole area, there are not 20 level 2 sequence users in total. They will do anything for potion. I smiled at him. If I put 5 bottles on the table, they would fight each other for the privilege of killing you. He went the color of the tablecloth. Of course, I added brightly. I would never let anyone kill Uncle Chen. There is no need. It would not be worth spending 5 bottles of sequence potion on a man over a single admission slot. His life, priced out loud, at less than 5 bottles. He heard it. His hands were flat on the table. We settled on 5. Then I beamed at him. Since Uncle Chen is willing to help me, dinner is on me. Boss, keep the trotter coming. I want to taste it. You are paying? Do not worry, I said. He is rich. The pork tasted like my first life, not like a delicacy. Like a Tuesday in a country that no longer exists, when I was a man with a job and a paycheck and no reason to think about any of it. That is the kind of food a person is supposed to eat. The bill was 1,532 copper. I put down a silver coin and discovered that nobody in the building could make change for it, including the bureau chief, so Chen Xing set me up an electronic account at Wang Bank through the forum and changed my silver at 12,000. At the education bureau, they typed my form in front of me. Address, wandering. You have nowhere to live? Uncle Chen, I said, I would never give you false information about my own special admission. Recommendation approved. Mei Wei has secured a place in the 2010 University Special Admissions Program. By the way, Uncle Chen, could you lend me 5 copper for the bus? I saw the other Chen Xing later that evening, by accident, when his brother Chen Jian dragged a beaten Chen Liu over to apologize, and the polite official evaporated. That gentle, cultured man is a costume. Underneath it is somebody who has spent his whole career being pleasant upward and has to put it somewhere. If he kills you, he told his own nephew, I will not be able to get justice for you. And then the instruction he gave the boy for life, which I think about more than I expected to. If anyone ever asks you about Mei Wei, you have exactly one answer. You do not know. You do not remember. You do not understand. Somewhere in that shouting, there was a detail I logged and did not think about because I was full of pork and pleased with myself. Chen Liu's mother has stomach cancer. She has been in the queue for surgery for 6 months on Chen Xing's connections, and somebody had just paid more and taken her slot. The next morning, there were 2 police cars at the school gate, and Chen Liu went white and had to sit down on the step because the word going around was that Mei Ling was missing. Gareth came straight to the principal's office. Do you think this school is a police station? I said. You are here every day. My alibi was perfect and I gave it flat. Between 7 and 7:30, I was on a bus from the Education Bureau. My witness is the chief of the Education Bureau. There is camera footage. Then he told me what had actually happened. At 7:30 the previous evening, Mei Ling's house burned down with her entire family inside it. Her body was not among them. Murder, then fire, said Gareth. Does that method sound familiar to you? It does, I agreed. It sounds exactly like the alley and exactly like Shu Guang. I looked at him. So all three were done by the same person, and since I could not possibly have done this one, I did not do the others either. I am innocent. I watched him work through it and arrive at nothing, and I watched a 40-year detective seriously consider whether I might have a cloning sequence or a delayed action kill. And then, somewhere under the enjoyment, I went cold. Because there was exactly one other person in the world with a motive. I went to the library with a carefully constructed question. Lin Ru did not look up from her book. I did it, she said, completely calm, turning a page. She tried to hurt me, so I killed her. Is there a problem? Another page. Her family kept causing me trouble, so I killed her family. Is there a problem with that? Are you all right? She actually looked up at that. It is done. Why would I be uncomfortable? 5 or 6 people, a girl who is first in the year, who lives with a blind grandmother, alone, without a scratch on her. I had the question in my mouth. How? How did you do it? What are you? What did I just find? And I did not ask because she has never once asked me what my sequence is. We had killed together and hidden bodies together, which by Sun Gao's rules makes us closer than a marriage. And we still had to keep a certain distance, and both of us knew exactly how far it was. I turned around and left. Behind me, she watched me go, and she smiled. 2 days later, a little girl came into the library who came up to about my knee, and her face was a mess. I am Fang Qiangqian, she said. My grandma is Fang Mei. She was beaten up at the hospital, and they took her money. Lin Ru was already standing. I will come with you. No need, I said. And then, because she was still standing, besides, do you not have to get home to your grandmother? She sat back down. That is the closest thing to an argument we have ever had. The hospital is 2 hours away by bus. I got on with the kid, discovered I had nothing smaller than a silver coin, and asked the nearest passenger for 10 copper. He was a sequence user, and he had opinions about being asked, which he expressed until I put my hand around the aluminum handrail and closed it. He produced the coins with both hands and told me it was fine. It really was. 10 copper was not worth being beaten over. Then Fang Qiangqian tugged my sleeve and admitted in a very small voice that she had money the whole time, but she saw me go straight to the back of the bus to find somebody, so she thought maybe we were riding for free. She fell asleep against my arm somewhere in the second hour. I spent that hour deciding to be reasonable. If the people who did this had real backing, I would negotiate. The operation matters more than my feelings. That was my position going in, and I want it on record so you understand that I did try. The hospital is beautiful and nearly empty. That is what happens when treatment gets expensive enough. The buildings get more elegant every year and the corridors get quieter, and you can hear your own footsteps for a very long way. There was a crowd outside a treatment room. Doctors on one side, 4 large men in a loose wall in front of them, and teacher Fong on the floor in her own blood. I put my hand over the little girl's eyes and gave her to a nurse. The nurse looked at my face and said kindly, "You are still young. Do not do anything impulsive." "Who are you?" said one of the large men. "I am the one who kills you," I said, "and does not get punished for it." The doctors had been telling the family for an hour that the old woman could not be saved, with the heavies standing there. Now that somebody had arrived who frightened them more, the truth came out fast. She could have been saved. Her scans were good. The operation would have worked. The injuries have made the operation impossible, and the cancer will finish what the beating started. During a recovery, she is not going to get. One of them raised a hand to a doctor to make him stop talking. I hit him once, and he went into the shelving. "Please," I said to the doctors in the quiet afterward, "go and save her. Money is not a problem. I will pay for everything." Then I looked at the remaining 3 and picked the one at the back. Softer hands, worse shoes, standing behind the muscle. "You are different from them," I said. "You look the least capable, so I assume you are in charge." I opened the forum on my phone. "Whether you live or die," I told them, "depends entirely on how catchy the story sounds when I post it." And that is the exact moment my phone rang. Chen Xing, calling about the potion I owed him. And the man in front of me shouted at the phone in my hand, "Brother, save me, Chen Jian, Chen Xing's own brother, Chen Liu's father, the man whose wife has stomach cancer and has been 6 months in a queue for the operating table, on his brother's connections." The queue that teacher Fong had just jumped, with 3 silver coins that I gave her. I stood in a hospital corridor and put those 2 facts together, and I did not know, and still do not know, whether the money I handed that old woman was money that saved her life or money that got her killed. Chen Xing took his brother apart on speakerphone. Who cares whether he is an orphan or not? He showed up, so he is one. With the money you have, you only got into that queue at all because of my connections. Then he asked me what it would cost. I said 5. He could not do it. Those 5 bottles were his own promotion, the thing he had squeezed a schoolboy for over pork. So I made him a better offer. Then do not concern yourself with Chen Jian's affairs at all, I said, and I will give you one more. 1 extra bottle of sequence potion to stand aside. His brother started shouting about their mother, about her last wishes, about family. And Chen Xing, who has spent a career being pleasant to people above him, thought about the tumor his brother's household had been on his life for 30 years, and said, "Handle it yourself. Tomorrow the management bureau and the police station may come to question you. I will see you the day after." Then he hung up. The first man I killed felt like a feast. The second felt like a banquet. This one felt like eating bread. I will not describe it. When it was done, I went through their pockets, and in one of them were 3 silver coins with a particular mint mark on them, and I stood there, holding my own money. I washed my hands in the hospital bathroom afterward, and looked at myself in the mirror over the taps, and the observation that came to me was not horror. It was, I am getting calmer and calmer. Then I called the Sequence Ability User Administration and turned myself in. I have just killed several people and I would like to report it. They injured my teacher. The penalty for a sequence user killing an ordinary person is 2 hunting points per body. I had 7. 14 points, deducted over 6 months, no financial component. I earned 1,600 in a single afternoon outside the wall. That is not a punishment, that is a subscription fee. The clerk who took the call heard my name and said, to somebody in the room with him, that if it was Mei Wei, then obviously there had been a murder, and then he read me a short statement about how we were all ordinary people once and must maintain a certain respect for life. I know, I said. I will remember that. And after I hung up, I heard him say to the room, "That kid is a black box. Nobody knows what is inside." The doctor told me there was exactly one person in that building who could still save her and that I would not get her, the hospital director, Sequence, healer. She had recently turned down the head of the Sequence Ability User Administration, personally, to his face. Then a nurse came down and said the director would like to see me. The 5th floor is hers, all of it. Her office has instruments in it I could not identify, half of them modified for a sequence rather than a pair of hands, and it smells like perfume instead of disinfectant. Chen Fenghe is somewhere in her 40s, rimless glasses, the sort of composure you only get by outliving several disasters. "She is only your teacher," she said. "Why are you this invested?" "I repay kindness tenfold," I said. "I also repay the other thing tenfold." Then I told her, before she could set terms, that I was not curious about her price. I was afraid of it. Because whatever she wanted, it was obviously not money, and it was obviously not potion, and that meant it was something I might not be able to give. She said, "I would like to have dinner with Sun Gao at the Hongyun restaurant. Could you bring him?" I want you to understand that I stood there for a good 3 seconds. I called him on the spot and handed her the phone. She said his name, and then she said, at considerable volume, that he was a heartless man. He hung up on her. I found out afterward what was happening on his end. The principal of my school was sitting on a camp bed with no clothes on, and he told the woman with him to roll, and then he changed the bedding onto the bunk where I sleep and said to the empty room, "Mei Wei, you really do know how to make trouble for me." Chen Fenghe threw my phone at the floor. I picked it up with genuine pain. That phone was taken in single combat. What I earn with my own hands is mine. Then I called him back, and this time I did not argue with him. I told him about 10 copper coins a week. I told him that when I had nothing at all, other parents brought that old woman gifts to get the library job for their own children, and that she turned them down and gave it to the orphan, and that during the long holidays when the school canteen was shut, those 10 copper a week were the reason I did not starve. Then I asked him the only question that was going to work. "One day you will be in trouble, and you will need my help. When that day comes, would you rather I handed you a few bottles of sequence potion to settle our accounts? Or would you rather I came at it the way I am coming at this?" There was a long silence on the line. "Fine," said Sun Gao. 10 bottles of sequence potion. Chen Fenghe snatched the phone out of my hand. "You are charging the boy a fee to have dinner with me?" The line went dead. "Sun Gao has died again," she said to nobody. "Dean Lin," I said carefully. "You may want to calm down, or your hand will shake later when you are holding the scalpel." "I do not use scalpels," she said, "when I operate." Gareth arrived at that hospital about an hour after I left it. He heard the name, said, "Mei Wei again? That boy is everywhere," and went upstairs. And on the way, he passed an open door where a teenage boy was packing his dying mother's belongings into bags because Chen Xing had cut the family off and the room was no longer being paid for. Gareth felt nothing at all. He has seen too many of these. That is not cruelty, it is wear. What he did feel was the shape of a lever. The more you have on him, he told Alara that evening, the stronger the relationship. His instruction was precise. Follow Chen Liu and his mother. If somebody comes to kill them, do not intervene. Record it. 2 lives, he said, are not that important. If you can trade them for evidence that cannot be argued with, you will have completed your assignment successfully. The carrot was a transfer back to the Sigma district. The stick was that he knows her real sequence is not the one in her file. So Alara stood between 2 predators and made the only move available to her, which was to try to arrange for nobody to die at all. She went to a public phone in a lobby, complained loudly about a flat battery, and called the switchboard of a high school. I have to stand you up tonight. I am sorry, she said, for the benefit of everyone within earshot. There is a case at the hospital. I have to work overtime. Sun Gao relayed the message to me looking deeply confused, and I had it inside 10 seconds. That is a warning, I said. Do not go near Chen Liu. The police are already watching him. Who was it? A friend, I said, who does not want to be one. Then I thought about it and said, it is fine. Chen Liu has not graduated yet. Even if I wanted to remove him permanently, I would have to wait until after the college entrance exam. Sun Gao put his cup down. You genuinely intend to kill Chen Liu. Obviously. What happens if he awakens a sequence one day? You are 18 years old and you kill people constantly, he said. I do not know who taught you that. Principal Sun, I said. It is all thanks to the excellent education at our school. The operation went ahead. It went well. The dinner date was set for the following week. And then, right at the end, while he was tidying his desk, Sun Gao said the most dangerous sentence anyone had said to me in a month in a completely casual voice. Your potion is in my office. I can tell at a glance whether any is missing. He did not look up. You have not drunk a single bottle in all this time, which means you do not need it at all. He had opened my locked drawer and counted them. I said nothing, and he let it go on his own. I am not that curious about your secret, he said. By my estimate, about 1 in 10 sequence users has one. Yours is simply larger than most. I paid the 10 bottles. The standing arrangement stayed the same, my points, and the money split down the middle. Dean Lin, I said at the door. Does she have a complicated background? Sun Gao looked at me for a moment. Then he picked up his coat and walked out of his own office without answering. I woke up to 21 missed calls from a number I did not know, which turned out to belong to He Bing. You kidnapped me, he said, by way of introduction. Do you remember? Yes. The nephew. The one who hung from a tree for 2 hours. Chao Ming had been arrested at his own dinner table, in his own home, for embezzling sequence potion. Which is nonsense, and I could prove it to myself in about 4 seconds. If that man had been stealing potion, he would never have bothered running a forged identity racket out of an anonymous chat room for 1 silver a customer. Reselling stolen potion pays 10 times better and carries the same sentence. And the sentence is the interesting part. Stealing 1 bottle is prison. Stealing 10 is execution. Then Gareth called. I need your alibi, he said, and we bickered for a while, and then he said, Chen Liu is dead. He died in an alley with his mother. I was still processing that when he added the second thing. The policewoman I quietly assigned to protect them is also dead. Alara, the woman who had lied to me 3 times in a wood and then put her pistol down on the path between us. The woman who called a school switchboard to warn a boy she did not owe anything to. Somebody had killed a sequence user, a civilian and a dying woman in one alley, and had done it while an old detective was watching from 2 streets away. The next morning's calendar said, auspicious for transactions, inauspicious for visiting the sick. I went to the hospital anyway, because if I do not go and see Teacher Fong, she will assume the worst and probably arrange to die out of politeness. On the bus, I ran the list. Lin Ru? Alara was a sequence user, and Lin Ru is not. Whoever did that had a combat sequence, and Gareth himself playing the thief who shouts, "Stop thief!" Then I stopped, because I noticed I was not thinking clearly, and I noticed why. I was tired. Not dramatically, just tired, the way you get. They gave me an hour with Cao Ming in a room on the 3rd floor with 4 sequence user guards on the door and every word recorded. He was shaking with rage, which is not what I expected. The recordings show him as the only person who entered the potion store that day. There is no evidence at all that he sold any, and the amount is exactly 10 bottles. Exactly the line where prison becomes execution, and he was scheduled to be promoted to director of the administration the following week. I gave him the piece he was too angry to see. They did not frame you for the potion, I said. They framed you for me. The plan assumed that a boy who just banked 1,600 points would send his fixer a thank you gift. They expected to find it in your house during the search. He went gray. So you and I, he said slowly, have been watched for a long time. Then, for the benefit of the microphones, he asked me to testify that I had taken 10 bottles more than the paperwork showed, which was a bad plan, and he knew it, and he said it anyway to burn it publicly, and underneath, in his eyes, the actual conclusion. Since they treat me as a pushover, I will play along, he said. You do not put out a fire by pouring in more water. You deal with what is burning. I walked into the police station of my own accord that afternoon, because you may as well. Gareth poured me tea, yellow, in a glass. A little different, he said, from the tea you Chinese people prefer. There is no such thing, I said, as a Chinese country or a European country anymore. He conceded that with a tilt of the head, and then he told me the truth, which he does far more often than is good for me. If you did not have a solid alibi, he said, I would have reported you, had you arrested, and extracted a confession by whatever means were necessary. That is quite subjective, I said. It does not sound like something a police officer says, so I offered him a theory. Chen Liu and his father murdered the Mei family. Mei Ling escaped the fire, awakened a sequence in the process, and came back for revenge. Gareth looked at me over the rim of his glass. Are you telling me a myth? Then he took it apart with one question, and it was the right question. If Mei Ling has come back for revenge, he said, why has she not killed you along the way? What makes you think she could? Throw your damn suggestion down the toilet, said Gareth. On my way out, I heard him on the phone in his office, reporting upward to somebody, and the tone was entirely different. Yes, I will do my very best to solve it. I paid Chen Xing his 6 bottles the next morning, 5 for the quota, 1 for standing aside while I killed his brother. He took them with both hands and could not look at me. It was already unbelievably bold of you, he said, to kill Chen Liu, a student. I never imagined you would dare kill a police officer. Am I insane? I said. You think that to kill Chen Liu, I would go through a police officer? He did not believe me. That is fine. Nobody believes me when I tell the truth. It is the most reliable law in my life. What I did give him on the way out was an honest assessment because I had decided I was never going to need him again. You are not careful when you should be, I said, and you are far too careful when you should not be. Men like that miss every opportunity and catch every problem. He stamped off down the corridor. Then I lost the principal. He caught me going through his archive again, and I crushed his mouse in my fist from sheer surprise, and he made a comment about how a man who peeps every day will grow a sty. I paid him his 10 bottles. I asked him to be my insurer for the next hunt, and Sun Gao stopped moving and asked the question I had been steering around for 2 weeks. I have not done any of this for silver or potion, he said. Where is the deceiver you promised to find for me? I did find somebody, I said, but that person is already dead. Can a dead person speak? And then he worked it out himself, watching my face. The policewoman, yesterday. He came around the desk and put his face about a fist's distance from mine, and I have seen that man be frightening exactly once, and this was it. So you already knew she was deceiver. You knew the whole time, and you never told me. And now that she is dead, now you mention it. His voice did not rise at all. I have dealt with you in complete sincerity. Is this how you play me? He straightened up. Mei Wei, you have really hurt me. And then, get out. Do not appear in front of me again. I want to be fair to him here, because it is my own account, and I could lie. He was right. I had been holding Alara as a bargaining chip, keeping her in reserve to trade for something better later, and while I was busy being clever, she got killed in an alley. I did not withhold her out of strategy. I withheld her out of habit. I carried my box of potion out of that school and went back to the internet cafe storage room, and Sun Xin met me at the door practically glowing. I put a folding bed in the warehouse, he said, in case you ever came back and had to sleep on the floor again. So I went hunting alone. No insurer, no cover story, and a route I am rather proud of. I went out through the little gate at 89757 and then walked along the outside of the wall to 38324 so that nobody at the big exit would see me arrive. Because here is the thing I had worked out by then. The dangers outside the wall can be prepared for. They are large, they are loud, and they behave according to rules. The dangers inside the wall arrive at 2:30 in the morning through your ceiling. I opened the sandworm scale and listened, and knew immediately that it was not going to be worms, iron helmet rat fleas, fist-sized, armored like a boilerplate, and they come in thousands. 9 out of 10 do not carry a plate at all, which makes them the least profitable god in the catalog by a wide margin. I fought them anyway, because scale is expensive and finding gods on purpose is hard, and because this was probably the last or second to last time I would ever have that bottle. The first swing of the blind knife did not cut one in half. It stuck. And that one had no plate, so I had just spent my opening move on nothing. Then it got worse because they share a mind. Not a swarm, a committee. Some of them hang off your legs while others take your arms, and a third group waits, patiently, out of your line of sight, for you to turn your back. 20 minutes in, I was soaked through and killing one every 3 to 5 seconds, and there were 2 or 3 hours of them left, so I spent violence, and for 10 minutes I was the worst thing that has ever happened to that species. The knife went through armor like wire through soft cheese. I took out a third of the swarm, and then it ended, and my whole body filled with wet cement, and the ways out were covered by several thousand fleas standing between me and the horizon, which is when I got interested, because a formation implies a decision implies a mind. And if there is a mind, they are guarding it, which means I can find it by looking for wherever they are packed most tightly. Second, violence of the day. I cut a corridor toward the densest part of them, and about 40 seconds in, the knife bounced off one entirely unremarkable flea. Hello, darling. There you are. Its plate had rings on it in layers, dozens deep, like the rings of a felled tree. The price for that was ugly. The second use of violence in one day cost twice as much on the way out, and I lay on frozen ground, unable to lift my arm, while a leaderless swarm lost interest in me entirely and wandered off toward the smell of the scale. 2,000 fleas, under 300 plates. Then I tried to eat one, and this is the part that ruined my month. The shell does not come off. You have to pick the meat out like a crab, and a fist-sized god yields a scrap the size of a fingernail, less rewarding than crayfish. So I tried swallowing one whole, armor and all. It opened my throat on the way down. I coughed blood into the dirt for a while, and lay there thinking, we have taken a substantial loss today. And for the next stretch of my life, I spoke in a hoarse whisper, and every time I raised my voice, the cut opened again. At the inspection queue, squads gave up their day's hunting to come and look at me. Somebody recognized the knife. Besides Arthur, who else has a blind knife? And Arthur is not going to be using his. They let me go first. They stood 3 paces back. The same inspector who had made me wait 2 hours now checked my plates with great enthusiasm and considerable haste, and when I had 266 of them on the counter, I reached into my pocket and put down the commander. He had to go and get a different instrument for it. 185, he said, in the voice of a man reading a phone number he does not believe. 451 points for the trip. The crowd did the arithmetic out loud. If he was level 1 when he did that to Arthur, they said, he must be level 4 now, maybe 5. Every verification passed. Total, 2,502 god hunting points. Rank, 183,380. And I stood there staring at that number and felt genuine, uncomplicated rage. 2,500 points, and I cannot even crack the top 200,000. What is standing at the front of that line? What kind of creature is treating gods like poultry? Because if killing gods were that easy for that many people, would somebody kindly explain why we all still live in a box? Outside the gate, the beggars were more numerous than the flea swarm had been. I stood and looked at them for a while, because looking at them is looking at myself 11 weeks ago, and because I have never once forgotten that none of this is a reward for my virtue. A bird in the sky opened one eye in a school corridor. That is the entire explanation. I raised one finger and rasped, one meal, one room. 2 men got to me before the rest of the crowd had finished processing it, and they got the work. The room had a bath and a laundry. The restaurant man heard my voice and did not bring me the expensive braised thing on the board. He brought a bowl of noodle soup with soft fish in it, because I sounded like a man with a damaged throat. The hotel man refused to charge me for the coat he could not get the blood out of. 700 copper for the lot. Both of them were careful, and neither of them was greedy, and greed is what usually gets people killed around me. I took their contact details. That night, on the forum, I found a post that had been up for a week. City 141 Outstanding God Hunting Newcomer Report Summary. City 141 is 100 safe zones, from 14,100 to 14,199. On Monday, there is a remote conference with the mayor, the deputy mayor, the head of the sequence administration, every district head, and the top newcomer from each district. And in the delegation list for each district, 1 line, 2 staff members from the local administration, 2 seats, which means 2 seats I can put a person into. The other thing about that post is that it had been up for 7 days, and the undisputed number 1 newcomer in this district had not been notified by anyone. Somebody was letting the clock run. I went back to see Chow Ming in his cell with a plan, and he refused it before I finished the sentence. They have no evidence, he said. I can handle my own problems. You are too slow, I said. He started explaining the legal position again. You are too slow, I said, and then I gave him the 8 words that changed his face completely. If you do not attend, I will not go. Because I am the number 1 newcomer of this district, and my absence is not my problem. It is the district's problem, and the administration's problem, and it is a very public problem in front of a mayor. He sat back on the bench and looked at me for a long moment. And then he did the thing that told me we were finally working together properly. He stopped calling me Student May. Our time is precious, I said. Old Sao. Friendships get deeper when people owe each other favors. 902 points at the counter, 45 bottles of potion, 450,000 copper, minus the 14 points of financial penalty for the 7 men at the hospital, 43 silver and 7,000 copper into the account. He Bing watched them count it out with the expression of a man watching a natural disaster. His 5-man squad works 2 or 3 days for a handful of points. I come back from the wall like a man doing bulk purchasing, and when I got to the storage room, Sun Shin had built a shower cubicle onto the outside wall. Mr. Sun, I said, you are very thoughtful. At 2:30 in the morning, my own body woke me up. That had never happened before. I was lying on a folding bed in a storage room with no idea why I was conscious, and then I heard a soft crackling above me and looked up. Something was burning a cone-shaped hole through the roof, not cutting, melting in a perfect circle from a red-hot point. Then a glowing green liquid came through the hole and hit the floor, and where it landed, a vine grew out of nothing, and the air went thick and sweet and started to taste like metal. Forger, on the roof to open it. Poisoner, to fill it. I was 2 steps from the door when I stopped, because if 2 of them are on the roof, then the door is where the rest of them are. So I looked up instead and did the arithmetic. Both of those sequences are support. Neither of them can fight at conversational distance. Neither of them has any reason at all to expect a man on the floor of a 10-meter-high warehouse to be a problem for them. I punched straight up through the ceiling. I got both of them, and then I dropped them through their own hole into the room, and while they were falling, I heard the crew outside talking. That warehouse is 10 meters high. Even with Desperate Strike at level 3, Mei Wei could not jump up there. Correct, he could not. I got their names off them and pulled the squad up on the forum in about a minute. Bob Hunter, the poisoner. Fu He, the forger. Captain Sun Ying, thrower, who had stood outside the combat arena a month earlier telling everyone why Arthur could not lose. Wang Qizheng, restrainer. And Johnson Smith, warrior. The plan writes itself. Restrain him, poison him, and let the 2 heavies finish it. That was the third, violence, in 24 hours. And if you have been keeping track of what the second one costs, you will understand that I was working on credit. I went off the roof onto the restrainer first, because a man who can hold you still is worth more than a man who can hit you. Then the captain. Then I put Johnson Smith down with the captain's own spear. Then I did the housekeeping, which took longer than the fight. I wiped my prince off the shaft and pressed the dead captain's right hand around it. I let the poison fog settle over all 5 of them so the timeline would read correctly. I stood in that fog myself, on purpose, until my head swam and my eyes streamed, and I looked exactly like a boy who had been gassed in his sleep. Then I called the administration myself. 5 dead sequence users in 1 night is the worst incident in the recorded history of Safe Zone 1421. They sent the director of the administration, a man named Gao Ji. They also sent Gareth, obviously. He is a constant, like weather. My statement was delivered pale, hoarse, poisoned, and pitiful. All 5 came for my potion, and Johnson Smith decided halfway through that he did not want to split it and killed his own team. There was a pause. Is that reasonable? Said the investigator. That is true, said Gao Ji, who had already decided what this evening was going to be about. Then he cleared the room. His offer was clean. He would not dig into any of this. In exchange, I would stop trying to get into the delegation for the City 141 conference because, as he put it, the 2 administration seats have already been decided. Then he added the threat mildly. Consider the lie detector. Could you withstand it? And I laughed at him, which hurt my throat. Because the lie detector and the memory continuity test may only be applied when sufficient evidence already exists. Otherwise, it is a conversation and a holding cell, exactly like the one Cao Ming is sitting in right now. They are not choosing to be gentle with him. They cannot do anything else. They have nothing. It is not that they do not want to arrest me, I said. It is that they cannot. He tried one more. Even if you do not attend, we can send the second-ranked newcomer instead. And I laughed so hard that the cut in my throat opened again and I had to spit blood onto the floor of my own crime scene. How many points, I said, does the second-place player have? He did not answer. Go on. How many points does the second place have? Nothing. Does the second place have even 1/10 of mine? The 5th-ranked hunter at the biggest exit in this region finished her career with 240 points, and she was lying in the next room. I have 2,502. You cannot substitute me. That is the entire negotiation. There is no second product on the shelf. Gaoji went away to think, and I sat down on a crate in a poison storage room and coughed for a while. That was the day I understood the actual rules of the safe zone, not the laws, the rules. Nobody in this place is punished for what they do. They are punished for what can be proven in the presence of somebody who wants to prove it before a person more important than them decides the matter is closed. Which means power here is not strength. It is being the only person who can supply something. I sold gods. I was the only supplier. And for the first time since the sky opened its eye, I stopped thinking of myself as a boy hiding a secret and started thinking of myself as a business with an inventory problem. Gao Jie deflated in front of me. In all of City 141, he said almost to himself, there has never been a sequence user with thousands of hunting points. The mayor should know me, I said. Then I repeated my terms, because there was only one clause. If Old Cao does not attend, I do not attend. and I walked away from the director of the administration to go and talk to a detective. Gareth put his hand out. I kept mine in my pockets. I know you killed them, he said comfortably. I have evidence. I have not given it to the administration. Does that count as goodwill? Then he took my staging apart in under a minute, and I want to record it because it is the finest piece of work anybody has ever done at my expense. The spear shaft carries the captain's right palm print, and only that. But Sun Ying was left-handed, which is not a guess. It is on the forum in her own training clips, throwing left-handed dozens of times, and the force is wrong. Johnson Smith had hard, which reinforces the bones. His captain could barely have got a spear into him. That spear came out of the back of his skull. I stood there absorbing the fact that I had been caught, and I noticed that I was not entirely unhappy about it. I do not lack friends. I especially do not lack friends like Gareth. But I had to admit that the man goes straight into the heart every single time. And then somebody shouted from the storage room. They had found 2 bottles of sequence potion in Johnson Smith's bag, and the residue on them matched 2 murders in neighboring safe zones, and the city had bounties out on both. 48 points and 50 points. I watched the smile leave Gareth's face and arrive on mine. Excuse me, I said. Then I turned around and announced to the room that I had killed Johnson Smith, and I delivered Gareth's analysis word for word as my own proof. That the captain was left-handed, that the print on the shaft is a right palm, that Johnson had hard, and no ordinary thrower could have driven a spear through him, and that a level 3 phantom assassin could, like me, I said. And I nodded to Gareth in front of everyone, in thanks. He flicked his cigar away and left without a word. Gao Ji was going purple. You said nothing at all a minute ago, and the instant you hear there is a bounty on Johnson and that you will not be prosecuted and can actually collect points for it, you run out of the room? I said. The evidence was airtight. He brought in an undying and a scent seeker and worked the scene personally and found precisely nothing because, as I heard him mutter, not everyone is born a detective like Gareth. And then he had to go and report to the mayor that the #1 newcomer of Area 14121 had closed a city-level case. I stood next to him while he did it. Yes, Mr. Mayor, you are quite right. He is practically a god-hunting genius. Yes. Good. Do not worry. He will absolutely be able to attend tomorrow. I bowed to him when he hung up. Thank you, Director, for reporting the facts. Although whether I attend tomorrow still depends entirely on your decision, Director. 10 minutes later, Cao Ming called me from outside a cell. I could not ask him what I actually wanted to know, because his phone was certainly still being listened to, so I asked around it. Who had contacts with the dead policewoman? He got the real question instantly. Who introduced Alara for the forged sequence? And he answered me in code. He invited me to dinner, for braised pig's trotter. The way I had eaten it, he said, with Chief Chen Xing of the Education Bureau. Chen Xing, the polite man with the flexible body. Deceiver. The man who set Sun Gao up, took his career, took his wife, and put him in a school at the edge of the world to rot. I went to the school and sat down at the principal's computer without being invited, which he hates, and said one word, Chen Xing. What? The person you are looking for is very probably Chen Xing. He was quiet for a second. Then he went and washed his face and put on a clean shirt and came back and said, Lin Mei, and the entire argument was over. His plan was not an interrogation. Kill him, he said. Then I bring in a friend from the undying sequence to read his memory, quick and clean. He shrugged. Mine can go back 2 or 3 years. You have friends again? Did you genuinely think, said Sun Gao, that I was a useless piece of garbage who could be steered from beginning to end with no contingency at all? I said I wanted to see the finished plan before I moved. He said he wanted one more hunting trip first because, and I quote, what is the point of getting up early if there is no profit in it? Then he looked at the city conference post over my shoulder and snorted. A bunch of shrimp, he said. Look how pleased with themselves they are. My throat healed overnight, which is not normal, and I made a note to worry about that later. Cao Ming collected me in a car, an actual car. There is one in this district, and it belongs to the district chief, and I nearly gave myself away standing in front of it with my mouth open. Never seen a car before? He said. You are 18. The conference room had Pan Yuguang in it, chief of Area 14121, hair combed flat, smelling of pomade, who greeted me warmly and explained that he had been so busy he had forgotten to tell me about the city meeting. Not at all, I said. Even Director Gao was too busy to inform me. It is completely understandable that you forgot as well. Cao Ming sat at the far end of the table. I put my head back in the chair and slept for an hour until somebody woke me up, and I want it noted that I had to wipe my own drool off my chin in front of the district leadership. I could do that because of a simple structural fact. I have 2,500 points and a special admission quota, which means the district cannot give me anything and cannot take anything away. We are 2 parallel tracks that happen to be in the same room. Then the screens came on. 100 cameras, 1 per district, and the mayor of City 141 in the center of them, Lin Wei. The first speaker was the newcomer king of Area 14,100, a young man named Lin Jie, who shares a surname with the mayor, which I noticed and filed under obvious. He spoke for a while about hard work. My points are not the highest, he said, but every one of them was earned through effort, unlike certain people who slaughter huge numbers of long-legged worms, which are barely gods at all, and rely on luck. This shortcut-seeking approach is, frankly, shameful. I brought my hand down on the conference table and it came apart. 100 districts heard that. Zoom in on the camera in Area 14121, I said. Nothing happened. So in this meeting, all I am permitted to do is sit and be insulted, with no right to reply, I said. Would it not be more comfortable for all of you to belittle me behind closed doors? The mayor turned my camera on and apologized personally. Lin Ji, who did not know when to stop, went again. Picked up the points by chance, found the plates by luck, killed the wanted criminal by accident, presumably. Mayor Chen, I said, if he insists on insulting me at this level, I will simply have to take him to the combat arena. Fine, he said, I will go. And the mayor, sounding extremely tired, said, Old son, do me a favor and tell him to stop talking. An official at the edge of that room raised his left hand, and his left hand turned into a clock, and the newcomer king of Area 14100 folded up on the floor and was carried out. Then the mayor invited me to speak, and I gave the only speech of my life so far, and every word of it was aimed at one man in the corner of my own room. I opened by telling 100 districts that if the United Government had not provided free meals at my school, I would have starved to death years ago. You could hear the officials adjusting their expressions. Somebody asked my current total. 98 bounty points had landed that morning. 2,600, I said. 100 screens made a noise at once, and then I spent the rest of it building a monument to Cao Ming. Without Section Chief Cao, I said, I would not have 2,600 points. I would not have 26. My parents gave me life. The United Government raised me, and Section Chief Cao taught me, and I bowed to him, on camera, in front of the mayor of City 141. Everyone in that room who knew anything knew it was a lie. I had an insurer, and it was not him. But nobody could say so out loud without explaining how they knew, and nobody wanted to explain how they knew. Then I set the hook. If I am specially admitted to a good university, I said, and if I achieve anything at all, I will always remember Section Chief Chao's kindness, which is a sentence with a price tag on it, and the mayor read it correctly in about a second, and the deputy mayor proposed that the theme of the next city conference should be studying the Cao Ming method of cultivating god-hunting talent. In one meeting, Cao Ming stepped out from under his district entirely. Pan Yuguang's face nearly hit the floor. Gao Ji's went with it. And Cao Ming looked at both of them with an expression I had not seen on him before, which was ice. He had never touched either of them. They had tried to have him executed for something he did not do. He was not going to forget that. In the car afterward, he warned me about Chen Xing. He has serious backing. You do not simply obtain a special admission quota. And when he ordered his forged sequence, the broker was somebody from the Sigma district. He glanced at me. Nobody out here calls it Area 18. They call it the Sigma district. It is where they collect the talented, and neither you nor I get invited. His advice, do not touch Chen Xing at the weekend. You have no idea who he meets at the weekend. I bought him pig's trotters, and then I walked him to the school gate and gave him 10 bottles of sequence potion. For the sandworm scale, I said. Without that, I would still be playing in the mud behind a school. The principal's office was clean. No perfume in it, no visitors, no folder open on the desktop. It feels, I said, as though nobody has been invited in here to stretch their legs for several days. He did not look up. Could it be that Chen Fenghe criticized you? Have you actually reformed? He threw a stapler at me, and then, unexpectedly, he explained himself, which he almost never does. I am in so much trouble I can barely carry it, he said. I have not contacted her in years because I did not want to drag her into it, and then you turned up and dragged her in for me in a single phone call. He rubbed his eyes. I did not even tell her that I intend to kill Chen Xing. And you are not worried, I said, that your business will get me killed? Because you did not just tell me. You put me in the middle of it. We argued for a while, and it ended with me being physically kicked out of the office for a remark about Dean Lin's charm, which I stand by. Lin Ru was in the library working through problems without a single pause, the way she does, like something with a motor in it. Before I could open my mouth, she said, I killed him. I sat down slowly. I was worried about you and Teacher Fong, so I went to the hospital with you, she said, still writing. I dealt with it on the way back. Then she smiled at me sweetly. You are welcome. Chen Liu, his mother, and Alara, who was a registered sequence user with a service weapon. She was watching me closely, Lin Ru said, when I asked about the policewoman. If I had not killed her, I might not have got away. How? There is a book in the library called 100 Ways for Ordinary People to Kill Sequence Users. She turned a page, methods 7, 15, and 82 combined, and then, without any change in tone at all, if I wanted to kill you right now, I could probably do it about 9 ways. I asked her why Chen Liu. She tried a joke first. Because I like you. If you are going to lie to me, at least construct something plausible. That is an insult to my intelligence. Teacher Fong told me, she said, that when Mei Ling used to talk to you like that, you would believe anything she said. Times have changed. Then she gave me the real answer, and the floor went out from under me. Because he was going to awaken his sequence ability that night. Not might. Was. She can see it. She can see who awakens and when before it happens. That is her sequence. That is how she knew about Chen Liu, and that is why a first-in-the-year student with a blind grandmother has been walking around this district for years, being the most dangerous person in it. And she can see the same thing about me, or rather, she cannot. I have met a lot of sequence users, she said, watching my face. I have never been able to work out when you awakened yours, so you must have secrets. Why have you never registered? There is no record anywhere of a sequence like mine, she said, which means I might be the only one. How could I possibly announce that? She shrugged. Living quietly with my grandmother is quite nice too. I asked the last question. Why help me at all? I feel a strange sense of familiarity with you. That is an extremely thin reason. Believe it or not, she said, and went back to her equations. We agreed to keep each other's secrets, which we had already been doing for weeks without saying so. But there is one question I asked her that afternoon that she never answered, and I still think about it. Why did you dare tell me yours? Teacher Fong started recovering, and her family wanted to thank me in person, which I dodged by leaving a message at the front desk like a coward. Her granddaughter's college problems stayed on my desk, though. Single rooms do exist at those colleges. They are reserved for the children of alumni, which means what Lin Ru actually needs is not money at all. She needs an influential graduate willing to sponsor her. I told her I would look into it. She said, which from her is a whole conversation. Then Cao Ming called with news that made me put my food down. The city had assigned him a case, the theft of divine remains from the bins at exits 114514 and 89757. The bins. The first thing I ever did. Somebody pulled strings, he said. Got in touch with the leadership of the Sigma district and had them lean on the city. A pause. You know the person, Detective Gareth. Of course I do. It is always Gareth. Sun Gao, when I told him, was almost bored. That case has no deadline attached, he pointed out, which means nobody has to solve it. You hold meetings, you organize operations, you report progress. Cao Ming is not in danger from that assignment. He is going to be promoted off the back of it. Which is true, and which is exactly why I could not leave it alone, because a case with no deadline is a case that runs forever, and I intended to close it permanently using somebody else's hands. And I decided not to plan it with Cao Ming and not with Sun Gao. Neither of them has real leverage over me, which means at some point, if the price were right, either of them might decide to take the credit and hand over the boy. Human nature does not survive that kind of test, and I have stopped asking it to, so I took it to Lin Ru. Before any of that, Sun Gao owed me a hunt. He refused initially, at volume. Absolutely not, he said. I will not go deeper with you. Out of the question. And the next morning he was at the gate in his suit because I had mentioned Chen Fenghe. After today, he said, you can no longer make me do things by threatening to tell Chen Fenghe about them. We went 5 kilometers out. The ruins thin, and then they stop, and after that there is a plain with craters in it and nothing else at all in any direction. On the way, I stopped to kill an eagle-eyed black-footed ant for a single point, which he complained about bitterly. Even the smallest one is still meat, I said. Why would I leave it? He said we were going back. He actually said the words, and turned around. And a bird several stories tall came out of the sky and swallowed me whole. Ghost-faced heron. Mid-sized deity. I want you to understand the gap that name represents. Everything I had killed up to that point was a small deity. Small deities are what the entire economy of this safe zone is built on. A mid-sized deity is the thing hunters describe in the past tense about people they used to know. From outside, Sun Gao swore at the sky. He told me later exactly what he was thinking. I told him not to come out this far. He deserves to be eaten. And then he did not leave. The mask came up through his face. 4 hounds condensed out of the dark and went for the wings. And then he cut his own hand and painted the mask with his own blood, and it turned crimson, and I am told it was more frightening to look at than the god was. Here is what the fat, greasy, middle-aged pervert who runs a school at the edge of the world can actually do. He ran level with the flying god. He brought up vines as thick as a man's thigh and dragged it down out of the air. And then he put both palms on the ground and opened a circle of earthbind tens of meters across, red as a wound, which he later described to me as many times stronger than the one he had used to hold my ankles in his office. His own assessment of himself shouted through a mask with sweat running out of the eye holes. This garbage, shaman sequence, has no offensive capability at all, and at my level any warrior or poisoner could have killed this thing outright. He could hold it, he could not kill it, and he could hold it for 5 minutes. "Kid," he shouted at the ground, "I am not dying here with you." And then he remembered a paper he had read, which said that nobody has ever escaped a ghost-faced heron from the inside, and that the only way to save a swallowed hunter is to kill the god from outside. "Kid," he said quieter, "you are not going to get yourself killed in there, are you?" Inside, it was black and hot, and there was slime up to my shins, and there were fish, actual fish, jumping at me in the dark, biting. It raises fish in its own stomach. No wonder they call it a heron and not a bird. The slime was eating my antifreeze suit one layer at a time, and I could feel it working. I hit the wall with violence behind it and opened a hole the size of my body, and in 3 seconds the hole closed completely. I tried 3 more places, same result. There is no weak point in that animal because it does not need one. It regenerates faster than I can cut. So I stopped hitting things and asked a question instead, which is the only reason I am alive. How did the fish get in here? And why does an organ that dissolves an antifreeze suit not dissolve a fish? They are not food. They are parasites. They crawled in from outside and they live in there permanently, which means something about them shuts the healing off. So I caught one and I closed my fist around it and I punched the wall with a live god in my hand. The hole stayed open. I went through the stomach wall into the body and then I stood in the dark in the middle of a mountain of meat and listened. Plop, plop, plop. I crawled toward it for what felt like a very long time with a fish in each fist. Then I found the heart, and I hit it, over and over, with 2 parasites for knuckles. When the heart stopped, I punched my way back out, and I came out on the side of the carcass where Sun Gao could not see me. If not now, when? I ate a mid-sized deity without chewing, standing inside a corpse the size of a house, and it was better than anything I had put in my mouth since the sun went out. Sequence level 4. Feast Lord. New skill. Gluttony domain. For 1 minute after eating a god, I can teleport to any unobstructed point within 20 meters. If the destination is blocked, the teleport fails and the skill shuts down. Cooldown, 10 minutes. I stood in the dark inside a dead god, thinking very calmly that this was probably the moment I stopped being something a normal person could kill. I also learned 2 other things. Dual Metal has 358 days left on its cooldown, so that clock is real and it is ticking. And when violence ended, the pain arrived all at once because the stomach slime had taken a layer of flesh off both my ankles while I could not feel it. That immunity to pain is a genuinely double-edged skill. It does not stop the injury, it only stops the warning. I crawled out looking half dead. Sun Gao was sitting on a rock smoking. "Well," he said, "did you have a nice time inside the ghost-faced heron's stomach?" I put on my most convincing collapse. "Its legs have started to lift," he said, without moving. "That is rigor mortis. It sets in about half an hour after death." He blew smoke at me. "So that thing has been dead for 30 minutes. Were you having a party in there?" The plate from a mid-sized deity has triangles on it as well as rings and notches, 50 points each. There were 6 of them, and then my mood collapsed, because his aura was on the plate too. Which meant it was not a solo kill, which meant not one of those points counted towards special admission. "I have just lost about 100 million by rounding error," I said. He split it generously, in fairness. "Potion half and half, money half and half, and every point to me. Not entirely a loss," he said. "You also gained a matching pair of injured ankles." At the inspection, the queue parted without being asked. I put the small stuff down first. 63 plates off the lizardfish, and every one of them carried a ring rather than a notch. 5 points each, because they were killed inside the belly of a mid-sized deity, and the system prices difficulty rather than size. 315, doubled for solo, 630. Then I put a plate the size of a wash basin on the counter, and the entire exit went silent because nobody in City 141 has ever seen a genuine mid-sized deity plate in person. The threshold is 4 triangles. The instrument read 420, and then the inspector, the same man who had made me stand for 2 hours in the cold, earned his forgiveness in 1 sentence. "There is a separate Education Bureau regulation," he said. "If the partner on a kill has a purely supportive sequence and the target is mid-sized or above, the full points count towards special admission. Shaman is on the supportive list, 3,650 points, all of them eligible, plus the fact of a mid-sized deity kill entering my permanent file where universities can see it. I transferred him 1,000 copper for excellent customer service. When was that regulation introduced? Said Sun Gao. I have never heard of it. Principal Sun, said the inspector cheerfully. It came in last year. Old Sun, I said. Your information is out of date. 3,650 points. Rank, 147,213. I had moved up 30,000 places, and there were still 147,000 people in front of me. Hundreds of universities, Sun Gao explained, graduate 200,000 or 300,000 sequence users a year. They get state contracts. The army runs mass operations. The government runs mass operations. He gestured at the district around us. You cannot achieve anything great fighting alone in a garbage area like 14121. The administration here is not even authorized to issue god-hunting missions. Then, while I was still absorbing that, he added, level 3 to level 4 takes about 200 bottles of potion in total. Hunt at this rate one more time, and you will have earned enough. A pause. Try not to give yourself away when you get there. There was one nice thing that week, and I will take it. The hotel man and the restaurant man turned out to be brothers, Sun Peng and Sun Hua, and their eldest brother is Sun Xin, who owns an internet cafe and who made money first and put it into both of them. If our eldest brother had not found a way to make a living, the younger said, the three of us would be eating slop in an alley. Sun Xin came up to the hotel room and stopped in the doorway. Boss? He is the benefactor I have been telling you about, said his brother. Sun Xin bandaged my ankles himself, announcing to the room that his relationship with Boss Mei was a matter of life and death commitment. And then the youngest brother, who meant well, asked me quietly whether I could have a word with the eldest, because he had heard that his brother was doing something disgusting with poor students in his warehouse. I asked where he had heard that. From Chen Gao, at the police station. So the story I invented in 3 seconds to get past Gareth had gone out through the police, into the district, and come back around to a man's own family. Sun Xin's face while he was tying off my bandage was that of a man planning to kill his youngest brother. That is the thing about lies. You do not get to decide where they stop. They cut the dead flesh off my ankles that night without anesthetic because there is no anesthetic anymore. I rolled around on a hotel bed making sounds I will not describe. In the morning, both ankles had almost completely closed. Like my throat. Faster than my throat. My regeneration is not much worse than the ghost-faced herons. That is another thing my sequence does that nobody told me about, and by then I had stopped being surprised and started keeping a list. The inspector sent me a new anti-freeze suit and a new backpack as a gift. That is how it works. When you are at the bottom, you get to see people's faces with nothing over them at all. The moment you have something, every single person around you becomes kind and clever and delighted to see you. I took the suit. I did not take the friendship. Mei Wei is not the ocean. He cannot take in every fish that swims up. In 2 days, Cao Ming went from section chief to director of the administration because the mayor needed the man from the speech to have a rank attached, and the city conference provided the paperwork. He called me into his new office, which is soundproofed, and told me that Gareth had approached him with a proposal, a joint report on the missing divine remains case, filed upward, bypassing the mayor's office entirely. Cao Ming refused because going around Mayor Chen is the one move in this system that gets you buried, but he was rattled, and he told me why. Before he made the offer, Gareth had spent 20 minutes asking careful questions about the relationship between Cao Ming and me. He has no evidence, I said. If he had evidence, he would use it. He wants to escalate the case until it is too big for the district to close, and he wants me tied to somebody he can lean on, which means the objective was never the bins. It is trash can nonsense from 4 months ago, I said, and it has been biting my leg ever since. Gareth is a genuinely troublesome mad dog. I thought about it. Should we just kill him? Then I remembered that I still do not know what his sequence actually does. Forget it, I said. The calendar the next morning said, auspicious for encoffining. Sun Gao came into the office, shut the door, and said 4 words. We killed Chen Xing today. His reasoning was good. Chen Xing was coming back from a trip and would arrive at work late, which put him alone in a covered alley outside the busy hours. And the police station has exactly 1 scent seeker on strength. Had. They have not replaced Alara. Weapon, a god-hunting dagger that belonged to somebody else, property of a dead man, scent handled with a red vial. And afterward we split, immediately. He takes the head, I take the body. I added 1 condition. If we are going out in anti-freeze suits, we do not come back to the school afterward. We come back through exit 38324. You are trying to make me hunt gods with you for free again, he said. We ran there through the back alleys at a speed that would have frightened any professional in this district, and both of us noticed, and both of us knew exactly what it meant. Level 3. Sure, your lies. Neither of us said a word about it. We just glanced at each other and kept running. Chen Xing came down the alley with his right eyelid twitching, the way people do when the day is going to be bad, and he had absolutely no idea that two extremely dangerous men were standing in the dark 8 meters away. He did not finish his sentence. I will leave it there. The body went with me. We met up 2 hours later, by which time I had showered and washed my suit at Sun Peng's hotel, because I had been covered in blood, and blood is conspicuous. I had put the body down a disused mine shaft that does not appear on any map. That is a thing I do now. I memorize the district map before every job, and I have noticed that large sections of it are simply gray and unlabeled. Nobody has surveyed them. Nobody goes there. There is no man's land inside our own safe zone, and once you see it, you cannot stop seeing it. I dropped boulders on top of him and covered the shaft mouth with boards and canvas. Good, said Sun Gao. You really are experienced at this. He asked me twice as many questions as usual, and I understood why. When it is his own neck, the man becomes thorough. Then he told me what he was doing with the head, and I finally understood the size of the world he comes from. He was sending it by courier, thousands of kilometers, to an undying of a level high enough to read 2 or 3 years of a dead man's memory. You have a courier, I said, who moves severed heads between safe zones. Neither my enemies nor I dare to kill each other, he said. The charge against me is simply the mark of my defeat in the struggle. Exactly as they did not dare kill me when I lost, they will not dare kill me if I win. And I heard the shape of it underneath. You and your enemies, I said slowly, are the same kind of people. You share a secret. If one of you kills another, it destroys all of you. You are getting smarter and smarter, said Sun Gao. What if one of them cracks, says everything? He looked at me like I had asked why fish do not drown. How could a person that muddle-headed and emotionally unstable ever have qualified to be my kind of person in the first place, to share the secret at all? And that was the moment I stopped seeing a fat, bald man in a bad suit. We went 10 kilometers out that day. Neither of us pretended anymore. We had both silently conceded that we had been lying about our levels since the first afternoon, and it made the walking easier. Large deities went over us twice, high up, unhurried. I feel like there are more large deities out here than mid-sized ones, I said. So far, said Sun Gao, the safe zone has no record of any sequence user successfully hunting a large deity. Not one, anywhere. At the 10-kilometer mark, he walked past more than 30 craters and stopped at one that was fresh, dug that day by something mid-sized. I looked into it. It went down and did not stop going down. Getting in is easy, I said. How do we get back out? The rock is soft, he said. We climb up slowly, like a ladder. That is a very simple and honest plan. Then he kicked me into the hole and jumped in after me. I want it recorded that I ground the seat of a brand new anti-freeze suit down to nothing on the way, while the principal of my school summoned himself a cushion made of vines. Combat sequences have excellent physical durability, he said, floating down past me. There should be no problem. The cave at the bottom was 7 or 8 stories high, and the walls were covered in small blue lights, and the instant Sun Gao saw those lights, his whole face changed. How many lives do you have? He said. 1. Obviously. Let us go then. And he started climbing. Too late. Something came down the wall toward us with 22 tentacles and the head of an octopus, and it moved the way a thing moves when it has never once had to hurry. That, said Sun Gao, is a doomed octopus. Whether you survive this depends entirely on luck. Then he explained the rules, and I want you to understand that he explained them because the octopus asked him to. It gestured at him. It nodded when he got something right. It waited, politely, while a middle-aged man told a teenager the terms. The larger a god is, the more intelligent it is, he said. Before the apocalypse, octopuses were the anomaly among invertebrates. Roughly the intelligence of a human child. You cannot fight it. If a sequence user wounds it at all, it splits into 2, and both halves come out enraged. There is a recorded case of a very strong hunter who cut one, and was eventually surrounded and pulled apart by dozens of copies of the same animal. What it is compelled to do instead is gamble. Its curse works both ways. When it meets a sequence user, it must offer a wager. If it wins, it takes your life. If it loses, anybody at all can kill it, and one hit from a level 1 novice would do it. The wager is always the same. Find its heart. How many tentacles does it have? I asked. 22. And it grows 1 for every game it wins. Yes. 20 wins. In a row. What are my odds? Sun Gao looked up at the thing on the wall. About 1 in 10, he said. I tried to substitute the principle. Old son, I said warmly, if you should unfortunately fail, I will remember you always. What? He said. Trying to use me as a scapegoat? It does not work like that anyway. The player is not chosen by the players. It is chosen by the octopus, and it had already chosen me. While it was arranging the game, we stood there and talked about Will's, which is a strange way to spend 10 minutes. His goes out as a scheduled email once a month, pushed forward every time he wakes up alive. Scheduled emails really are everywhere in my life. I tried to draft mine in my head and discovered that I could not think of anything to put in it or anybody to send it to. That is good, said Sun Gao after a while. It means you have lived without regrets, and you have nothing to worry about afterward. I wish I were that carefree. The octopus took us to 3 piles of stone, each 3 or 4 meters high, cemented together with its own slime, which smells like rotting meat and goes through a mask like it is not there. One tentacle pointed at the piles. The heart is in one of them. Then another tentacle went across Sun Gao's mouth with a sucker on it so he could not help me. If I lose the bet, I told him cheerfully, I will simply kill myself. But you, old son, are going to drown in slime. I could not see through the stone. I could not hear through the stone. It was a clean one in 3. And that is exactly what was wrong with it. Because 20 wins in a row at 1 in 3 is not luck. That is a number so small that it does not happen in a world with only 10 years left in it. So the game is rigged, and my job was not to guess. My job was to find the cheat. Then Sun Gao, before the octopus covered his eyes as well, gave me a look, not a hint. He could not give a hint. A look, and I built the chain out of it. He cannot know more about those stone piles than I do. He arrived when I arrived. So whatever he is trying to tell me is not about the stones. It is about something he knows and I do not, which means it has to be something available to him and not to me. He is wrapped in tentacles. He is in contact with the animal's body. He can feel a pulse. Is your heart actually inside those 3 piles of stone? I said, out loud, to a god. Or is it still inside you? And in those enormous eyes, for the first time, something moved that was unmistakably panic. That is how it won 20 times. Every previous player was either alone or came with a partner too weak or too frightened to notice the beat of a heart against his own back. The animal made a sound I do not want to describe and then tore its own head open and showed me a heart the size of a small room, glowing blue. Then it wove its tentacles into 2 great balls and hid the heart in one of them. 50-50. Better. Still not enough. So I asked to inspect the inside of its head. Twice. And the second time, standing in the one spot where those eyes could not follow me, I used gluttony domain and tried to teleport myself into the middle of the left-hand ball. Here is why that works. The teleport fails if the destination is occupied. The teleport failed, which meant the left one was not empty. I came out of the blind spot, walked back around and pointed. That one. The octopus did not move. I waited. It did not open the ball. It started to shake, all 22 tentacles at once, in a way that had nothing to do with being cold. And then the curse did it for us. Every tentacle went slack at the same moment and unwound, and there in the middle of a ruined cave under 10 kilometers of dead ground was a blue heart the size of a room, sitting there, uncovered, waiting for anyone at all to hit it. One cut. That is all it took. The heart dried out and crumbled in about 10 seconds. The light went out of those enormous eyes, and 22 tentacles came down like a building being demolished. That is the curse. Once a doomed octopus loses the wager, it stands there and lets you. And I want to be honest with you about how I felt because I have noticed that I am not developing in a healthy direction. The octopus cheated. I cheated. The only difference between us is that mine was not caught. They agree to gamble their lives, and then they rig the board, and then they go back on the deal. And honestly, if I had not cheated to win, I do not think I would have enjoyed it. Half as much. Sun Gao spent the next few minutes on his knees being sick because he had spent the entire game with a sucker over his mouth. I comforted him verbally, from a safe distance, because I was not going to touch him. Old son, you were magnificent. Vomit. Truly, as expected of you. Vomit. The plate was set into the heart itself, 2 palms across. I took 2 bites out of the heart while he was busy, and I regret to report that it tasted appalling and did absolutely nothing for me. Climbing out took 2 hours, hand over hand up a soft rock face. Hey, I said, lying on my back at the top. It is good to be alive. Then we walked back to the gate stinking of rotten meat, and the crowd parted for us at 40 meters. Is the one with his backside showing Mei Wei? What followed was the single stupidest hour of my life. The 4th, 3rd, and 2nd ranked hunters of Exit 38324 came at me one after another in ascending order, each of them fresh off a long hunt, each of them working from the last figure they had heard. You got 1,600 points in half a month, said the 4th. You are obviously cheating. My advice, I said, is to go and beat up whoever told you I had 1,600 points. He wants you dead. The stakes climbed as they came. 3 bottles of potion, then better, then a sequence weapon, which genuinely interested me. And every single time, the previous one, who had by then been quietly educated, came sprinting over to drag the next one away by the collar. The last of them, Sun Yunqiang, ended the sequence on his knees, holding my backpack up over his head with both hands. Brother Mei, your bag. Yes, yes, you are quite right, he added to nothing I had said. I was ungrateful, I was blind, I was a frog at the bottom of a well. My only genuine regret is that the sequence weapon got away. Sun Gao was incandescent. Did we, he said, walk into a team-building exercise for idiots? The instrument read the octopus plate at 1,228. Somebody in the crowd said that they had once seen a photograph of a squad that brought in an 1,100-point plate and that the entire team was personally received by the mayor of City 97. With the small stuff, 1,232 doubled for solo, 2,464 points for one animal. The plaza started chanting, Mr. May, God of 38,324. Somebody asked, at volume, whether I wanted a wife. I paid the inspector 2,000 copper, and I realized while signing the transfer that after all this time I still did not know his name, so I addressed it to inspection personnel. I paid 1,000 to a hunter called He Jian, purely because when things went wrong he was the first man to move toward me instead of away. 6,114 points. Rank, 112,009. 2,500 points bought me 30,000 places, and I lay awake doing that arithmetic and getting angrier. There is no possible world in which 110,000 people have honestly hunted that many gods. How many of them are simply inflating the numbers? At midnight, Cao Ming called. My post had been reported, not by a rival hunter. The complaint had gone up through people of real position into the government of the 14th state, and the governor had ordered a full investigation that same night. It is a 1,000-point item, I said. I am not even in the top 100,000. Is all this really necessary? Perhaps that octopus affected somebody's interests, said Cao Ming. When, I said, have there ever been interests outside the safe zone? Everything out there belongs to the gods. Then Gareth called, because of course he did. I hung up. He called again. I know you were reported by people from District 7, he said. If you cannot handle it, I can help. What is the price? Nothing immediately. I may need your help at some point in the future. I do not do deals, I said, when I do not know the price. Goodbye. 10 minutes later, there was a state government car outside my school, silver sedan. 7 or 8 hours from area 14,000 to here, which means they left the moment my plate went across the counter. Can you tell, said Sun Gao, looking out of the window, how highly you are valued? The state government building has an arched portico and marble columns because the governor of the 14th state is a man called William whose family came from somewhere with a different set of architectural habits. They kept us in a waiting room, and then they walked us into a hall with a very long table, 3 men in the center, officials down both sides, and sitting off at one end with a laptop open in front of him, looking deeply uncomfortable, the mayor of City 141. Somebody at the table said, I hope you will both be serious during your trial. I put my hand on Sun Gao's arm before he could speak. Old son, I said quietly, you still have to work inside this system afterward. Let me handle the part that involves offending idiots. Then I said, at conversational volume, since when does being reported in a forum post mean a trial? I am here to cooperate with an investigation. There is already evidence that your round plate armor is falsified. So you have reached a conclusion, I said. Excellent. Then bring me the administration's conviction documents. I let that sit for exactly as long as it needed. The only person authorized to issue those, I added, is sitting in the middle of this table. Then I took hold of the speaker's shoulder. What you just said is enough to condemn me on its own. I strongly suspect this man intends to prosecute me first and gather the evidence afterward. Sun Gao told me later that the thought going through his head was, I never expected this little rascal to know the law. I know the law because the law is posted for free on Godslayer Camp, and I read it in a warehouse for 4 nights because it was cheaper than sleeping. At the end of the table, Mayor Lin Wei began typing at inhuman speed. I will record everything that occurs at this investigation meeting truthfully, he announced to nobody, and report it to the United Government. I watched the governor of the 14th state regret inviting him. Then I played the piece I had been holding. Under United Government regulations, the whistleblower and the person reported are subject to the same investigation. I looked down both sides of the table. So by what right does the whistleblower get to sit at the table and conduct a trial against me? The referee and the contestant are the same person. The whistleblower was a woman named Sylvie, an associate professor at Nanrong University, with 2 of her students seated on either side of her. The governor removed himself from the situation in one sentence. I merely assisted Director Sterling in arranging the venue. The hosting of this meeting is not my affair. I misunderstood you, Governor, I said politely. My apologies. Which is a lie we both accepted, because the reason that man had moved so fast in the first place is that I currently hold the highest god hunting point total in the entire 14th state, and that number appears on his annual report with his own name at the top of it. Sterling, who runs a department of the administration, tried rank next. You fall under the management department. It would be best if you did not react so strongly to me. I am indeed under your jurisdiction, I said. What does that have to do with the question I asked? And then I asked for a chair, not a chair at the side. The whistleblowers were sitting at the table, so I would be sitting at the table, and I went and cleared a space by thanking the man who had opened the meeting for all his hard work and suggesting he must be tired. He left immediately and, gratefully, because he had already worked out that nobody in that room was going to defend him. Then the men on either side began quietly shifting down one seat. I ended up sitting first on Sterling's left. An hour into my own trial, nobody had yet asked me a single question about the actual thing. The charge, when it finally arrived, was this: a doomed octopus cannot possibly produce a round plate armor worth more than 800 points. Mine was 1,228. The evidence was 3 academic papers, a theoretical proof of the 800-point ceiling, an upper bound model, and a study relating tentacle count to point growth. I did have a master's degree in my first life, for whatever that is worth in a world with no sun. So I did not read the mathematics. I read the author lists. First author on all 3, Sylvie. Second author on all 3, Marcus Theron, who I would later learn is her doctoral supervisor. Third author on 2 of them, Sterling, sitting beside me, chairing the meeting. And 20 to 30 more names under those. So that is what this is. My plate does not merely contradict a paper. It voids the entire body of work and everybody whose career is attached to it, and there were about 30 of them in that hall. If you cannot solve the problem, solve the person who created it. Sterling tried one last thing. You are a high school student from the edge of the safe zone. How could you possibly understand any of this? You are absolutely right, I said. Then I handed the 3 papers down the table to Sun Gao. Old Sun, do me a favor. Have a look and see if there are any problems. I thought, he said, taking them, you could handle everything on your own. How could an 18-year-old high school student like me understand such complicated things? Sylvie asked who he was. Oh, I said. He is my insurer. Your insurer? Sun Gao, he said, without looking up from page 1. Every person on that side of the table stood up. You are Professor Sun, from Zhongrong University. What professor? He said, turning a page. Not anymore. I am the principal of an ordinary school now. It took him about 10 minutes. The formulas and the models used to process the data in all 3 papers, he observed mildly, looked remarkably like ones he had designed himself. We believe, one of the students said bravely, that the model you built for estimating the horseshoe crab integral is universal, and that with adjustments it can be applied to doomed octopus. You think very highly of me, said Sun Gao. Those 2 gods have nothing in common whatsoever, and you assume the same model would carry across. Sylvie's fingers had started to shake. Did you apply for your associate professorship on these 3 papers? He asked, almost kindly. And the evaluation committee passed them? Nanrong University really should not be this generous. He looked up. Is Marcus your advisor? Yes. No wonder, said Sun Gao. And then, instead of finishing her, he said, for my sake, let us not make too much of this. Let us find a way to resolve it together. At the far end of the table, Mayor Chen stopped typing. Here is how Sun Gao turned 30 enemies into 30 debtors in about 4 minutes, and it is the most useful thing I have ever watched anybody do. The problem, my plate proves their ceiling is wrong. If the ceiling is wrong, 3 papers die and 30 careers go with them. His solution, the ceiling is not wrong. I simply did not kill an ordinary doomed octopus. Write a 4th paper, a new species. High intelligence doomed octopus. Cunning doomed octopus, if you prefer. The 3 existing papers stand, untouched, describing the ordinary variety perfectly, and the laboratory acquires an entire new research direction that nobody else in the world can work on. Sylvie was nodding before he finished the sentence. Then he added the condition. And this is the part I want to underline for you. The new paper rests entirely on my testimony about what happened in that cave, given under a lie detector, because I am the only living witness, which means without my cooperation, her paper does not exist, which means she is not free of me, ever. I added one thing myself. Put every person sitting in this hall today into the acknowledgements, and I watched a governor go from prosecutor to beneficiary in 1 sentence because he was now, on paper, part of the discovery of a new species. Mayor Chen closed his laptop and said, this is not an investigation at all, it is a seminar. I appear to have made a number of errors in my notes, and I am correcting them now. The whole hall laughed. The forum report came down before we left the building, and the mayor, who does not waste a trip, leaned over to Sterling on his way out and mentioned the missing divine remains case and how much promise there was in that young director Chao Ming and how he was sure Sterling would want to keep an eye on him. That is how it works. Favors go back and forth until, eventually, everybody involved is friends. In the car, the governor's people sent Chinese food out to us, having panicked that European food might not suit. Why did you let them off? I asked. Because I received a message from a friend during the meeting, said Sun Gao. The friends who are studying Chen Xing's brain. Chen Xing was only the hand, but the memory gave up the name of the man who had used it. And Marcus's reputation is mediocre, he added, but his strength and influence are not in question. That is why I spared his student. Because he is getting ready to walk back into the storm, and a man who is about to do that does not spend allies. He was a biologist for 20 years before the apocalypse, incidentally. When sequences arrived, his came in on exactly the specialty he had already spent his life on. I was riding the wave, he said. Old son, I said, have you ever heard the saying that the 21st century is the century of biology? He also explained research credits to me, which turned out to matter enormously. An academic committee pays thousands of credits for a paper like that one. Sylvie takes first author, Marcus takes second, and I was to fight for third, which is worth several hundred. One research credit is a fifth of a bottle of potion plus 2,000 copper. That is double the value of a hunting point. And researchers still go outside the wall and get eaten because in a laboratory, you do not merely have to think, you have to deal with people and with all the messy things people bring. The part that mattered to me, a special admission candidate who arrives with research credits is rare, and a special admission candidate whose name sits under Marcus Theron's on a paper is not rare, it is unheard of. That evening, Sun Gao dialed a number in front of me and asked me to stay and listen. I want to be careful about how I tell this part. The person who set him up was his wife, Fang Ji, and the man who commissioned it was somebody called Wang Qian. He kept his voice completely level for the entire call. His hands did not. I learned several things standing in that office. He has a son called Lin Mei. He has not seen the boy in 2 years and has never had a photograph taken with him, deliberately, so the child is not linked to a father convicted of causing dozens of deaths. He left her all the money, and he had checked the national database quietly more than once to see whether she had changed the boy's surname. What he said to her in that flat voice was, I do not love you, but I have always loved our son. And then, I do not think you are something that belongs to the child. You are nothing at all. Mostly he asked one question. Why? He asked it 4 or 5 times in slightly different ways, and she never managed an answer. I remember when we were at university, he said at last. You were on the debate team. You were always so articulate. How is it that you are stammering now? His demand was simple. Get Wang Qian to withdraw the accusation before the graduation exams. I need to prove I am innocent, he said. I need to see Lin Mei. Then he hung up and stood there and could not get the cigarette packet out of his own pocket. His fingers would not do it. I watched a man try 3 times to open his own coat. Then he told me why he had made me listen. I used to think that if I ever found the person who framed me, I would deal with them myself, he said. I never once considered that it would be my ex-wife, my son's mother. He got the packet out finally. I cannot bring myself to do it. Mei Wei, I need your help. Killing somebody is a small matter, I said. You could hire anyone. I do not trust anyone else. You told me there is a rule, I said, that your circle does not kill one another. She is not in that circle, said Sun Gao. She is a stupid woman who was used. By then, school had stopped working. I do not mean the classes. I mean that a wolf had gotten into the sheepfold and everybody in that building knew it. Mei Ling's entire family had burned. Chen Lu's entire family was gone. No arrests, no suspects, no explanations, and the boy who had reasons to want all of it walked around the corridors with 2 knives on his belt. My homeroom teacher went on indefinite sick leave. Half my class produced medical certificates. Aunt Chen, who I had personally promoted, still smiled at me every morning, and there was something new behind the smile. I no longer fit into that school. 2 people still spoke to me normally. One of them was the principal. The other one criticized my table manners. If somebody copied the way you eat, said Lin Ru, it would give people the impression they had a bad character. That is fine, I said. I am low class. Then she let me off the hook about her housing, which I had not managed to solve. Do not always try to take everything on yourself and fix every problem, she said, not looking up. You do not look well. You are clearly worried about something. I do not want mine adding to it. I could not even tell how strong she is, incidentally. There is nothing in that school to measure her against. Everybody will find out next month at the joint examination across all 8 states. Then a car came for me from the 10th state because, and I quote the message, the 14th state's vehicles are too shabby to carry a distinguished guest. The back seat was full of food I had never seen before. The drive took over 3 days, with drivers swapping every 10 hours, and I spent most of it with my face at the window watching the world change. The roads get wider, the lights come on and stay on, the houses stop leaning, and between districts, there are thick walls of anti-aircraft glass, so that if one district falls, the next one lives. Then we came into Area 7 and I stopped being able to speak. The ceiling of the safe zone above that district is lit to imitate daylight. There is warm air moving. There are green trees along the streets, real ones, and there were street cleaners sweeping up leaves, and there were cars, and there were signs advertising teppanyaki and hot pot. It looked like an ordinary street from my first life. I sat in the back of somebody else's car and thought, has the dream come true then? I also learned that everything I believed about geography was wrong. A low area number does not mean the center. The safe zone runs along a mountain range, and Area 7 sits against the mountains, where gods are scarce, which is exactly why it is rich. They reach their hunting grounds through tunnels bored under the range. All my previous conclusions were blind men describing an elephant. At Nanrong University there is a lawn, there is a stadium, there is a swimming pool, there is an entire institute for sequence research, and in Laboratory 207 there was Sylvie, who looked as though she had not slept since the hearing, because she had personally traveled to the state government to retrieve my plate. She opened by offering me a high-grade god-hunting weapon. That, I said, settles the previous matter. The paper is new work, and new work needs new payment. I want third authorship. Third authorship has already been assigned. To Sterling? Director Sterling is fourth author. You people are very entertaining, I said. You have not written a word of it yet, and you have already allocated the entire byline. Then I mentioned gently that the forum was still discussing whether Sylvie's research had collapsed and whether 3 top-tier papers had been fabricated. I added that I was not asking for first or second author, purely out of respect for Sun Gao. She agreed. They took my testimony under 2 cameras and a lie detector, and then a verifier confirmed my memory had not been edited. I told the truth about everything except one thing. When they asked how I had determined which ball of tentacles held the heart, I said nothing at all. That one stays mine. And in the middle of the session, Sylvie stopped and stared at her own notes. You awakened your sequence last month, she said, and you have over 6,000 points. Her assistant did the arithmetic out loud. First hunt on the 27th of January, so it is not 6,000 points in a month, it is 6,000 points in a week. While everyone else risks their lives out there, he said, in a slightly cracked voice, he goes outside the wall to do wholesale purchasing. Then Sylvie gave me the thing that actually mattered, and it was not the weapon. She gave me a phone built for sequence users. You point the camera at a god, and it identifies the species, the danger, the point value, and the known behavior, at better than 90% accuracy, and she gave me the laboratory's entire god database. Between those 2 things, I no longer needed Sun Gao as an instruction manual, which I had the decency not to say out loud. She also gave me, Azure pattern armor, a first-class god-hunting weapon, cold-proof, acid-proof, and it weighs nothing, which is when I learned that my blind knife has no grade at all. It is apprentice work, and that you cannot buy graded weapons through any legal channel whatsoever. They come from administration missions and school prizes only. Where there is demand, there is a market, so obviously there is a black one. I heard her explain the investment to her assistant afterward when she thought I was gone. This laboratory cannot spend the next 10 years studying one octopus and calling it work, she said. How many people have you ever met who can earn 6,000 hunting points in a week? The guest room cost 2 silver a night. Besides teaching and nurturing students, I said, does your esteemed university also do armed robbery? Then Julian, Sylvie's student, brought dinner up. Potato with vinegar, fried chicken, pork with preserved mustard greens, tomato and egg soup, and in the morning, milk and toast. I sat on the floor of a guest room in Area 7 with my eyes stinging, and I am not embarrassed about it. It is not centipede mushroom. It is not blood-red jellyfish. It is not 3-winged flying fish. It is pork. It is chicken. It is a potato. It is a tomato. It is food. And I made myself a promise right there, and this one I have kept. Whatever it takes, I am getting specially admitted to a university in a low-numbered district. Not for the education, not for the status. I will pass that exam to eat like this again. I did take a photograph of the table with my new phone, and the program helpfully labeled everything on it. Plant tuber, common poultry, preserved mustard greens and 4-legged animal. Then it labeled me. Higher life form, as expected of software written by humans, extremely generous when describing itself. The calendar said auspicious for receiving wealth, which turned out to be the single most accurate thing that calendar has ever said. Exit 207 is reached through a tunnel under the mountains, and we sat in traffic in that tunnel for an hour, during which I watched polite, mild-mannered Julian turn purple and let 3 separate cars cut in front of him because he was carrying an important guest and could not be seen to react. When we cleared it, he did 70 miles an hour through the gaps between lanes without saying a word. The exit platform is the size of a stadium, 2,000 or 3,000 hunters on it at once, and around the edges there are facilities, first aid, cleaning, a canteen, a rest area, and then a foot washing zone, a massage zone, a gentleman's zone, and a high bar, a blend of Chinese and Western elements, suitable for both the young and the old. You cannot get onto that platform with fewer than 2,000 hunting points. The lower the exit number, the higher the threshold, and almost nobody goes below number 200 at all because of the large deities. The inspector on the gate looked at my file and then out at the dark with the face of a man serving a sentence. "When," he said to nobody, "will these damn days finally end?" Outside exit 207, hunting is shopping. There are people everywhere and gods everywhere. My new phone identified everything I pointed it at. Duck mouse, 2 points. Snake-bodied venomous boar, 10 points, and a warning that the tusks paralyze in about 3 seconds. I killed the boar with 1 kick to the narrow part of its back, and 3 hunters standing nearby stopped what they were doing to stare at me. "That has to be level 5, one of them said. I also confirmed something I had been suspecting and did not want to be true. Eating small deities does nothing for me anymore. Nothing at all. Even the doomed octopus gave me almost nothing. As my sequence level rises, the size of the meal has to rise with it. My perpetual motion machine is not perpetual. It just has a bigger appetite than I can currently afford. And when I said something rude out loud about that bird eye and its complete failure to provide documentation, something came over me like a wave. Pure dread from above, the physical sensation of being observed by something enormous. I looked up so fast I hurt my neck. The sky was empty. 3 hours out there got me over 30 points, and I spent most of it annoyed with myself. There cannot possibly be 1,000 or 2,000 special admission candidates ahead of me. Points are simply easy to get if you are standing in the right district, which is a sentence that explains this entire civilization. Then I noticed something in Sylvie's database. Every single god entry, without exception, has a note attached. This species has research value. A reward will be given if specimens are brought back. I thought I had landed a wealthy patron. It turns out I am somebody's poverty alleviation project. Then, about a kilometer away, the ground came apart. Vines came out of it, dozens of meters thick and thousands of meters long, and 2 hunters who happened to be standing there simply stopped existing. My phone had an entry: sacrificial giant vine. Large deity, normally subterranean and entirely peaceful, unless somebody steals its vine heart, at which point it goes into a rage that lasts for months. And underneath, in the official file, the laboratory's position: "We firmly condemn the theft of vine hearts." And underneath that, a note: "Vine heart, a crystal roughly the size of a fist, brilliant green, of immense scientific value. If you should be incredibly lucky and happen to find one, there is a very, very, very generous reward. Our laboratory and Professor Marcus will support you unwaveringly in your search. Nobody will dare to ask you any questions." The condemnation had barely finished before the research value started. Honestly, their customer service is excellent, and the vines were not chasing me. They were chasing a young man about my age, running flat out with his head thrown back, screaming, "Exciting! The vine heart is mine now." So somebody had already stolen it. Just as you begin to nod off, a stranger hands you a pillow. I have committed a great many murders by this point in my life, but it occurred to me, standing there, that I had never actually robbed anybody. He was not afraid of me. He ran straight past me, and as he went by, the ground under my feet turned to thick soup because whatever his sequence is, it reshapes terrain. "This thing has been chasing me for ages," he shouted over his shoulder. "Once it kills somebody, it will probably calm down." "You cannot possibly outrun me." I bent down and tied my shoelace. "If you can outrun me," I said, "I will never leave the safe zone again." Then I ate a scrap of God out of my backpack and opened Gluttony Domain. A vine came down where I had been standing and hit nothing at all, because terrain does not matter to a man who teleports, and soft ground does not matter, and distance does not matter. I closed 100 meters in under 2 seconds in a series of jumps, cut his backpack open from behind, and took the glowing green thing out of it in mid-stride. "I gratefully accept your vine heart," I said. "As thanks, I will send you to your death." And then I kicked him, and he shattered. No blood, no body. He came apart like a dropped porcelain cup, and the pieces turned to dust. The real one appeared 40 meters away, with no smile on his face at all, and ran, not toward the safe zone, but deeper into the dark. Let me list what that boy has. He reshapes ground at will. He can substitute a decoy body for himself. He is faster than I am. And in that entire encounter, he never once attacked. No wonder he spends his time screaming that he is invincible. He genuinely might be, and he has no way to finish anyone. My, Gluttony domain lasted 10 more seconds, so I left. I looked back once. He was running with a slashed backpack, and every plate he had earned that day was falling out of the hole behind him, one at a time, all the way across the plain. His face was greener than the crystal, and 40 meters behind him, gaining, was a large deity in a months-long rage. Oh, I thought, that is terrible, and then I laughed the whole way home. The crystal sat in my palm and threw green light onto my fingers, and I knew immediately that I was not handing it to Sylvie. Not because I distrusted her, although I did. Because a laboratory file that spends 4 lines condemning theft and 11 lines describing the reward is not telling you what a thing is worth. It is telling you what they hope you will accept for it. I do not sell anything until I know its value. I went back on alternating, gluttony domain, and violence. Skipped the inspection queue entirely because a dozen points was not worth 20 minutes of my life, and called Julian for the car. I told him a lie on the way. Somebody stole the vine heart. We did not manage to get anything. Please take me back to the university now. And that was when I saw the boy from the plane standing in the middle of the platform, screaming at 2,000 hunters. Somebody stole the vine heart. I know exactly what he looks like. The crowd formed around him the way wolves form around blood. I could not run. It is a 3-day drive back to my district, and any one of these people can call ahead. So I called Sun Gao. Do you know of any way to secure a vine heart? There was a silence on the line, and then, in a voice I had never heard him use, "How do you even know about Vineheart? Have you got your hands on one?" Then he told me, fast, because he could hear the crowd. Once a Vineheart has been separated from the plant for more than 10 minutes, a single drop of your blood forms a blood contract, and it becomes legally and permanently yours. That is why the dice thief was screaming instead of gloating. He never had 10 quiet minutes. I found out later that Sun Gao was standing in a shopping center with Chen Fengke when he took that call, and that his legs went out from under him, and that what he actually said, sitting down on a bench in a mall, was, "If I had managed to get hold of one of these things back then, would I be in this condition today?" That is his armor, somebody shouted behind me. I recognized the azure pattern, and the entire platform came at me at once, inside the safe zone, where using a sequence is a criminal offense, which tells you what a vine heart is worth better than any file. The one who reached me first had something I have only read about. There are fewer than 20 of them in this entire safe zone. My arms filled with molten lead and stopped belonging to me. I could not draw a knife. I could not turn my head. I put violence on and got back exactly one thing: my fingers. Somebody tore my backpack off. The crowd ripped it apart in about 4 seconds, and the green crystal came out into the air, and 2,000 people saw it at once, and then all of them stopped. Because there were red threads inside the crystal. The contract was already formed. Every head on that platform turned to look at me, and what they saw was an 18-year-old boy held upright by somebody else's sequence, with blood running off the ends of his fingers, and one index finger bent backward at 180 degrees with the bone through the skin. I had broken my own finger. It was the only part of me I could still move, and I needed blood, and I had about 90 seconds. I want to note, for the record, that I am a cheerful young man who had never once in either of his lives deliberately injured himself before that afternoon. And the law closed like a door. That crystal was now personal property. Killing the owner does not transfer it. It simply dries out and dies. Destroying another person's registered property gets you ruinous compensation and a prison sentence in front of 2,000 witnesses. Then, violence ended, and I dropped onto the concrete like a sack. I lay on my back on the platform of Exit 207, looking up at the glowing artificial sky of a district where the trees are green, with a broken finger and no strength in my body, and several hundred people standing over me who could no longer touch me. I do not entirely understand what just happened, I thought, but I am fairly sure I made money today. Julian carried me off the platform on his back, which is how I learned that Sylvie's polite graduate student is also a sequence user, and he called her while he walked. I could hear her reaction through his phone. She had not written down how to form a contract. That omission was not an oversight in a file that documented everything else down to reward sizes. She had wanted to be holding that crystal when the 10 minutes ran out. Unfortunately for her, she was not my only source of information. I was unconscious for about a day while they reattached my finger, and when I woke up, there was a new man in the room. Marcus Theron. Gray curls, thick glasses, and a completely unmanageable habit of lying about small things for no reason at all. Professor Sun and I were extremely close, he told me warmly. Our friendship was as solid as gold. Even after he left the safe zone a year ago. 2 years, murmured Sylvie. Ah, it appears I have missed my old friend so much that I have lost track of time. I asked him to be more explicit, and then I refused to sell him the vine heart. I would rather not get too close to you, I said. Other schools might misunderstand. He offered me a place in his laboratory from my first year, which is an enormous thing to offer a boy with a broken finger. That is not possible, I said. I like my freedom. I do not like having a mentor. So he switched to the other approach. There were, he mentioned, investigators from the Management Bureau waiting outside my door regarding the theft of a Vinehart, and he had been holding them back out of goodwill, and if I could not cooperate with him, then there might be no reason to continue holding them back. In that case, I said, may I trouble Professor Marcus to invite the Management Bureau staff in? He went a very interesting color because that answer told him something he had not considered. I did not steal it. I took it off somebody who had. The interview took 4 minutes under a lie detector. Did you steal this Vinehart? No. Did you instruct anybody to steal it? No. Do you know the person who stole it? No. Which is technically true. We were never introduced. Then I stopped answering. The law penalizes those who plan or commit the theft, I said. How I came to be holding it afterward is outside the scope of your investigation, and I am entitled to decline the question. The senior man tried to lean on me anyway, so I said one sentence. The last person who threatened me like that was Sterling. They packed up. Outside the building, several dozen observers from several dozen laboratories were already on their phones. Confirmed, they were saying. Mei Wei's Vinehart is legal. Prepare to open negotiations immediately. Then, for a whole day, my phone did not ring once, which was strange, because I was now the owner of the only legally held Vinehart in the district. So I logged into Godslayer Camp and found 99+ messages from researchers at every university in the safe zone, all of them complaining that my number was unreachable. I took the card out of Sylvie's beautiful gift phone and put it into my ugly old one. It rang before I had the back cover on. The first call I answered politely and declined. Then I called Sun Gao, who sulked at me. I have no complaints at all, he said, in the voice of a man with several, and in the background, clearly, Chen Fenghe. Lin Mei, do not worry about him. Old Sun is simply jealous of you. Gao He, said the principal of my school, you must take responsibility for your words. Then he explained what I was actually holding. A Vinehart is a mandatory component for god-hunting weapons of the 3rd grade and above. It is refined into potions that strengthen skills. It supports top-tier papers. And it is one of the very few substances that comes off a large deity and ends up in human hands at all. He tried to bow out gracefully after that. Our collaboration is essentially finished, he said. Somebody above will pick you up now. I wish you the best. He genuinely meant it, which is the part that surprised me. I would like to ask you, I said, to help me develop the value of the Vinehart. There was a pause. Others wanted too much, he said, and broke off with me. Then, delighted. Ha 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 ha, Lin Mei, I knew it. Our friendship will last forever. The drive home took 5 days because nobody was in a hurry now, and my phone did not stop the entire way. Researchers, weaponsmiths, pharmacologists, 2 people who did not say which institute they were from. I told every single one of them the same thing. I need to discuss this with my people, which is how I walked into the principal's office 5 days later and found it full of smoke. There were burn marks on the desk from cigarettes left standing. Sun Gao had lost weight and his voice had gone. You little brat, he croaked. Do you understand what you did? When you say you need to discuss it with your people, you are telling 300 laboratories that they need to consult with me. He gestured at the phone, which was ringing. Of course they all called me. I have barely slept since you left. Then the door opened and Chao Ming came in, and I did not recognize him for a second. You, I said, how did you get so thin? Ever since I stood up at a city conference and called him my benefactor, every senior official in his chain of command has been calling him personally to demand that he take the lead on cooperation. You cannot refuse your superiors. 10 minutes each, all day. The 2 of them sat down side by side on the sofa with the expressions of men coming off opium. I will share some potion with you both, I offered. They looked at me with total contempt. It would be better, said Chao Ming, if you shared some Vinehart. Then we are breaking off relations, I said. My idea was an auction. Both of them killed it in about a second and a half. Researchers, said Sun Gao, are people you cannot afford to offend. Then he explained why, and it rearranged my understanding of this world for the 2nd time in a month. The strongest sequence users in the safe zone are not soldiers, they are not police, they are sitting in laboratories. Humanity is at a dead end, he said, but research is a blue ocean. Everything published is simply the part that no longer needs to be hidden. Then he gave me an example. 4 years ago, fanatics from the Church of Divine Punishment broke a section of the anti-aircraft glass. The gods came in toward the zone through the hole. And Marcus Theron produced a god-hunting weapon of no known grade and repaired dozens of panels in half a day. Sit with that for a moment, the way I did. If it genuinely repairs things, can it repair a human body? If it works by reversing time in a small area, what does that mean for dying? If it recreates anti-aircraft glass out of nothing, what else can it create? Nobody knows. Nobody is going to be told. He also told me who really organized the great protest against repeat sequence assessments 3 years ago. Not the hunters. The researchers. And not for our sake either. They simply did not want a government that could compel them to hand over their discoveries. The government backed off and then cut their funding and took for itself the exclusive right to forge weapons and issue potion, which is also why forged sequence records are everywhere. Apart from sequence users with no background at all, said Sun Gao, basically every sequence registered with the Management Bureau is fake. I paid 1 silver coin for mine. You paid 1 silver coin, he said, because you got lucky. Without connections, no amount of money buys you a false sequence. I asked one more question. If the real strength is in the secrets, why publish papers at all? Because every paper is a brick, he said, in a building that will eventually let people walk out of here. You never know which brick you will need. Then Chao Ming caught Sun Gao out on a detail, and Sun Gao caught him back, and the two of them worked out in about 90 seconds that Chao Ming had known who Sun Gao was from the very first meeting and had been carefully pretending otherwise. That was when I said the thing that has held our three-cornered arrangement together ever since. Whether a person is trustworthy, I said, should not be judged by how many secrets they keep. It should be judged by how many things they have actually done. Not being excessively curious is the foundation of harmonious cooperation, and Cao Ming smiled and dropped a bomb on both of us. You can read Chen Xing's memories, he said, but you cannot give me a memory continuity test? He had been in that alley, before us. Chen Xing had arranged to meet him there, and neither Sun Gao nor I sensed him at any point, because his sequence dissolves him into water. He watched me kill a man and never said a word. Lin Mei, he added kindly, your body disposal is genuinely terrible. You honestly believed a mine shaft and a few rocks would survive an investigation? He waved a hand. Do not worry, I dealt with it. Not even Gareth will find anything now. Sun Gao checked with his own contact that night. It was true, and that settled it, because a man who wanted to sell us would not have hidden the body. He would have left it exactly where it was and made sure Gareth was walking past. We shook hands, all three of us, which felt ridiculous and was not. So we did not hold an auction, we held a presentation. We are the ones in charge here, said Chao Ming. It is a seller's market. There is no need to be crude about it. The date was set for the 26th of February. I moved it from the 25th because the calendar said the 25th was unsuitable for all activities, and I watched two men in their 40s stare at me in silence for quite a long time. Roles. Cao Ming chairs as director of the administration. Sun Gao presents and answers technical questions. I say nothing at all and only intervene if they are in trouble, and the package quietly grew. Because the offer was no longer a Vineheart. The offer was a Vineheart, plus Mei Wei, plus Sun Gao going to teach at whichever university takes Mei Wei. Arguably, the most extravagant gift basket in the history of the safe zone. The forum post hit the top of the board within the hour, over 300 applications to attend. I paid my two collaborators 20 bottles of potion each. We are all respectable people, said Chao Ming, taking his. We are paid to do things. 2 other things happened that week, and I want them side by side. Gao Jie resigned. That is the official word. The entire chain, from district to city to state to the appointment of Chao Ming as the new director of the administration, took about half an hour. He submitted his resignation 30 minutes ago, Cao told me. Governor William approved it 9 minutes ago. Then I called you, and the missing Divine Remains case was shelved. Indefinitely. Not closed. Shelved. Because the officer driving it had been transferred. Gareth was going back to the Sigma district. The thing that had been walking behind me since the very first garbage bin was removed from my life by people who have never met me in a meeting I was not invited to as an administrative side effect. I did not do that. I never had to. Lin Ru noticed the change before I told her anything. You have been very busy lately, she said. How do you know? You smell strongly of cigarettes. You do not smoke. She turned a page. So you have been with Principal Sun constantly. She has her 8th state joint examination next month. There is no special admission for ordinary people, no backdoor, no quota. Colleges are not universities. The examination is the only road there is. For people like us, born near the slums, she said, moving up a little is good enough. There is no need to jump straight to the top. You are complacent, I said. You have a terrifying sequence and you refuse to use it. Because I am good at studying, she said. Is a simple life not the best kind? So I asked her straight out, if I could solve your accommodation problem, would you go to a good college? Of course. You just said, why would I go somewhere worse when I could go somewhere better? But a simple life. Your argument is strange, said Lin Ru. Simple and stupid are not synonyms. Then I showed her the Vine Heart, which every laboratory in the safe zone was currently begging me for. She looked at it for 2 seconds. Never heard of it. The 26th of February, in a hall at the state government building. Governor William came in person. So did Mayor Lin Wei. So did Pan Yu Guang, the chief of my own district. None of them were bidding. They came so that everybody watching could see them standing behind me. which meant that nobody on those 300 screens was going to open with an insult. Cao Ming had sorted the attendee list by rank, and the top of that list is an education for anyone from a 4-digit district. The 4 glory universities, Dongrong, Shirong, Nanrong, Zhongrong. Then the 5 strike, Dongjin, Shizhen, Nanjin, Beijing, Zhongzhen. Those 9 are the top of the entire safe zone, and all 9 sent representatives. Then 8 government research institutes, Tianxing, Dixing, Rangsing, and 5 others. And then everybody else, which included Marcus Theron, who did not make the top 10 of his own category. Cao Ming introduced me by reading out dates, and it worked better than any praise could have. Awakened, 24th of January, 27th of January, 1,600 points. 31st of January, 902. 2nd of February, 1,148. 4th of February, 1,514. Total, 6,114. 300 screens put their hands up at once. The first question was where? Safe zone exit 38324, said Cao Ming. There was a pause on the line. All right, said the questioner. I am finished asking. Because they had all understood the same thing at the same time. 6,000 points in 1 week, at a gate with a 5-digit number that nobody in that hall had ever heard of, where the gods are third-rate and the competition is 100 exhausted men splitting 15 points 4 ways. Give that boy an exit numbered under 1,000, somebody said, and what happens? Then Sun Gao introduced himself. Sun Gao. Formerly a professor at a university, currently the principal of Huan School. He did not say Zhongrong. He said a university, as though there were only one worth mentioning and everybody present already knew which. I sat there thinking that from this day forward, we cannot keep calling it a Mediterranean. We are going to have to call it a bright summit. Somebody asked about his conviction. I have been proven innocent, he said, and moved on. Somebody asked why he was attached to me. We developed a deep friendship, he said. And I noticed what he did not say. He never mentioned that he owns a quarter of the Vine Heart. Announcing it would have raised his own price on the spot, and he simply left it out, and I did not understand why until later that afternoon. Then, a representative from Zhongzhen asked whether he was here representing his old laboratory, and in the process of asking, mentioned casually that his former assistants have all become professors now, which he did not know, because he has not spoken to any of them in 2 years. I was falsely accused, said Sun Gao in a completely level voice. My forum accounts were banned and I was prohibited from contacting other sequence users, so no, I have had no communication with them. His team dissolved on the day he was convicted. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. He has not called his own son in 2 years for the same reason. I am very pleased to hear they are doing well, he said. It demonstrates that they were extremely capable to begin with, and has nothing to do with me. I am an idle man who has been away from the front line for 2 years. I could not possibly represent anyone. Somebody in one of the other windows said, to a colleague, not quite off microphone. Friendships without shared interests dissipate eventually. We are researchers, not moral guardians. And then a microphone came on in a window nobody was looking at. Excuse me for interrupting. Professor He Lei of Xirong University. Speaking on my own behalf, I am willing to continue conducting research with Professor Sun. Sun Gao's eyes moved. He Lei, he said. You, another microphone. Deng Tianxiang, Zhongrong University. On my own behalf. Deng Tianxiang, also on my own behalf. Jiang Tao, a different institute entirely. Professor Liu, Zhongzhen, 5 of them, one after another, each of them stating clearly that they spoke for themselves and not their employers, which meant every single one of them had applied to attend this meeting for exactly this purpose. They had all seen the post, they had all understood immediately what it meant. And they had come to say, in public, in front of the leadership of 9 universities and 8 institutes, that they were leaving their current posts to go back to a disgraced man running a school at the edge of the world. No terms, no conditions, no speeches. Sun Gao did not say anything for a while, because he could not. Marcus, on his own screen, said quietly to somebody beside him that he had heard that some Chinese people value relationships above gold and silver, and that he had never really believed it. I found out much later what Sun Gao was thinking during that silence because he told me once when he was drunk. He was thinking, I was wrong. I misjudged human nature. And he was thinking, I am extremely happy to have been wrong. If all the mistakes in my life were like this one, I would rather be wrong for the rest of it. The rest of the hall was thinking about something else entirely, and I could see it happening. A Vinehart, plus a research leader of that caliber, plus 5 senior professors, all unattached, all available, in one package. 300 windows started making phone calls, and then a 6th microphone came on, with a terrible buzz on it, from a phone camera held at arm's length in bad lighting by a man who had not shaved in several days. The principal of Leikai Kindergarten, he said, Chen Wen, also willing to continue doing research with you. Every hall on that call went silent for 2 full seconds. Then it went completely insane because Chen Wen is not a professor who joined a team. Chen Wen is a figure of the same magnitude as Sun Gao himself, who was exiled at the same time and who has apparently spent 2 years running a kindergarten. All 6 of them started laughing at once on 6 different screens, the way men laugh when they are sitting around a dinner table. And I finally understood why Sun Gao had never mentioned his quarter share. He did not trust a single one of them. He was planning to build a new team from nothing, and he was not going to give the old one any reason to come sniffing. He was wrong about that too. Meanwhile, at my own presentation, 300 laboratories were looking at a Vinehart and at Sun Gao, and precisely nobody was looking at me. They promised me a special admission, and it has turned into a job fair for middle-aged men. Cao Ming closed the meeting by saying, "Today's session is adjourned." That was the whole closing. "Old Chow," I said when the screens went dark. "Where is my speech? I practiced that speech for a week. I can recite it from memory." "What you say," he said, gathering his papers, "is no longer important." The governor threw a banquet with roast lamb on it, and I drank fizzy orange, because nobody pours wine for a schoolboy, and discovered his actual motive over the second course. His son George is also a special admission candidate this year, and what William wanted was a place for the boy on Sun Gao's team. "Please tell Professor Sun not to spoil him," he said earnestly. "Treat him like a cleaner, washing test tubes." Wiping down benches, Sun Gao spent the entire evening on the phone repeating one sentence. "Whichever university admits Mei Wei through special admission is the university I will be going to." My own phone stayed silent because universities are forbidden from discussing terms with a candidate before the special admission period formally opens. "Life," I told him cheerfully, "is a continuous struggle." "Before I met you," he said, "I at least had weekends." The special admission period was scheduled to open in June. Within 2 days, the Ministry of Education received dozens of petitions demanding it open immediately. I was not there for what happened next, but I have been told about it by 3 separate people who all enjoyed it enormously. The Minister of Education is a man named Lin Ming, and he read that pile of petitions with rising fury. The 4 glory, the 5 vigor, even the government's own research institutes. And then he discovered the detail that broke him, which is that he had not been permitted to attend the presentation at all. Not overlooked, excluded. Sun Gao had personally struck his name from the list. Those 2 men were once closer than brothers, and when Sun Gao was convicted, Lin Ming refused to meet him and then made an example of him in public. The ministry's reply was one line: "The Ministry of Education does not approve," which is when the university presidents revolted. Cao Yang of Nanrong University has a scar running across his scalp and no patience whatsoever. "Handle it," he said when his staff suggested handling it. "I will handle your backside." And then he laid out, at volume, what it is actually like to run a university in this safe zone. They hand their weapons and their technologies to the government for free. When Marcus and Lister delivered a bioenergy system, they received a couple of banners and some medals, and they had covered the development costs themselves. Faculty salaries come out of student fees. Ministry funding shrinks every single year. Meanwhile, a junior researcher at a government institute owns 2 or 3 apartments in the top 10 districts. And the detail that stayed with me: Nanrong University has been converting its laboratories into guest rooms and renting them out. "I am a university president," he said, "and I spend my entire day scrimping." That, incidentally, is why Sylvie spent years grinding at one octopus without running a single new experiment. Not incompetence, she had no money. Then he said something that made his own assistant flinch. "I genuinely regret not joining those old men at Beirong." "Principal," said the assistant, "Beirong University is gone. Please be careful what you say." He wrote the ultimatum himself into a group chat with the other presidents. If the ministry does not approve, Nanrong withdraws from the joint special admission and runs its own. Dongrong, Shirong, and Zhongrong forwarded his text to the ministry within the hour. Shu Bo of Zhongrong also wrote a personal letter to Secretary General Luo. Lin Ming's first instruction was to have all of those presidents removed. Then Secretary General Luo Zhen called him, and he turned to honey in about 4 seconds. "Yes, those university professors do have it hard. I will issue the document immediately, approving the early commencement." And when he put the phone down, alone in his office, he said, "Vinehart, what a pity. Oh, Vinehart, Vinehart." At midnight, the ministry published the document. The special admission period, scheduled for June, opened the following morning. At 1 minute past midnight, dozens of cars left universities across every region of the safe zone, heading for a district none of them had ever heard of, Area 14121. "I have not yet demonstrated my corresponding value," I told my 2 collaborators. "For now, I am only a starting point. I will let them know later that I am the most valuable item in this transaction." Sun Gao explained the actual currency, and it is not money, it is privileges, a laboratory from your first year, priority on the university's hunting contracts, reduction of the mandatory hunting quota, which otherwise gets you held back or expelled, exemption from examinations. I turned down most of them on site. Am I a man who lacks sequence money? I earned 6,000 hunting points in a week. Do you still not understand? Then he said exemption from examinations, and I sat up. Instead of sitting in a study room during finals week, I said, why would I not go outside and hunt properly? You may only have one, said Sun Gao. A special admission candidate is granted exactly one privilege. One, I said. I am arriving with a vine heart, an old son, a pack of professors, and myself, who is one of a kind. Together that paves a smooth road for a university for the next 50 years. I put my feet on his desk. Other people get admitted through special admission. I am investing my own capital. Frankly, I think I should have a seat on the board. Why not simply go in as the principal? No, I said. An 18-year-old principal would put too much pressure on the other schools. I spent my last free day playing games at Sun Shin's internet cafe, and we ate together that night, and I handed out money for the future. 10 silver to him, 5 to each brother. And then I asked him a question that ended up deciding the whole negotiation. If I could grant you one special privilege, what would you want? He thought about it for a long time, chewing. The privilege to establish privileges, he said. The right to set my own rules. I asked where that came from, and he told me about a story he read in primary school about a girl with a 7-colored flower who wastes her wishes on nothing. Even as a child, that made me furious, he said. If I had a 7-colored flower, my first wish would be for 3 more 7-colored flowers. Why 3? 1 for me and 1 for each of my brothers. He shrugged. When I was sleeping rough and did not know where the next meal was coming from, I wanted a 7-colored flower very badly. I told him mine, since we were being honest. There was a boss, I said. A long time ago, when I was much younger, he was terrible to me. My fantasy was to hang him from a street lamp and take a whip to him. You could do that now. That particular one, I said, I will never get to draw on in this lifetime. Because that man does not exist here. He is in a world that ended 10 years ago, and he died with everybody else, and there is not one single thing I can ever do about it. Ah Shin, I said, after a while, you have given me an excellent suggestion. The principal acquired a secretary that week, seconded from the administration. The first one lasted 2 days, because Chen Fengge walked in and observed her resting a hand on his thigh, and the woman was returned to the administration by nightfall. The replacement was a man who also made an attempt, and who upon establishing that it was futile, settled down and became genuinely excellent at the job. A secretary who receives a silver coin every 2 days, said Sun Gao, tells everyone that I am now a person of standing, and when a chance to rise is sitting right in front of somebody, the test of human nature is extremely difficult to pass. He shrugged. People pursue advantage. It has nothing to do with gender. I paid for the secretary, incidentally. If I were not negotiating the terms of your special admission, he said, when I objected, would I need one? The research institutes arrived first. Rende and Ranxing, the second of them run by Luo Xiang, who was the Secretary General's cousin, and their opening offer was extraordinary. All fees waived, 1 gold coin, and 100 bottles of potion a month as a stipend for me. For Sun Gao and Chen Wen, 50 and 40 gold as a signing payment and 5 gold a month. 20 and 3 for each of the other professors. Ranxing added a 2nd-class god-hunting weapon for me and 3rd class for the professors. I nearly said yes. Then I heard how much more generous the terms were for Sun Gao than for me, and I stopped, because the problem in that room was never the size of the pile. It was the shape of it, so I asked the question that ended both conversations. None of the terms you have offered include any special privileges, correct? That kind of bad habit exists only at the universities, said Luo Xiang. Our institute is backed by the United Government. I think, I said, that a university which writes its privileges down is actually better. Because in a place where privileges do not officially exist, they still exist. They are simply distributed by connections, and I do not have any. I need my advantages written on paper where a man with no family can point at them. And the second thing, which I did not say out loud, is that in the entire meeting neither institute had said one word about how the Vineheart would be divided. I declined both of them very politely, with bowing, and took their brochures. I heard afterward what they said in the car, that the meeting had probably been arranged to use their terms as leverage against the universities, and that they were content with that because it would make the universities bleed a little more. The real reason I said no is simpler. At a government institute, everything you produce is taken, and they run regular medical examinations on their people. I do not intend to be examined by anybody, ever. While we waited for the universities, the presidents of the 4 Glory and the 5 Vigor and the directors of the institutes went out through exit 38324 to have a look around. Just a look. Purely academic interest. Then somebody suggested comparing point totals, and one of them said something modest about not really participating, and then all of them left at the same time in different directions, offering various excuses over their shoulders. Shubo grabbed Liu Yingrong by the arm to slow her down and hit her on the head, and she came apart in his hands because it was a substitute body and the real one had left several minutes earlier. What followed, according to every hunter present, was locusts in business suits. One strike kills a god, one motion takes the plate, and on they go without breaking stride, because a difference of a single point could cost a place in the final ranking. The local hunters, who already joke that hunting at 38324 is a form of begging, came back empty and went to protest outside the administration. Cao Ming called me to move the meeting up, and not one of those men and women, the leadership of the entire safe zone, beat the total I earned on my first day out there. 4 of them cleared 1,000. Which is why none of them went to the inspection counter at all. They came into the meeting hall filthy, in torn suits, and did not raise their eyes, so I gave them a lecture. Why, I asked the assembled leadership of 9 universities and 8 institutes, would anyone commit acts of arson, murder, and looting in a wretched little place like this, causing immense suffering to hundreds of sequence users who live nearby? I let that sit. The rich feast, I said, while the poor freeze to death in the street. Sun Gao told me later that his only thought was, how does this scoundrel who takes bribes and cheats constantly suddenly become an advocate for the common people? He knew perfectly well what the real grievance was. They had stripped my hunting grounds for the next 6 months. Nobody argued, because arguing would have meant admitting how few points they had, which was more humiliating than being scolded by a teenager. Chu Zhongxiong of Tianxing went first, and he came with money, because he used to be a deputy minister of finance. For me, 2 gold and 150 bottles a month. For Sun Gao and Chen Wen, 180 gold as signing payments and 10 gold a month. 50 and 5 for the rest. The room made a noise because 100 gold as a signing payment exceeds the quarterly budget of most universities in this safe zone. I later learned that his minister had instructed him to negotiate the price down. Lower the price, he had said. Do you think you are at a market picking vegetables? You are the vegetable seller. You are the one standing there hoping a customer arrives. Every remaining institute withdrew after that, rather than be publicly outbid. Except Dixing. Sun Chang came out of the army, and his money was half of Chu Zhongxiong's, and he did not care because he was not offering money. Within 1 year, a 5th-class god-hunting weapon for Sun Gao and for Chen Wen. 4th class for every professor. 3rd class for me. For context, at a university, a 5th-class weapon is a relic, and using one requires a unanimous vote of the Board of Trustees. Then he told the room why. My neighbor hoards grain, he said. I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. And then he said the thing that emptied the air out of that hall. 5 years ago, we could only kill the weakest small deities. Today we hunt mid-sized deities whenever we like. The problem of hunting large deities will very likely be solved within 1 or 2 years. He looked around the table. And when the thing outside stops being the problem, can any of you guarantee that the safe zone stays as stable as it is today? You cannot even count the irreconcilable factions inside your own united government. Then there is the military and academia and the churches and the chambers of commerce and the organizations that do not like humanity very much at all. He shrugged. This place is a half-cooked meal. Do you genuinely believe you will be eating it, half-cooked, for the rest of your lives? That was the first honest map of internal politics anybody ever drew for me. Everything from every corner of a dead planet poured into one box and stirred. He had also already secured permission for his people to keep their own research outputs. Not from the Minister of Education. From Petrov, the Minister of Armaments. If anything goes wrong, he said comfortably, Petrov takes the blame. So I asked whether that right would extend to me, and he said no, to my face, and explained why in a way I have never forgotten. If Lin Ming moves against Sun Gao, Petrov will step up and defend him. If Lin Ming moves against you, he said, nobody will step up at all. Have I made myself clear enough? He had, completely. I am not yet heavy enough to hold a privilege down. After 2 institutes had shown their hands, every mid-tier university in the room quietly withdrew. Yan Mohui of Shirong made the first serious move of the second round. For me, any privilege I liked, my choice, plus a stipend calculated at a lecturer's rate, and all research outcomes derived from the Vine Heart would belong to me as well, with full rights of use. For the team, complete funding, and the right to keep their own results, with an annual technical contribution owed back to the university. And Shirong would not be outdone on weapons, because that university is built on top of mutated ore deposits. That killed the 5 vigor. All 5 of them left at once, and one of them said, on the way out, that at this rate their entire school would collapse before Sun Gao's team produced its first result. 6 left in the room. Chu Zhongxiang of Tianxing, Sun Xiang of Dixing, Yan Mohui of Shirong, Liu Yingrong of Dongrong, Chao Yong of Nanrong, Shu Bo of Zhongrong. Liu Yingrong went straight for Shirong's soft place. Shirong is superb at ore and at weapons, she pointed out, and weak precisely where this team is strong, which is sequences and gods. Wherever they go, they are effectively providing technical assistance to somebody else's project. Her offer matched Shirong's, but instead of ore, she brought mandatory professorial councils and the business connections of Dongrong's graduates. Shubo of Zhongrong opened with something none of the others had thought to do. He apologized. I know you were wronged, he said to Sun Gao in front of everybody, and I was unable to help you. It is already commendable, said Sun Gao, that you stayed neutral under that much pressure. Zhongrong's pitch was the strongest research team in the safe zone, the best students, and Sun Gao's own old relationships, which are all still there, in that building, waiting. And Chao Yong of Nanrong University said nothing at all. He sat through the entire round with his arms folded, and at the end of it he rubbed the scar on his scalp and said, to nobody in particular, damn it, every single one of them is offering better terms than Nanrong. Nanrong had nothing to offer, and Chao Yong refused to leave the room. Shirong has ore, Dongrong has money, Zhongrong has strength. Nanrong has none of those things, and when the others suggested he might as well go home, he silenced the entire table with one number. What exactly are you so arrogant about, he said. With a score of 338, Liu Yingrong went red. I found the ghost turtle first, and you and that old crook Shu stole it from me. Whoever scores highest has the most to say here, said Chao Yong. The only person with a higher score than me is Shu Wenju of Dongjun. If he were sitting here telling me to leave, I would listen. The rest of you are not quite there. I put my hand up. President Liu scored 338 points, I said. May I ask what the unit is? Does 1 point represent 10 hunting points or 100? The silence that followed was one of the great achievements of my life. 338 points meant 338 points, doubled for solo already. And the highest scorer in that room, Chao Yong, had a little over 1,300, which is less than I earned on my first afternoon. If word of this got out, somebody said, into their own hands, I could never show my face in the safe zone again. Then I told them how the vine heart divides. 1/4 to whichever university takes me. 1/4 to Sun Gao's team, 1/4 available to other organizations, and 1/4 stays with me. You mean the entire Vineheart was never on the table? The terms you have all offered, I said, do not appear to be enough to buy a whole one. Somebody asked what my alternative was, in the tone people use when they believe there is not one. I can decline special admission entirely, I said, and wait for assessment after the college entrance exam. That way I keep the use of the whole thing. Is that not right? Every head turned to Sun Gao, waiting for the adult to rein in the child. Also, said Sun Gao, Mei Wei promised me 1/4 of the Vine Heart. Given how things stand, I could hardly fail to support him. And I watched the room work out, all together, that I am not his front. We are partners, and he is not senior. Then I put the Vine Heart on the table, where it lit the underside of everybody's chin, and asked whether I might have more than one privilege. Nobody said no. Silence at that level is a signature. First privilege, my credits are not cut for skipping examinations. Second, the privilege of making rules. The right to design privileges for myself as I need them, according to my own requirements. 1 or 2, or if necessary, many. If we grant unlimited privileges, somebody said, how would the school function at all? Cao Yong started laughing. The privilege you are describing, he said, has another name. It is called the Board of Trustees. Are you attempting to join the board directly, boy? It is an opening position, I said. You are all welcome to negotiate down from it. You are really something, he said. You are exactly my type. Then he explained why only Nanrong could ever say yes, and it was the most useful lecture of the entire week. Shirong was founded by 4 mining families out of Area 6. Their children are born holding privileges. Dongrong was founded by 3 chambers of commerce out of Area 4, where money rules everything and always has. Zhongrong exists to supply the government, and you never know which student walking past you will be a minister of state in 20 years. Granting a boy from a 4-digit district the right to write his own rules inside any of those 3 would place him above those castes on paper, and they would eat him alive for it within a year. The fact that those 3 presidents have not spoken up, he added, is also a way of protecting you. Nanrong was built by him and by professors who were squeezed out of the other 3. No rigid classes, no complicated power structure. Its board is split simply. The professors decide the science and the president decides the administration, which means his word is the board's word. Then he set his conditions, and they were sharper than anything the rich schools had produced. The privilege may be used no more than once a month. I must hold first place in my year in both hunting points and research credits. If I fall out of first in either, the privilege is revoked, and the privilege may never be illegal, immoral, or aimed at faculty or staff. Privileges are for students to hold over each other, said Chao Yang. Not for students to hold over teachers. If you want to ride roughshod over professors, wait until you are on the board of trustees. I agreed on the spot. And then I sat there thinking that I would need to go home and study those 3 rules very carefully to work out where the gaps are. The others raised their offers again. Tianxing went to 2 gold a month with all expenses covered. Dixing offered to share every research result without exception, so I leaned on Chao Yang where he was weakest. A man cannot live on privileges, I said. The material conditions your school offers are simply not sufficient. And the president of the poorest university in the room went all in. He gave me the use of an entire floor of the Nanrong guest house. 8 apartments for the full duration of my studies. Live in them, rent them out, do as I like. Which floor? I said immediately. Because I have stayed in a guest house before, and I have noticed that the top floor and the ground floor are never as pleasant as the middle. Cao Yang looked at me for a long moment. The best one, he said through his teeth. The 10th floor of the East guest house. 3 silver a night per room. 8 rooms. Several hundred silver a month out of the budget of a university that has been renting out its own laboratories. Sun Gao negotiated his team's terms separately, and while he was at it, he explained why he had never mentioned his quarter share at the presentation. Those 6 came back to me when I had nothing, he said. First they follow me with nothing in it for them, then I share. He shrugged. If you will not share my hardship, do not expect to share my good fortune. The last part is my favorite. The 2 of us withdrew to a side room to decide gravely between 6 extraordinary offers, and we turned to each other and asked at exactly the same moment which one the other had picked. Both of us had wanted Nanrong from the very beginning. Neither of us had noticed. We had been performing so convincingly for the room that we had successfully fooled each other. Cao Yang signed and then looked at us with deep suspicion. Were the 2 of you walking me around this whole time? I have a feeling you had your eyes on Nanrong from the start. If that were true, said Sun Gao, then we did not only take you for a ride, we took every other president and director in that hall for one as well. He laughed for about a minute. Then he gave me one more thing without being asked. Julong Academy, 2nd of the 8 colleges, stands directly across a footbridge from Nanrong University. Clear a couple of rooms on your floor, he said. Move the girl in. Bring the grandmother. We are just friends. Yes, that is enough for now. From now on, I said, can the rent from the 10th floor be paid directly into my account? You really cannot wait, can you? There was one casualty of that week. The presidents of 9 universities and 8 institutes had stripped Exit 38324 of everything that moved tens of thousands of points worth in a single afternoon of pretending not to compete. The administration reclassified the gate. It is no longer Exit 38324. It has been renumbered 120911, which in this system means demoted. I am the bureau chief, said Xiao Ming, and your special recruitment has utterly ruined me. I told Lin Ru about it in the library, and I had been looking forward to it for a week. The choice was Julong Academy in Area 7 or Lianrong Academy in Area 3. Lianrong ranks higher on paper and is full of the children of senior officials, which makes it, by all accounts, a depressing place to be poor in. Julong sits across a footbridge from Nanrong, and Chao Yang cleaned it up personally when he arrived next door. There is a floor in the Nanrong guest house, I said. You get a room. Your grandmother gets a room. The college is across the bridge. She put her pen down, which is the equivalent of anybody else shouting. You did not give something up to arrange this. No. You did not reveal your secret. No. I am simply very capable, and I have earned the approval of the president of Nanrong. She looked at me for a while. How are you so amazing? She said. I left her my old phone with 2 numbers in it. Mine and Sun Gao's. If you cannot reach me in an emergency, call Old Sun, I said. And on a phone, hint, never state. Then I left for Area 9, and 2 men followed her home from school. I did not know about this for a long time afterward, and when I found out I did the arithmetic on how close it came, and I did not enjoy the result. They had orders to take a hostage. They had studied the people around me and made a list. Mei Ling, missing. Aunt Chen, dismissed as a transaction. Teacher Fong, for whom I killed 7 men, and Lin Ru. Taking me directly was ruled out, and I want to quote their reasoning, because it is the funniest thing anybody has ever said about me. That boy is with Sun Gao. And can you really trust information from the management bureau? You believed he was a phantom assassin because he said so? Lin Ru noticed them within a block. She took out the phone I had given her. She looked at it. and she put it back in her pocket. Never mind, he has only just left. Let him hunt gods in peace for a few days. Ever since I met him, she thought, I have been dealing with his problems constantly. It is extremely annoying. Then she remembered the look on my face when I told her about the apartment, and she smiled to herself and thought, never mind, I forgive him. The two of them were never seen again. Their client, meanwhile, was sitting in a restaurant across from a man in a wide-brimmed hat. The client was Lin Ming, Minister of Education, and the man in the hat lifted the brim, and he had 4 eyes. Tell me, he said. Mei Wei's sequence level is 3, 4 at the absolute most. He tapped the table. Then why have both of my sequence level 4 followers disappeared? Area 9 took a week to reach because the districts under 100 are not laid out in numerical order. Area 7 has 23, 39, 55, and 80 around it, and nobody has ever explained why. Lei Kai Kindergarten has a cartoon 3-winged flying fish on the gate and a metal detector that confiscated both of my knives. Chen Wen came out to meet us unshaven, with his hair in every direction, from an office so clean it reflected the lights. Old son, he said, long time no see. He has quit smoking, because when a parent complains they fine him and cut his pay. He lives on a principal's salary and nothing else, which tells you what happened to him when he was exiled. He put us up in a room with 10 small beds in it. The children moved out of this one, he said over his shoulder. One of them died in here during nap time. I assumed you two would not care about that sort of thing. Who says I do not care? I said. Then he mentioned that rent near the kindergarten runs to 100 silver a month, which is more than housing beside a college, because at least half the people born after the apocalypse could not afford kindergarten at all, and the ones who can afford it live close. On reflection, I said, superstition is sometimes unacceptable. I have decided to stay in the haunted room. Superstition is unwise, Chen Wen agreed, particularly when broke. I had almost 500 silver coins by then, my own 100 plus 300 in rent from a floor I had owned for less than a week. 3 months earlier, I had been counting out 10 copper for half an hour of internet, so I went to buy a car. Tell me about everything you have, I said to the salesman, in the 300 to 400 silver range. Sir, he said, I am very sorry. We do not sell used cars. There was a pause of some length. If I did not sell used cars, he added, my dealership's business would drop by at least 30%. Renting was also out because renting requires a local residence permit and my registered address is wandering. Sun Gao called me President Mei all the way back to the kindergarten in front of the driver until I turned red. Dinner at Lei Kai Kindergarten was liver with onions, cucumber with wood ear and egg, and asparagus with large sea prawns. The children got sea cucumber as well. It is extremely good to be a kindergartner in this world. The only problem is that every bowl is the size of a teacup. Exit 213 has an entry threshold of 1800 points, which does not apply to an insurer, which is the only reason Sun Gao got through the gate. I booked the taxi off the forum. The driver is mute and disabled and has the best reviews in the district, and I chose him for both of those reasons, because I have never enjoyed talking to strangers for long. 2,000 copper each way. If Mr. Mei finds this inconvenient, Sun Gao observed, why not simply buy a car? The platform at 213 has all the same facilities as 207, minus the gentleman's zone, because almost everybody at this gate has black hair, and nobody has bothered importing that particular cultural blend. The foot washing area is twice the size instead. The inspector had the same expression as every inspector I have ever met. Even if I were starving, he said to nobody, I would never do a job checking exits. Do not speak too definitively, said his colleague. When we got married, we swore to love each other for life. Looking back, it was a few loud noises. Outside, it was busy and cheerful. I watched a young hunter get thrashed across a rock by a worm and observed that the area outside the safe zone is wonderful because it not only loosens your muscles and joints, it makes you feel young again. Sun Gao kept us inside the radius where large deities do not come, and I kept trying to go further because my contract now says I must hold first place in my year on hunting points, and there are over 100,000 people ahead of me, 1 or 2,000 of whom are actually in the special admission cohort. And then I found a skull, bright red, lying on the ground, glowing. Sun Gao's face changed, and the first thing out of his mouth was not what it was. It was the law. An insurer may not carry anything home. Everything found goes to the government. Concealing something gets you a year in prison as a floor, and something like a Vinehart? Execution, he said. Old son, I said. I thought our friendship was unbreakable, an absolute life and death bond. Under normal circumstances it is, he said. Under special circumstances, you are you and I am me. When would it be a special circumstance? When your thoughts become dangerous. Then he told me what the skull meant, and it is the reason the next 8 days happened. There are 5 vine hearts in this safe zone with known owners, and probably more than 10 in total once you count what the factions are sitting on quietly. There are, at the absolute most, 3 crimson crystals in the entire safe zone. The largest is the size of a quail's egg. He held the skull up to the light and judged from the brightness that this one would come out about the size of a pigeon's egg. Then he explained the trap, because it is a trap, and it has been eating sequence users for years. A blood salamander is a small deity, blind, venomous, and impossibly fast in water. It lives inside the bowl of a flower called water-accumulating begonia, which is classified as mid-sized and has roots running for kilometers, which makes that classification a polite fiction. The flower uses the salamander as bait. The moment a hunter jumps into the bowl to take it, the begonia withdraws underground and floods the whole cavity with caustic fluid. It kills the hunter. It also kills the salamander, and a dissolved salamander turns its crimson crystal into an ordinary stone. You cannot kill the flower. Nobody ever has. If you threaten it, it closes, kills its own salamander, and leaves. And the cycle continues, because a salamander egg only hatches in that caustic fluid. They need each other. It is a marriage. There is exactly one way through it, which is to jump in anyway and be fast, while somebody holds the flower open. With Earthbind, said Sun Gao. Old Sun, I said, where exactly did you import that skill from? How is it that it can hold down a god that size? He looked at me over his glasses. Did you hear the important part at all? We agreed the split before we found it, which is how we do things now. 50-50 on money and potion, not on the treasure. The flower was 10 meters across, and the water inside the bowl was so dark red that the stars were reflected in it. Sun Gao put on the blood-red mask. I put on violence and jumped. The bowl slammed shut and did not quite close because he had it, and the ground for 100 meters in every direction was moving. He started counting down from 10. 9. The salamander was 2 meters long and kept its distance, and it was leaking a glowing red venom into the water. I sealed my breathing valve. 8. I threw the blind knife and hit it, and felt extremely good about myself for 1 second until it kept dodging exactly as well as before. Blood salamanders are blind, Sun Gao bellowed from above. The blind knife is useless. I left the knife on the bottom. 6. That was when the caustic fluid started, and I could hear my armor hissing. 5. The armor went transparent in patches. The salamander was slowing too, because the acid does not care whose partner you are. So I feinted a break for the outside, hooked my foot on the pistol, spun back, and caught it by the leg. 4. Hurry! The seal is cracking. I cannot hold it. 3. Dagger into the back of the skull. Its skin was already blackening and sloughing, and if I had taken another 4 seconds, the crystal would have died with it. I threw the whole 2-meter carcass up and out of the bowl, and in the middle of the jump after it, something took hold of my ankle and pulled me back under. Above me, Sun Gao lost the flower. He threw dozens of vines at it, and they were shredded in about a second, and the entire water-accumulating begonia went into the ground with me inside it. He stood in an empty crater, soaked through, and said out loud to nobody, "If Mei Wei dies, I am settling this with Wang Qian," which is how I learned much later that he assumed from the first second that I had been set up. The thing holding my ankle was not a god. It was a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses and an ordinary anti-freeze suit standing at the bottom of a sinking flower inside a bubble of air that the water was not touching. "This is my hunting ground," he said. "You come here to steal from me. You die." I would like to note the sequence of events. He was down there the entire time. He watched me be told the countdown. He watched me go in. He waited until I had killed the salamander and secured the crystal, and only then did he reach up. My armor had holes in it. The fluid was running down my arm. I could not use Gluttony Domain because there was no open space to arrive in and no way to open my mask to eat, and I had perhaps 40 seconds of air, so I did not swim away. I went at him, took hold of his arm, locked myself against him head to foot, and pressed my mask against his leg and breathed out of his own air barrier. He kicked at me and could not shift me. "You are sequence level 5? I am your grandfather," I said. Here is the reasoning, since I had about 6 seconds to do it. His sequence gives him concealment, a barrier, and water displacement. None of those is strength. In a pure grapple, with both of us breathing the same borrowed air, the man with the stronger body wins on stamina, and that is the only category I have ever been good at. Backup plan, surface, bite off a piece of the petal, eat it, and leave through Gluttony Domain. The first attempt at that plan went badly. I got a mouthful of petal membrane, a face full of sap, and knocked out one of my own front teeth. Then I let go with one hand and put the dagger up into him, and drove it home with a punch to the pommel. His barrier went out. I took his backpack off him on the way past, and the moment it separated from his body, the air around us vanished completely. Then I teleported upward, betting my life on one piece of reasoning. The stem is pulling the flower down, therefore there must be a shaft above it. There was. I came out into a collapsing tunnel of loose earth, teleported up 3 more times, and on the 4th, the destination was blocked and the skill shut down. So I climbed. On. Violence, punching my fingers into rock. The flower had taken me more than a kilometer down in a few seconds, and it was still descending. When violence ran out, the pain arrived, and it was like being burned alive from the outside in, and I did not dare scream in case the tunnel came down on me. So I gambled everything and used violence a second time, knowing perfectly well that when it ended, I would lose consciousness. 5 minutes of climbing. 8, 9, with nothing above me but more loose soil. And then, in a gap in the ceiling of the shaft, there was one star. I do not know which star. It is not a star anybody has ever named for me, but it became the sun that lit up my entire world. I did not have time to reach it. So I shouted, "Old sun, help me!" as loudly as I could and heard absolutely nothing come back. Then I punched a niche into the wall, crawled in, sealed the entrance behind me, and left a slit for air, and opened the backpack I had taken off a dead man. There was bread in it. I dug through a heap of dark red crystals to get to it. Ate 2 loaves whole, because my throat has been getting wider since the first garbage bin, and passed out with one thought still going. That pile of crystals in the bag. Could those be? I woke up because of the pain. There was still acid in what was left of my armor, and it had taken the skin off in wide patches, and at my elbows and knees I could see bone. I could not sit down, so I stood, naked, in a hole in the ground a kilometer under a dead world, and said out loud, "I am amazing. I survived that." My phone had dissolved with the backpack. Then I worked out my situation, which was simple. Sleep heals me faster than anything else does. Pain makes sleep impossible. Therefore, I needed to knock myself unconscious. The first attempt failed, and I lay there thinking, "Damn it, you did not hit yourself hard enough." The second attempt worked, and I heard the sound it made. When I came round again, the wounds had closed, and I had half a loaf of moldy bread, no clothes, and no idea which direction anything was in. I had walked out there with my head down, following a man who knew the way. Of the azure pattern armor, there survived exactly one strip of fabric, sufficient to cover one thing, and I stood in a crater in the wasteland and genuinely deliberated whether it should go over my face or not. 2 arguments settled it. First, running into the safe zone naked would create a bad impression. Second, it would put considerable pressure on other men. I was picked up by a young man in armor better than mine had ever been, with a full beard, driving a vehicle that cost more than my district. He was 18 years old. There is a saying in China, he explained. A young man with no beard is unreliable, so my family had me grow one, to increase my credibility. His name is Chao Ping, and he manages a chamber of commerce. I told him my name was Shu Guang, which is the name of a man I once burned to death in an apartment building, and then he spent the entire drive complaining about me. There is this kid called Mei Wei who got incredibly lucky, he said. Special recruitment is supposed to be about merit and points. He caught me completely off guard. He himself has a little over 20,000 hunting points. Going for special admission, he said, would disgrace my family. Then he mentioned in passing that I had been dead for 7 days. Here is what had happened while I was unconscious in a hole. Sun Gao came back with the crimson crystal since I had thrown the salamander out of the bowl before I went under. But an insurer is legally forbidden to own anything recovered on a hunt, so the crystal was registered to the dead man, which meant it was an estate, which meant the entire safe zone was fighting over the will. Sun Gao and Nanrong claimed it as my nearest insurer, ACB in Sin Sadiman Tidin Y. The United Government claimed it on the grounds that I grew up on free school meals and were therefore raised by them. The Mingxu sect claimed it on the grounds that I had sacrificed myself for the safe zone and so had obviously been one of theirs. The military claimed it on the grounds that without them, the wall would have fallen and I would never have existed at all. Nobody dared perform the blood contract because everybody else had promised to kill whoever tried first. The crystal is the size of an egg, several times larger than the one Zhongrong has been treasuring for years. And today there was a truce because Sun Gao had insisted on holding a memorial. He had missed my funeral entirely because of the fight over the crystal, and he wanted to say goodbye properly. Cao Ping told me all of this cheerfully, including, in detail, the fact that a crimson crystal is secured with a drop of the finder's blood. I cut my palm open on a plate I found in the car, and while he drove and talked, quietly bled onto every single crystal in the dead man's backpack. My own funeral was magnificent. There was a brazier the size of 2 bathtubs. There were crowds in church robes, school uniforms, government suits, and military dress, standing together in the same grief. Different organizations, different peoples, identical mourning. There were also several cameras, moving slowly along the front row, filming the sorrow in close-up. The memorial tablet was 2 or 3 meters tall. Whose memorial tablet is 2 or 3 meters tall? The offering table was covered in dishes I had never once eaten while I was alive, and I stood at the edge of my own funeral looking at them and thought, I never got anything this good when I was breathing. Now that I am dead, they lay it out. Being dead is clearly more effective than being alive. The portrait was my forum avatar. Hair in every direction, a sweater covered in pills. That photograph is genuinely terrible. I am going to have to find time to take a better one. And in the middle of all of it, off to one side, stood Sun Gao with his hands in his pockets, not talking to anybody, having lost more weight, with what was left of his hair sitting on his head like a tuft of grass on a smooth stone. Out of everybody in that field, he was the only one actually grieving. I walked toward my own tablet wearing one strip of cloth, and a steward stepped in front of me. "You will have to queue if you want to offer incense." "Do I need to queue?" I said, "to offer incense to myself?" Somebody at the front screamed, "Mei Wei is not dead?" "Sorry to disappoint you," I said. "You are still alive too." While every head in that field was turned toward me, Cao Ping looked inside the backpack he had been carrying for me. "Holy crap," he said, at full volume. Then, into the silence, with 200 people staring. "I have just found out that my fiancé has been cheating on me." The crowd made a sympathetic noise and turned back to the resurrection. He told me later what happened inside his head over the following 90 seconds, and I have decided I like him. Compared to a bag of crimson crystal, he thought, my integrity, kindness, trustworthiness, benevolence, loyalty, dignity, self-control, honesty, gratitude, and tolerance all seem rather pale, just this once. Then he opened the bag properly and found 2 crystals larger than a fist, and every single one of them already streaked red with somebody's blood. And he worked out in stages that the only person who had explained the blood contract to me was him, in a car, at length, unprompted. "So it turns out," he said, "I was the one who helped him. He hit himself in the mouth twice. So talkative. So extremely talkative." Then he made the second decision of his life that went against his family's teachings, which was to say nothing at all, become my friend, and hope that 2 or 3 of them might eventually come his way. And he remembered something his uncle had told him that he had laughed at. "Look across the whole safe zone. There is nobody under 30 more cunning than Mei Wei." I announced that I would be securing the crystal immediately, and the Minister of Education stood up. "Lin Ming has a voice built for corridors. You owe your success to the Ministry of Education," he said. "Should you not be grateful?" "So," I said, "Minister Lin intends to represent the United Government in stealing the spoils from a sequence user." He brought his people forward. They were high level, and there were several of them, so I turned around and made an announcement to the field. "After I secure this crystal," I said, "I will convene a council and divide it with all of you, the military, the universities, the church, the bureaus." I looked back at him. "Everybody, you are the only one who is not good enough, Minister Lin." And then, "Minister Lin would now like to kill me and take the treasure. I hope everyone will support me." Dozens of people stood up behind me. Not out of affection, out of arithmetic. Remove the government from the table and everybody else's share goes up. "Minister Lin," said Chu Zhongsheng of Tianxing, "let us be clear about our relationship. I am not your subordinate." Sun Chiang of Dixing put a hand on the shoulder of the Minister of Armaments, who had come to a funeral for reasons of his own, and said, "I am the Research Institute of the United Government, not the Research Institute of your Ministry of Education." Lin Ming left. "Student Mei," he said on the way past. "Well done. I hope you have the last laugh." "How," I asked Sun Gao afterward, "did a clown like that ever become Minister of Education?" And he gave me the answer that I have been carrying ever since. "Chao Ming has the smoothest interpersonal instincts of anybody I know, and he is a bureau chief. Lin Wei is subtle enough to run 100 districts, and he is a mayor. William has connections at the center, and he is a governor." He looked at me. "So what kind of person do you suppose becomes a minister?" Then, more quietly, "From now on, do not underestimate a single enemy you meet." And then, because he cannot help himself, "If you are ever set up the way I was, will you be as lucky as me and find a lifeline?" Here is what I had worked out while my own funeral was going on. Securing that crystal would tie me to a chair. Every faction in the safe zone would suddenly become extremely concerned about my personal safety, which is another way of saying that they would decide where I was allowed to go. The crimson crystal saved my life, and it would have cost me the ability to hunt, and I had a bag of them. So I asked him, "Old son, if I gave you the chance to form the contract with this crimson crystal, would you want it?" He looked at me for a long moment, visibly moved, and then said, "Tell me honestly, are you interested in Gao He?" I made a short speech in front of everybody. My parents gave me life. The United Government raised me. Section Chief Chao taught me, and Professor Sun understands me, my principal at school, my insurer outside the wall, and the man who arranged my funeral. Then, while every person in that field was still working out what I meant, I put violence on so that nobody could get there first, took the dagger off Sun Chang's belt, and drove it through Sun Gao's palm. What looked like one smooth motion was in fact an extremely heavy strike. His blood went onto the crystal. You little rascal, he said, going white. Well done. Professor Sun, I said. You are welcome. Chen Wen bandaged his hand with a strip of white silk torn off my own coffin. The field was furious and could not say a word because I had just publicly repaid a debt in the most extravagant way available to me, and there is no way to be angry about that out loud. And something else changed that afternoon that I did not plan. Up to then, the safe zone thought I was a lucky boy with an unusually good nose for gods. After that, they thought I was a lucky boy with an unusually good nose for gods who pays what he owes. Chao Yong tried, gently, to renegotiate. Since Sun Gao would now be tied up with crystal politics, he pointed out, my hunting would suffer, and if my hunting suffered, I would lose first place in my year, and if I lost first place, I would lose the privilege. Old son, I said, without turning my head. Kick Nanrong University out of the meetings on the Crimson Crystal as well. I nearly died winning that thing for my own alma mater, and my alma mater is holding a grudge against me. He remembered what had happened to the last man who pushed me in front of witnesses. A wise man does not fight a losing battle, he said, and softened the clause. Not first in the year. Top 3. There cannot possibly be 3 freaks in one school, right? Then his nephew told me the numbers, and I stopped feeling clever. Cao Ping has over 20,000 hunting points, all solo. He is 4th among Nanrong's special admission intake this year because every year the candidates awaken earlier and accumulate longer. 4 years ago, the threshold for Nanrong was 1,000 points. This year, it is nearly 5,000. I have 6,114. So I am going to be at the bottom of the class, I said. I got 2 things out of that week that mattered more than the crystal. The first was Cao Ping himself. Did you only find out on the drive back? He asked when we were alone. That a crimson crystal is secured with a drop of blood? Wow, I said. Brother Chao is so perceptive. Then he told me the truth about the 90 seconds at the funeral without being asked, including the part where he decided to steal from me and then thanked me for making it impossible. If I had actually taken your crystals, he said, I think I would have carried the guilt for the rest of my life. I gave him the bag to hold. If I lose even one, he said, appalled, I could not pay you back if I sold everything I own. I have a feeling, I said, that the 1 or 2 you lose will turn out to be the 1 or 2 I was planning to give you. He put that bag somewhere very deep. Then I found out that the heir to a chamber of commerce was going to be living in a 4-person dormitory because his uncle runs the university and refuses to be seen giving family any advantage at all, so I gave him one of my 8 apartments. That cost me over 100 silver a month, and I felt every coin of it leaving my body, and I did it anyway, because a young master who is both well-born and genuinely honest is not a thing you find twice. He went red around the eyes and said, Brother May, we are officially both registered as Phantom Assassin. Neither of us has mentioned it. His uncle's assessment, delivered later. That boy is going all out to win you over. Second uncle, said Cao Ping, it is not about winning me over, it is about being friends. And Chao Yong decided not to correct him, on the grounds that sincerity is the ultimate weapon, and his nephew was never going to out-scheme me anyway. The second thing was equipment, because I had lost the azure pattern armor and the blind knife in a hole under a flower, and you cannot hunt naked, not twice anyway, which is how Chen Wen took me to the Tengfei construction site. This, he said, is the black market. It is a construction site during the day. At night, it is a market. There is no concealment at all, and I asked why nobody shuts it down. If the police station investigates a gang, said Chen Wen, the gang has to disappear the next day. If the police station raids the black market, the police station has to disappear the next day. The company that owns the site is Tengfei, which belongs to the Cao brothers, Cao Ping's father Cao Gao, and the president of my university. Nanrong University's founding capital was earned right there. At the entrance there is a curtain of light, a god-hunting weapon of the Cao family's own design, and once you step through it your face is smeared, your aura is smeared, and so is your voice. Mine came out as a squeak and I frightened myself. The market's reputation rests on one incident. Somebody once informed on a customer. The informer died before the authorities got to the customer, and the body was left in front of the administration building, and the administration decided that nothing had happened. The customer, incidentally, was Chen Wen. Entry is 10 silver ahead, and both of my companions pointed at me simultaneously and said, he is paying. I also learned, in passing, that the entire HCK chat room network, the anonymous system I used to buy my forged identity in the first place, belongs to the Cao family as well. Every road I have ever taken in this world turns out to have had a toll booth on it that I did not see. An hour of walking got me to a table with 2 items on it. Red silk armor, 2nd class. Short B dagger, 2nd class. Both made by a smith named Mei Wen. I put my chest out. I have several hundred silver coins, I said. I am not a pauper. Roll, said the trader. My 1st class azure pattern armor, it turns out, would fetch at least 200 silver on that market. The pair on that table were worth more than a gold coin between them. Then who buys these? I said. Nobody buys them, said the trader. People in the technical fields develop their own, or trade technical resources for them. Anyone who actually paid money for a god-hunting weapon would be laughed at until he died. So I did the only thing I had left and said my own name out loud in the middle of an anonymous black market. I am Mei Wei, I said. The terms I can offer are related to Vineheart or to Crimson Crystal, and if I do not tell you my real name, how could you possibly believe me? A woman arrived within a minute and demanded that I be removed from the premises because saying your real name is against the rules, and the rules are the only product that market actually sells. Rules are made by people, I said. Call the owner. It turned out she was not permitted to call the owner. There are regional managers above her and general managers above them. A black market with a full organizational chart, exactly like a listed company. So I called Chao Ping and it took about 90 seconds. While we waited, Sun Gao lectured me. Even if you are close to Chao Yong and to Chao Ping, he said, you cannot publicly challenge the Chao family's rules on their own ground. The hardest thing in this world to repay, I said, is a favor. If I had money in my pocket, I would not have done that. I shrugged. If they cannot understand that, it means they have a poor grasp of the bigger picture. And if they cannot, then I tear up the special admission agreement. Both Cow brothers were listening to that conversation live, which I did not know at the time and am not surprised by now. They went red. How can these three people have no sense of contractual obligation whatsoever? And then they decided to do nothing at all because Cao Ping was never going to outmaneuver me, so they might as well let him be sincere at me and see where it went. There is one detail from that conversation that I only learned much later, and it did more to earn my loyalty than the money did. Chao Yong had the wiretaps removed from the guest house floor before I moved in, not out of decency. His reasoning was that if I discovered them, the Vineheart and the Crimson Crystal would both be lost. I will take a good decision for a bad reason. They are more reliable than the other kind. The family gave me both items as a gift, which I did not expect at all, and I hung up the phone the instant I heard the word gift, in case he thought of a condition. I am told Chao Gao was left standing there with the receiver against his ear. Here is what they gave me. Red silk armor holds from 200 degrees down to -100. It does not care about the strongest acids or alkalis. It filters the venom of small deities and most mid-sized ones, and it will take a full force strike from a level 3 sequence user without opening. The short B dagger paralyzes on a cut for about 3 minutes. Driven inside the body, it paralyzes instantly, which for a small deity means hours, and for a mid-sized one means a minute or two. It also has to be soaked in sequence potion between uses, 2 bottles per application, once a week. So I have acquired a wealthy father, I said, in genuine outrage. Sun Gao had to explain it to me twice. That paralysis is effectively a binding skill handed to a man who does not have one. That instantaneous action is not a property some third-class weapons manage at all. That the pair together are worth about 3 gold coins. The Chao family had placed a bet on me. Personally, I think the Chao family made a killing. Back at the kindergarten, there were funeral wreaths at the gate. Actual wreaths, with my name on them, reading Mei Wei live forever, because the parents had discovered that the man who stumbled onto a Vineheart and a Crimson Crystal had been sleeping on the premises, and they wanted the luck to rub off on their children. There were notes taped to my door. May Sun Zi grow up healthy. I hope Chen Ran awakens a powerful sequence. May Mei Wei share some of his luck with Chen Yi so he can achieve excellent grades in primary school. Do they think I am a charm? The richer people are, said Chen Wen, the more superstitious they get. How else do you think churches thrive inside a safe zone? Then I discovered he had sold the beds. Both beds. The ones I had slept in. 50 silver each to parents, while wearing an expression of deep moral suffering. I cried, he said. I screamed. They would not listen. Which left one bed between 2 men, on alternating nights, with the loser on the floor. I slept for 3 days straight after that, and I did not dream about Sun Gao and Xiao Ming for once. I dreamed about a bird. Something between a hawk and a peacock and an owl, enormous with large bright eyes that I had definitely seen somewhere before. We looked at each other for a long time without either of us saying anything, and there was sunlight, actual sunlight, on both of us. Then it flew away, and the sun went out with it. When I woke up, every wound on my body had closed. Sun Gao looked at my arms and did not ask a single question, and said, if anyone asks, say Gao, he healed your injuries. He has known I have a secret since the 2nd week. He has simply gotten used to it and stopped investigating and started covering for me instead. Then I met the team, and I finally understood what I had actually been carrying around in that backpack. Jing Tao forges weapons and is somewhere in the top 4 in the entire safe zone at it. He lay studies sequences themselves and is in the top 5. The Dong twins, Tianxiang and Tianxiang, know every god outside the wall, and within an hour of meeting me, they had installed a version of the identification software that shows not only the species, but its weak points and which organs are scientifically valuable. Professor Liu does pharmaceuticals, and Chen Wen studies the apocalypse. I want to give you his questions, because they are the reason I stopped thinking of this as a story about getting rich. The sun was swallowed. So why has the earth not frozen? Something with roughly the mass of a sun is still holding us, and nobody can see it. The orbit is intact, the day is still 24 hours long, and mutated organisms appeared instantly in a single decade when evolution needs millions of years, which means they did not evolve, which means somebody made them or brought them. How are they connected to the gods? Sun Gao, incidentally, ranks in the top 10 of the safe zone in every one of those disciplines and the top 3 in several. He and Chen Wen used to be known as the Mei and Chen Double Diamonds after the playing cards that the Warren Chamber of Commerce prints of important people. The cards, it turns out, are how everybody keeps track of everybody. Jiang Tao opened negotiations by asking for half the crimson crystal. He settled for a bead the size of a marble and then admitted, while pocketing it, that even that would produce a 3rd or 4th class weapon. Sun Gao demanded a 5th class one out of him. Zhirong and his colleagues, he said, developed a 5th class god-hunting weapon without a crimson crystal at all. What is your excuse? I ran into Chao Ming at the administration building in Area 9, which is architecturally identical to the one in 14121, right down to the coffee bar, so it feels like walking into a chain restaurant. He had put the weight back on. His new title is Special Envoy for the Administration, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Armaments simultaneously, which exists because I publicly threw the Minister of Education out of my own funeral, and somebody now has to negotiate with everybody. A pile of senior officials will not participate, he said, so they push a small bureau chief to the front. He had already spoken to Tang Wanggong at the administration, absorbed a long complaint from Lin Ming, and been received by Petrov, all without eating. I suggested he bring in Lin Wei, who does not fit with William's group and who did him a favor once. Already done, he said. Then he told me the funny part. The incoming director of the administration for Area 14121 is Gao Ji, the man who was removed, coming back to run the mess. So you have forgiven him, I said. And Pan Yuguang? Chao Ming smiled at me over his tea. Turn the page? Absolutely not. They can wait. The better days are still ahead. By the 1st of April, I had rebuilt myself into something that frightened me. The Dong Twins software identifies people as well as gods now, because registering on the 2 big forums requires a face and fingerprints, which means almost any sequence user in the safe zone can be identified from a photograph. So, my information gap is closed by software. The short B dagger gives me the binding skill I never had, and red silk armor cannot be digested by an ordinary god, which means that even if something swallows me whole, I come out. I do not need an insurer anymore. Invincible. The current Mei Wei is so strong that even I am a little afraid of him. Then Xiaoping called to say that his future brother-in-law wanted to meet me, and I declined until he mentioned that the man intended to bring a 2nd-class god-hunting weapon as a gift. Little Chao, I said. Instantly, I have had another thought. We are practically family. Your brother-in-law is my brother-in-law. Luo Liu looks like a film star, and I wrote him off inside 2 seconds as decorative. He has over 30,000 hunting points. He is 3rd in Nanrong's intake. 1 place above Cao Ping. I have 6,114. His uncle has also housed him on the floor directly below mine, so this is a daily arrangement now. His opening line was, "Before I came, Uncle Chao and Uncle Chao both told me not to believe a word you say." I offered Cao Ping as a character reference. With his guarantee, said Luo Liu, it becomes even less credible. The gift was a pair of first strike boots, 2nd class. Heat, cold, and acid proof. They add speed, and they silence your footsteps. I put them on immediately and thanked him with enormous warmth, and then he asked for a piece of crimson crystal. No. Vineheart, then. That will not work either. You just said you would go through fire and water for me. Yes, I said. But you cannot have the crimson crystal or the Vineheart. He also delivered the 2nd half of my contract terms, which I had somehow failed to think about for a whole week. Top 3 in my year in hunting points, and top 3 in research credits. Cao Ping has over 3,000 research credits and is 2nd. Luo Liu has over 3,000 and is 3rd. I have 0. 1 paper from idea to publication takes 2 or 3 months, so I need 5 or 6 of them, and I need them before I start. The one thing I did that surprised both of them came at the end of that conversation, when Cao Ping started hinting that he could slow down his hunting to keep a place open for me. No, I said. I earned my points myself, and I will not stop you earning yours. If I cannot catch you, then I am incompetent, and I deserve to lose the privilege. Luo Liu looked at me differently after that, which I noticed, and which I did not entirely deserve, because I was also thinking that a man who accepts a handout in April is a man who can be handed things in June. We went out hunting, and I learned how the other half lives. Luo Liu takes 2 insurer S with him every single time. He has never once gone deep. Is it not dangerous? He asked me. This far out? Brother-in-law, I said. You do not seriously believe the vine heart and the crimson crystal came to me voluntarily? And I watched him arrive, for the first time in his life, at the actual rule. The first requirement for finding treasure is to risk your life. Are you willing to risk your life? That was when 3 ghost-faced herons came down behind us without making a sound, which is how I learned they hunt in groups. I went forward instead of back, pulling the nearest one onto me. 1 each, I shouted. You are getting a good deal. To 2 young men who have only ever killed mid-sized deities with a professional safety net standing behind them, that sounded exactly like a death sentence. Then one swallowed me, the second swallowed both of them together, and the third screamed with rage at having missed out. The first one took me 20 seconds. I know the recipe now. Short B dagger into the mouth for instant paralysis. Lizard fish in the fist so the wounds cannot close. Gluttony domain, to get out. The problem was that my 2 companions were flying away inside the second bird. So I caught fish, teleported into open air, and screamed at a mid-sized deity, "You stupid bird, come and eat your grandfather," and the wrong bird ate me. That happened 3 times, 3 separate occasions in 90 seconds, where I got myself deliberately swallowed and found myself inside the wrong stomach shouting, "Why the hell are you back again?" I killed the second one, but Gluttony domain ran out at the exact moment I hit the ground, and the third bird, with Chao Ping still inside it, went on circling 100 meters up, entirely out of reach. Lin Chao, I thought, it seems you will have to rely on yourself. I also discovered that the short B dagger's paralysis gets weaker with every use because the venom is consumed and has to be topped up with potion, which is a detail I would have liked to learn in a classroom. So when I punched through the second bird's heart, I was still inside it, and a dying ghost-faced heron goes straight up about 100 meters before it comes down like a stone. I could not teleport, so I climbed into the hole I had just made in its heart and curled up in there and let a mid-sized deity absorb the impact for me. It worked. It felt as though every organ I own had been removed, thrown at the ground several times, and replaced by somebody who was not paying attention. And then, on the ground, bleeding internally, with my skill on cooldown, my first coherent thought was, dig a hole and get in it, so that when violence ends, I do not simply fall over in the open. That is what 4 months has done to me. I no longer think about safety. I think about staging. The third bird came back for me at the exact moment I could no longer fight. I called you earlier and you would not come. It swallowed me. 5th time in 2 minutes, and inside it, sitting on the floor of a stomach with a glowing ball between them, were Cao Ping and Luo Liu, entirely alive. They had been in there the whole time. 2 of them, both of them strong, unable to kill one mid-sized deity, sitting still because they were afraid to separate. You killed 2 ghost-faced herons, said Luo Liu. So I explained the fish, and I explained it as reasoning rather than as a trick. If those parasites crawl in from outside and live in there permanently, they must have a way of stopping the host from healing over the entrance. Luo Liu went very quiet. That is a significant discovery, he said. That is a publishable paper. It might also be the basis for a genuinely powerful god-hunting weapon, which is when I converted a piece of luck into an asset. Then tell nobody, I said gravely. It is a secret between the 3 of us. I presented it as something I had been guarding for months and had given up only to save their lives, and both of them swore on it, and both of them handed me every point, every coin, and every bottle of potion from the entire trip. I also found out why they had been sitting on the floor instead of fighting. Cao Ping throws fire, which inside a stomach would have killed the lizard fish and sealed them in. Luo Liu moves things at a distance, which does not combine with a fistful of live parasites. And both of them wear 4th-class armor with impact absorption and a protective field, which means falling out of a bird at 100 meters is a mild inconvenience for them and a funeral for me. I did the accounting on the flight down, and it made me want to bite something. To get me to the ground safely, Luo Liu would have to cushion the fall with his own sequence, which puts his aura on the kill, which destroys the solo doubling on the entire hunt. And the second loss, the private one, was that I had killed 2 mid-sized deities and had not managed to eat a single mouthful of either. I have become a heartless punching machine. My fists are harder than iron. My heart is colder than ice. I did get a few pieces off the carcass while the other 2 were looking for me, because a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and every little bit counts. Then I lay down artistically and let them find me. I had several fractures by that point, and I issued my instructions before I passed out. Take me to Sun Gao, not to your father, Cao Ping. Sun Gao's friends are familiar with my particular medical situation and take the route back past the second bird because I am not leaving two mid-sized plates lying in the dirt. Luo Liu backed me on that, on the entirely reasonable grounds that without me his own survival odds had been poor. The escape run was humiliating in a new way. Cao Ping's boots leave blue afterimages. Luo Liu simply flies. I was running flat out in a pair of second-class boots with my legs blurring, and Cao Ping called back over his shoulder, "Brother Mei, why are you not running at full speed? Did you not notice that my legs are leaving afterimages and my soles are close to throwing sparks?" "I have fractures," I said. Then I reached the second carcass and passed out from the pain. I woke up a day later in Chen Fenghei's hospital, and she was looking at me the way a doctor looks at a set of results that do not add up. "If they had been a little slower bringing you in," she said, "your injuries would have healed on their own before you arrived." I started to say something. "I have no interest in your secrets," she said. "You saved old Sun's life. Helping you is only right." She put a tube of ointment on the blanket. "But if you keep doing this in front of people, you will give yourself away. The ointment doubles healing speed in an ordinary person, which means it is not medicine, it is an alibi. If you are ever somewhere you cannot blame me," she said, "say you used a drug I developed." "Master's wife," I said with feeling. She turned pink and pretended not to hear it. The final accounting for that trip was the best of my life to that point. 2 ghost-faced herons solo, 1,027 points, doubled. 131 lizardfish solo, 655 doubled. Small change, 271 doubled. The third bird as a team, 480. 58 fish as a team, 290. 4,676 points in one afternoon, 10,790 total. Rank 96,812. Inside the top 100,000 for the first time. 272 bottles of potion, 272 silver, 3,000 copper. Both of my companions refused their share of every part of it, and Luo Liu still has over 30,000 points. Then I solved the Minister of Education, and I did it without touching him. Here is how the Crimson Crystal contract works. The owner who secured it can share the contract, but full dominion stays with him, and a co-holder controls only his own portion. The government's plan was to take one collective share and divide it internally, and inside that division, the Ministry of Education would come away with about a quarter of it because the research institutes sit under the Ministry of Education. So I proposed that we invite the directors of every research institute to the table directly. Rather than trying to stop boiling water by pouring more water in, remove the firewood from under the pot, cut out the middleman. Both of my collaborators looked at me for a long moment. "You are trying," said Chao Ming, "to completely destroy Lin Ming's foundation." "If I let him go," I said, "do you think he lets me go? I am certainly not going to hand him something as valuable as a crimson crystal and let him use it to pay for my assassination." There was one more piece of luck sitting in that arrangement that I had not noticed until Sun Gao pointed at it. Luo Xiang, director of the Rengsing Research Institute, is Luo Liu's fourth uncle, and Secretary General Luo Zhen is his uncle as well. So when I got myself swallowed 5 times in 2 minutes to pull 2 spoiled heirs out of a bird, I did not only make 2 friends, I opened 2 roads at the center of the government in a single afternoon. That left the second half of my contract, which no amount of hunting solves. I need 4,000 research credits, because Cao Ping and Luo Liu have over 3,000 each, and I have nothing at all. 5 or 6 papers. "How many honest researchers," said Sun Gao, "pour their entire lives into papers just so that this child can be propped up? What kind of decent man are you anyway?" I said. "When your own son sits his entrance exams, you will be worse than I am." He did not have a reply to that, and I did not enjoy winning it as much as I expected. The 2 families held a banquet on the 70th floor of a Warren Chamber of Commerce hotel, in a lift with 5 columns of buttons on the panel. Cao Gao, still emotional about his son coming home alive, offered to let me call him father. I want you to understand what that offer is worth, coming from a man who owns a black market and a construction company. It is a life. It is a name. It is never being poor again. "If I were your son," I said, "I would have to suffer alongside him. Lin Chao is hardworking and resilient. I could not do it." I raised my glass. "If you genuinely like me, please give me some freedom instead." 2 things happened in that sentence. I stayed free, and I praised Cao Ping's upbringing in front of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law without appearing to. The Luo family had arrived expecting a boy from the bottom to grab at an adoption with both hands. They spent the rest of the meal looking at me differently. "If you ever have trouble," said Secretary General Luo Weirong, "tell Liu." Then the trouble arrived because somebody raised the rumor that Luo Mei had been unfaithful, and Chao Ping sat there turning purple, trapped between betraying my secret and being publicly disgraced over his own fiancée. So I took the hit. I explained that I had handed him a backpack without telling him my name or what was inside, and that when he opened it and saw a second crimson crystal, he had shouted out loud, and then, to protect my secret, had blurted out the first excuse that came into his head. He had been humiliated on purpose. For me. Chao Yang tested it. Is that second crystal contracted? Yes. But at that point you did not know how to form a contract. I guessed, I said. The vine heart uses blood. I thought the crimson crystal might too. Cao Ping, catching my eye, downgraded the size of that crystal from an egg to a pigeon's egg as he described it, and then I closed it properly. As an apology, I said, I will present a crimson crystal as a wedding gift when the two of you marry. Both families started speaking to me almost as an equal after that, and I used the moment to buy the only thing I actually wanted, which was their agreement not to forbid me from hunting outside the wall. I am not asking for the crystal back, I said. I only hope you will attend Lin Chao's wedding and that you will be his best man. Luo Mei turned out to be 2 years younger than her fiancé and already graduating because she started school early, and she is going to Julong Academy, which means she will be living next door to Lin Ru. I gave away another of my 8 apartments on the spot in case she disliked the dormitory. And then she mentioned, making conversation, that she collects rare books and named 2 of them. 100 Ways to Commit a Crime Without Being Detected by a Sequencer. 100 Ways for an Ordinary Person to Kill a Sequence User. I kept my face exactly where it was. Those books are not sold anywhere. 3 years ago, the author posted the opening chapters in the AXK virtual chat room and sent the full text to anybody who transferred payment to an anonymous account. Then the author vanished without writing the third, and the imitators since have been unreadable. The pen name was 3 characters that together form a single word, Ru. 3 years ago, Lin Ru was 15 years old and could not afford half an hour of internet time. The cheerful, sweet, first-in-the-year girl from my school corridor gets a little more shrouded every time I learn anything at all. She called me 2 days later. She placed second in the 8-state joint examination. 8 states, 80 cities, 8,000 districts. 2 or 3 colleges have offered her early admission with full support. Julong is not among them. I told them no, she said. Obviously. You already sorted out my accommodation. Then she changed the subject. Do you remember Ziming from our class? The Buddhist boy who studied with Chen Wei in the library. There is no Xi Ming in our class. There is no Chen Wei. And in 3 months of sitting in that library, I have never once seen anybody study in there except her. So it is a cipher, and it took me about 4 seconds. Buddhist, church, Xi Ming and Chen Wei. Ming, sure. The Ming Shu sect is coming for me. There are 5 major churches in this safe zone and exactly one of them is legal. The other 4 get their members imprisoned on discovery and their leadership executed, and they are hunted jointly by the government, the military, the chambers of commerce, and the universities, which is the only subject on which those 4 agree. You can see why from their doctrines. The Doomsday Cult teaches that the gods were sent to destroy a guilty species, and that resisting them is itself the sin. Their actual goal is to break open the safe zone and feed us to what is outside. 5 of their people once emptied an entire district. The reincarnation sect teaches that death is a doorway into a normal world where the apocalypse never happened, which sounds gentler right up until you work out what a missionary for that faith does for a living. And the Ming Shu sect teaches that all of this is a trial, and that afterward it will be better. Their believers are peaceful. Everybody has agreed to recognize them. They are the only church with a seat at the Crimson Crystal table, so of course they were the ones who came for me. I demanded they be thrown out of the negotiations. Both of my collaborators told me no. The church has no motive, Cao Ming pointed out. This is their first chance in years to touch something like a Crimson Crystal. It is far more likely to be a split inside the sect itself, and the people trying to kill you and the people negotiating with you are probably 2 different groups. The Ming Shu sect has a holy sun at the top of the chart. In practice, 3 protectors run everything, so I demanded all 4 of them come to the administration building. If we do not meet at the administration, where do you suggest? A kindergarten? I said. They are not afraid of danger. I am the one who is afraid of being ambushed. Mark, the red protector, came first, alone, to see what he was dealing with. Do you have any evidence? If I had evidence, I said, I would have filed with the United Government instead of talking to you. Nobody is a fool. Who leaves evidence when doing something shady? Since I am convinced it is you, I cannot be wrong. He had 2 days. All 4 came. Mark in red, Huang Bo in blue, Chen Yingray in yellow, with his face behind a black veil, as was Huang Bo's, and the holy son, Gao Gao, who is about 17 years old. I put a top-grade lie detector on the table between us and asked one question. Did you send believers to Area 14121 to move against me? Yes or no? Refusing to answer meant the sect lost its place in the division entirely. They were, predictably, outraged. Is this not disrespectful? I will not answer such a humiliating question. So I stopped appealing to their dignity and appealed to arithmetic. The sect's total share does not change, I said. But the fewer people who hold contract shares, the larger each remaining share becomes. The Holy Son told me I was blaspheming against their devotion. You are quite right, I said. I have been judging others by my own petty standards. And I switched the machine on. Mark broke first. I did not do it. True answer. He then explained, without being asked, that everything he does is for the spread of the faith, which nobody had questioned, so I nailed it down immediately. If the Ming-Shi sect receives a share of the Crimson Crystal, I said, we will share the contract only with you. Then I reset the machine. I will continue asking the same question, I said, until nobody is willing to answer it. Huang Bo answered next and passed, and his reasoning came out with the answer. If Mark alone takes the crystal, the rest of us get nothing. And then the Holy Son, Gao Gao, said nothing. And Chen Yingrui, the Yellow Protector, said nothing. I put the machine away. Since we have a grudge, I said, and since you sent people to harm me, the two of you can forget about the Crimson Crystal. Chen Yingrui confessed privately afterward, and what he told me changed the shape of my year. The order was never to kill me. It was to take me. And it was not his idea. He was hired by Lin Ming, the Minister of Education. At a time when I owned a vine heart and no crimson crystal at all, which means that man was hunting me before I had ever heard his name. And then he said the sentence that made the floor tilt. If I had known that even 2 sequence level 4 cultists could not handle you, I would never have taken the job. Because I did not handle those 2. I have never met them. I was never told about them. Somebody dealt with 2 level 4 sequence users in my hometown and never mentioned it to me. Lin Ru. How strong is she? How strong is she actually? Then Gao Gao told me why he had sent people to wait for me in Area 14121, and it was not politics at all. Your vine heart, he said, was stolen from me. I opened my mouth to deny it, and he tipped his head back and made a noise. That noise. The one I heard across a wasteland from a lunatic running ahead of a large deity, screaming that he was invincible. 6 months. He tracked that sacrificial giant vine for 6 months, living rough and in danger the entire time, because bringing back a vine heart would have made him something more than a decorative holy son inside his own church. And a stranger took it off his back in 2 seconds and then tried to kick him to death. And for the first time in either of my lives, I was ashamed. I had been planning to squeeze a compensation payment out of him. I sat there with the words ready and could not produce a single one of them because hearing my own actions described out loud in front of the person they happened to made me feel genuinely shabby, so I gave him a share of the contract, for nothing. Let us call it even, I said. He stood up to leave and stopped in the doorway. To make sure I can kill you, he said. I made a special admission decision this year. I applied to Nanrong University. We are going to be classmates. His numbers, which I looked up that night. 53,000 hunting points, second in our intake, 2,913 research credits, fourth. The first place is the son of a military family with more than 80,000 points, which meant Cao Yang knew all of those figures when he signed a contract granting me a privilege contingent on being top 3. That bald-headed man never intended to hand out that privilege at all. We decided not to reveal that we knew about the Minister of Education. Killing a minister is not realistic. He is already cut out of the Crystal Division, which was the entire objective. And a man in a corner with nothing left to lose does things that a man with something to protect does not. Chen Yingrui agreed to keep quiet and was honest about the limits of that. If Lin Ming decides to get to the bottom of it, he said, I doubt I can hold the line. Then he said something on his way out that I have thought about since. You are one of the 2 most composed young men I have ever met. Who is the other? Our Holy Son, he said. He is exactly like you. He was an orphan too. Meanwhile, somebody had photographed my special admission contract and posted it on the education forum, and the entire safe zone was arguing about the boy who negotiated the right to grant himself privileges. The comment. Sections did the arithmetic in public. First place has over 80,000 hunting points and over 5,000 research credits. Mei Wei has 10,790 and 0. 4 months until term starts. And somewhere in all that noise, a group of students from poor districts started a Mei Wei fan club and gave me the nickname Miracle Bro and began posting about how I was a role model for people like them, which put me on a hot plate. If I fail this now in front of them, I will not merely be embarrassed. I will be the specific example that everybody from a 4-digit district gets shown for the next 10 years. I do not think that even if I had parents, they would have believed in me this much. Chao Yang offered twice to soften the terms. I refused both times, and Chao Ping told me later that my eyes were wet when I did it, which I dispute. So I went looking for a shortcut, and Chao Ming pointed me at the mission board. The administration posts contracts that pay double points to anybody with the reward in potion. To claim one, you have to hand in a piece of the god's armor as proof, so that nobody can bill the same kill twice, once at the gate and once at the counter. The board reads like a menu. Blood sea spider fangs, 600. Horseshoe crab shell, 1,000. 5 ghost-faced heron claws, 800. And then there is the red section, where the prices are not printed because you have to negotiate them personally with the minister. Vine heart, 3,000 points per gram. Crimson crystal, 10,000 points per gram. Titan Kogan grass, 10,000 points per leaf. I stood in front of that board and put my hands on my head. I have contracted every crystal I own with my own blood. I carried them home in a bag. I have been handing them out as wedding gifts. Per gram, 10,000 points per gram. The clerk watched me have my crisis and said, kindly, the way you speak to a child in a shop, come back and ask me again after you actually get one. Then I showed him my registration card. He gave me the minister's personal number, which exists specifically for holders of red tier missions and which he mentioned nobody has ever called. Zhang Tao gave me a storage box before I left, and it is the single best object I own. 4th class god hunting weapon, made from the bones of a god that changes size. It holds a mountain and folds down to the size of a Rubik's cube, and the weight comes down in proportion, and it cannot be cut, shot, drowned, or burned. Even if Mei Wei is reduced to ash, he told me cheerfully, this storage box will survive. One rule, nothing alive goes inside, or the box destroys itself instantly. The price was a share of the vine heart, and I added one condition, a lock that only opens for me. You do not trust me? I might trust another researcher, I said. But your relationship with Old Sun is excellent, which makes it very hard to trust you. I watched him steal my sequence potion 2 days ago. I had Deng Tianshang inspect the lock afterward because he is the only honest man in that building. Zhang Tao insisted on payment in advance, on the grounds that if I died out there, he would lose a 3rd-class weapon for nothing. Then I went outside the wall for 5 days and got almost nothing. 3,000 points. No mid-sized deities. No treasure. Under 4 months until term starts, and I need 80,000. Has my luck run out? The only strange thing was that large deities kept drifting overhead and none of them came down. And then, on the 5th night, there was thunder on the horizon. I want you to understand how odd that is. Since the apocalypse, weather has mostly stopped. In 4 months out here, I had never once seen lightning. Something was making it, so I walked toward it. The thunder snow wolf is white, the size of a boulder, and it pulls lightning down onto itself deliberately to temper its own body. The file said, speed comparable to a level 4 Phantom Assassin. Takes a hit from a level 4 warrior without a scratch. Every attack carries a charge. One weak point, the eyes. I had already decided to walk away. Fight a mid-sized deity and dodge absolutely every single attack? Fiction. Then I remembered the mission board. Thunder Snow Wolf. All components. 1 point per 500 grams. And that animal weighs thousands of kilograms. Eat half. Sell half. A perfect resupply point with legs. The first thing I learned is that the discharge is not a strike. It is an area. Dodging it perfectly still put enough current through me to lock my muscles, and neither my armor nor my boots do anything at all about electricity. The second thing I learned is that it worked out the radius of Gluttony Domain within about a minute and started putting a paw on my exit point before I arrived. How is this animal that intelligent? Then it added something that was not in the file at all and breathed a bolt of lightning several meters across. How is this white dog firing electromagnetic cannons? I could not cut it because the current runs over its body continuously, and touching it with a blade locked my own arm. So I built a 2-move sequence, and it is the best thing I have ever done in a fight. I threw the short B dagger at its right eye. It turned its head and brought a paw up to swat the knife aside, which is exactly what I wanted, because a swat is a commitment. Then I threw my ordinary dagger after the first one and hit it in midair. The impact changed the short B dagger's line and, more importantly, gave it more speed. It went past the paw and into the eye. The paralysis was instant. Several tons of wolf came down like a demolished tower. I also fell flat on my face because the teleport cuts out the moment you land, but nobody was filming. I went in through the ruined eye, since the mouth was full of acid and I was not risking the armor, and punched my way to the heart. Then I drank most of the blood, and I want to be honest that the reasoning was not appetite. Blood dries on the road and speeds up decay, and I was selling the meat by weight. The strength jump was immediate and obvious. I threw a punch inside that carcass and put a hole in a wall of meat half a meter away from my fist without touching it. I have also, through pure research, established the correct order of value in a god. Meat is nearly useless. Organs are far better. 5 pounds of meat is not worth 1 pound of offal. And the best of all is the brain. Refreshing and not greasy. From now on, we eat the brain first. There is one part of a wolf I tried and could not finish. I am not going to say which. It turns out I do have a limit, and I have now found it. When violence wore off, I discovered what several thousand volts had done to me while I could not feel it, and I lay in the dirt beside a dead god for a while and made no noise at all. And then sequence level 5 arrived, and it was not like the others. My skin started to glow, faintly, like a firefly. Every cell in my body seemed to die in the heat and come back out of the ash. Muscle and bone rearranged themselves. My hearing sharpened until I could hear the wind moving on the outside of my own skull. Sequence level 5. Count of the Devourers. New skill. Devour to deify. After eating the remains of a god, for 1 minute, I can use one of that god's abilities. Strength scales with my own attributes. 3 uses per set of remains. 1 minute cooldown. I sat in a crater doing the arithmetic. I can breathe lightning by eating a mouthful of wolf. My base strength had also tripled at minimum, which means the ordinary, skill-free version of me is now stronger than the level 4 version of me with violence, running. I skinned that wolf with a knife, by hand, without using a single ability, and 2 weeks earlier I could not have punched through its heart, and then I checked the road to sequence. Level 6. There is no road. The progress bar does not move at all. Looking up at level 6 is like standing on the ground and looking up at the sky. The old approach, which is to eat gods until something happens, is not going to work this time. I slept in a hole, healed, packed a fifth of a thunder snow wolf into the storage box, 10,000 points of it, soaked the short B dagger in potion, and got up feeling extremely good about my life. Then I turned on the navigation software. Hundreds of safe zone markers were flashing on and off in random places all over the map. And at the bottom of the screen, in small print, was a line I had never once read. Do not use this software while charging, and especially not during a thunderstorm. The Thunder Snow Wolf had burned out my navigation. I was deep outside the wall, with no idea which way home was, and about 2 weeks of food. The first one came up out of a hillside. Corrosive black centipede. Black segmented, 4 scythe-shaped limbs at the front. Compound eyes the size of dinner plates. The green mist coming off it eats third-class armor in about 10 seconds, and the spines on its tail are lethally venomous. The one weakness in the file is extreme cold, which I did not have, and it has one last piece of spite built into it. Before it dies, it ruptures its own acid sac so that whoever killed it goes with it. My plan was to work the joints. The joints leak acid too. My second plan was the eye, and the short B dagger rang off the compound lens like a hammer on a girder and only shaved away a row of the small ones. The only reason I am alive is that the venom on the blade worked anyway, and several tons of centipede came down. So I ran, and the second one was waiting. Ice crystal giant moth. It lives near the large plant-type gods. One beat of those wings makes a hurricane at a temperature that goes through second-class armor in a single pass and third class in 5. When it is attacked, it sheathes itself in ice armor that turns whatever touches it into powder. The file lists no known weakness because nobody has ever killed one, and then the impossible thing happened. The centipede got up after 20 seconds instead of a minute because the venom on my blade had run down again, and if I survive this, I am going to have a serious conversation with the man who made this dagger. And the two of them started working together, not fighting over me, not ignoring each other, taking turns, one cutting off the ground while the other cut off the air. I tried the oldest trick there is and ran between them to make them collide. The centipede stopped exactly at the edge of the moth's radius. It had already seen it coming. I need you to understand how wrong this is. Gods of different species fight, or they avoid each other. In 5 years of records, in every file in Sylvie's database, there is not one case of 2 species cooperating. Then the ground split open, and lava came up, and the third one climbed out of it. The lava crocodile is bigger than the other 2 put together. Its eyes are 2 spheres of molten rock. There is magma between its teeth. Its tail ends in a hammer of stone, and its back is armored in lava scale. The lava it breathes melts second-class armor instantly and third-class in about 30 seconds. Fourth-class weapons cannot penetrate its hide. Its file entry contains a complete sentence that I had never seen in any other file. There are no weaknesses. Nobody in this safe zone has ever killed one. And the detail that told me what this actually was, the other 2 stopped attacking and moved aside, not retreating, making room. They had been waiting for it. That was the moment. Gluttony domain ran out. 9 minutes of cooldown. 9 minutes is the amount of time it takes me to go to the toilet. Standing there, it was farther away than the end of the universe. The only mercy available was that the crocodile is slow, and on one, violence, I could open a little distance. Maybe we get out of this alive. I jumped, and both of the others were waiting for exactly that, because of course they were. The moth put a wall of freezing hurricane in front of where I was going to land. The centipede closed everything else. 3 different species of mid-sized deity, coordinating. Whichever way I came down, I died. And this is the part I did not expect. My life did not flash in front of me as a series of events. It came as faces. Lin Ru at a library table. Sun Gao with his hands in his pockets at my funeral. Chao Ming getting thinner. Chao Ping shouting Brother Mei. Luo Liu in a stomach with a glowing ball. Teacher Fong putting 3 silver coins into her own pocket because I made her. Sun Xin building a shower onto the outside of a warehouse. And last, the day in a school corridor when I looked up at a punishment sky and something enormous looked back. There is an old saying about a man on the frontier who lost his horse. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. I used to think whoever wrote that was just enjoying an argument. I made 3 promises in the air, and I have kept 2 of them. Never leave the wall again without a 4th-class god-hunting weapon. Learn to find direction without a device. And honestly, I came back from the dead. I got all of this, and I never told Lin Ru anything at all. She would be upset if she knew. She is a good girl. Then something went dark beside me. A boulder, thrown up by the crocodile's foot, falling past my shoulder. A boulder that had appeared out of nowhere at the exact moment I needed one. Which felt, and I am aware of how this sounds, like a hint from something. There is no way out in front of me, so why not look behind? I put my foot on that rock and kicked off it, and reversed direction in midair and went back toward the lava crocodile. The boulder split in 2 behind me. The left half hit the moth's hurricane and became an ice sculpture before it reached the ground. The right half went into the centipede's mist and turned black and fell apart into grit. Both of them had just shown me, in detail, exactly what would have happened to me. The crocodile spat lava across every line I could have taken, and there was something almost smug in those molten eyes. I did not slow down. I stopped dodging entirely, which is not bravery, it is arithmetic. Red silk armor holds 200 degrees. It cannot stop what comes out of that animal's mouth, but it can absolutely stop what pools on the ground, and the ground was the only place I needed to be. So I ran straight at a lava crocodile through a floor of molten rock with lava sticking to my legs, and I watched it work out that I was not going to stop. Its back is stone, its mouth is magma, the air around its eyes bends from the heat. That leaves the belly, and I want to say clearly what I believed, standing under several tons of armored god with a 2nd-class knife. Nothing in this world is without a weakness. If this animal genuinely has none, then I have no options left and I die here, and that is fine, but I am going to check first. The scales under the belly were yellowish, smooth, and free of lava crust. I put everything I had into the short B dagger. It left a scratch about 2 centimeters long. I hung there under a mountain of animal looking at a scratch and I laughed, because it turns out even the belly is impossible, and because there is nothing else to do at that point. And then, because I was looking at the plating instead of at the fight, I noticed something. Toward the back of the belly plate there was a patch of exposed flesh, swollen, slightly red, not armored at all. I have no idea what it is. My best guess, which I formed in about a 1.5 seconds, is that this animal has recently laid eggs. Is there a chance? I went at that patch like a starving dog. It felt me coming. And tried to turn, and could not, because a thing that size rotates far more slowly than a man moves. I got under it, twisted my whole body into a bow, and drove the dagger up into the exposed flesh with everything I had. I felt the tip go in, then the blade, then my fist, then half my forearm, until my own arm was buried in a god and locked there like a barb, and my feet came off the ground. For scale, at level 4 I punched clean through a ghost-faced heron. At level 5, with everything I have, I got half a forearm into this one. The paralysis took hold, and several tons of lava crocodile came down into the lava with me pinned to its underside, which meant I now had a short window and one option, which was to get inside. I punched a hole in the wound big enough to take half of me. Then I drove both daggers into the flesh as anchors and hung there while it convulsed. And while I was waiting to be crushed, I noticed the paralysis was lasting far longer than it should, which meant the corrosive black centipede had a venom resistance all along, and every previous time I thought the dagger was failing, it was actually working exactly as designed, so I had time. I punched myself a room inside a god and sat down in it, cross-legged in the dark, while it thrashed. The heat in there was not much better than the lava outside. My boots had gone black, my armor was wrinkling and going mottled, and 2nd-class armor resists magma for a while, but not for long. I had 3 cards. Violence. Could not break that heart in under several hours. Gluttony Domain was on cooldown and would probably fail anyway, since I could not see where I was teleporting to. That left, Devour to Deify. I ate a piece of thunder snow wolf and breathed lightning into the crocodile's insides. It did not kill it. It woke it up. The animal that had been slow for the entire fight started rolling in the lava, deliberately, letting molten rock pour into its own wound to flush me out, with more energy than it had shown in the whole encounter. I hung off 2 daggers and got thrown around inside a furnace, and the only reason I did not pass out was violence, which meant I could not feel any of the damage it was doing. Wolf lightning was useless. Every other set of remains in my bag came off a small deity and would be less than useless. And then I looked down at my own armor, which was covered in cooling lava, and I started tearing the crust off and crushing it in my hands, looking for something. Please, please let it be there, because when I fought the corrosive black centipede, I sheared off a row of its small eyes, and some of them splashed onto me with the fluid, and most had fallen off during the running. I found one. Pale green, irregular, and completely intact because it had survived the temperature of molten rock. Then I had to eat it, and my hands were covered in fresh hardened lava gravel, and there was no way to clean them, and no time. I opened my mask inside the belly of a lava crocodile, which felt like putting my face into a furnace, and swallowed a god's eye along with a fistful of red-hot stone. I am not going to describe how that felt. I will say that it is the single worst thing I have ever done to myself, that I kept my mouth shut through all of it, and that my whole body went into a convulsion I could not control. Then I put the mask back on, took a few breaths, opened it again, and used Devour to Deify. My chest filled up with something that wanted very badly to get out. I braced myself against the gap in the flesh and breathed corrosive mist into it for more than a full minute without stopping. Then I tore off chunks of meat and plugged the gap so that none of it could come back. It went insane. For 5 or 6 minutes, I was thrown around the inside of that animal like a stone in a can, and I held on to 2 daggers, and then the pulse in the flesh around me got weaker, and then it stopped. I lay in the wound of a dead god, soaked through, and said out loud to nobody, finally. I cut a few pieces of meat off on my way out, because I am who I am, and I climbed down onto ground that was still glowing, and stood up. And ice crystal giant moth and corrosive black centipede were waiting for me. You are very patient, I said. You have not left. Then I checked the time, and revised that. Actually no, it has only been 6 or 7 minutes since we last met. Everything I had just been through, everything, fit inside 6 or 7 minutes. I felt my mouth go up at one corner. Anyway, I said, I cannot escape. So let us continue. Here was the problem, laid out cleanly. The only thing that kills a corrosive black centipede is extreme cold. The only source of extreme cold available is inside the ice crystal giant moth, so the moth had to die first, and the moth stays in the air, and the only way I reach the air is gluttony domain, which was still 2 minutes from being ready. I had to survive 2 minutes, so I did not run away from the corpse, I ran around it. Because the lava crocodile's body was still glowing, and the heat coming off it and off the magma around it meant the moth could not descend into that airspace. And the centipede on the ground is not afraid of lava, but it is very afraid of the moth. For 2 minutes, I lived entirely off the fact that my enemies do not like each other. They chased me around a burning corpse for over a minute before they worked it out, and then they split up, the centipede driving me while the moth swung wide to cut me off ahead. Without the moth overhead, the centipede accelerated, and even on violence, the distance started closing. Those 2 beasts are far too clever, I said, out loud, running. They even came up with splitting into 2 groups. Then I reconsidered. No, they are 2 insects. They are not even beasts. Then, violence ended. The strength went out of my legs, and the bill arrived all at once for the eye and the gravel. It felt as though 100 steel needles had been driven into my mouth at the same moment, and my throat and stomach were burned through, and cold sweat came out on my forehead. In this state, I cannot escape. In this state, I can barely stay conscious. Except that level 5 had changed something, because after 10 straight minutes of that fight, I still had energy. The only thing wrong with me was the pain, so I put violence on again immediately. The timing was now a piece of clockwork. Violence runs 10 minutes with no cooldown. Gluttony domain runs 1 minute and takes 10 to come back, which meant 60 more seconds. My armor had been at high temperature for too long and had begun to deform. I could not leave the lava field, because on the lava field, I only had to avoid one god. Off it, I got both. So I ran circles around a corpse and prayed to my own equipment. Red silk armor, you are my boss. 1 more minute, please, just 1 more minute. The centipede started spitting mist across my exits, and the heat kept tearing it apart, so it gave up on that and simply came for me physically. My armor was going green and black at the edges. I could hear the hissing of that mouth behind my shoulder. 5 seconds at most. And, gluttony domain, came back. I opened my mask and threw 2 pieces of lava crocodile into my mouth. Domain open. Devour to deify, armed. The centipede lunged and swallowed me whole, and stopped. I know what that pause was, because I have been inside enough of these things now to recognize confusion from the outside. It felt like it had not swallowed anything, but it had watched a small human go into its mouth. It lifted its head and found the small human standing in the air, hundreds of meters above the ground. The offensive and defensive positions have shifted. Up until that moment, going into the air was suicide because the moth owns the air. But now I had a mouthful of lava crocodile. And a lava crocodile is not something you want to meet at altitude. The moth actually backed away when I appeared in front of it. Of course it did. A god that only ever attacks the ground from above is a coward. Turn it into something the size of a building, and it is still a coward. Then it decided that it was very large and I was very small and stopped backing away and started beating those wings. The hurricane came and I teleported sideways out of it before the stroke had finished, and then again and again. And in the middle of that, I worked out the rule that killed it. The hurricane spreads. Near the ground, it covers everything. But at the source, right at the wings, the cone is narrow, which means the closer I get to the moth, the smaller its attack becomes. So I closed and closed until I could see my own reflection in those cobalt eyes. Then something snapped, and I looked down and found that the section of red silk armor deformed by the crocodile's heat had frozen through and cracked. 10 meters. That was my limit. The moth understood at the same time I did and turned to flee, and to a level 5 body, the turn of something that size happens in slow motion. So I teleported above it instead, and it felt me arrive, and its eyes trembled. I opened my mouth and breathed magma down onto its back. It went off like artillery. Crimson blooms opened all across those wings and threw up clouds of pale blue crystal, and every crystal turned to steam before it fell. The moth dropped out of the sky at an angle like a kite with a cut string, and put its head into the ground hard enough to dig a crater and beat its wings twice more and stopped. The cold light drained out of it, leaving a pale belly and a charred chest. Down on the ground, the corrosive black centipede had stopped moving entirely because a human being had just used the lava crocodile's ability, and I would like to think it spent those seconds doubting its own existence as a centipede. I teleported down to the moth's charred wound and tore off a few pieces of warm, already cooked flesh and put them in my mouth. Then I did the timing, and the timing was bad. 50 seconds until Devour to Deify comes back, and by then, Gluttony Domain will have expired, which leaves about 10 seconds of no skills at all, with the fastest and most vicious of the three standing 40 meters away. I will say this honestly, the corrosive black centipede is the smallest of those three and the only one that anybody in the safe zone has ever killed, and it is the one that frightened me most. If it had run, I would not have chased it. 10 seconds naked in front of that thing is a coin flip, and I do not like coin flips. But I was not leaving. I had nearly died twice for those two carcasses, and the idea of taking my winnings and going home while the third one walked away was, frankly, offensive. So I climbed onto the moth's body and sat down, and it did not move either. We stayed like that, 40 meters apart, for over an hour, neither of us willing to open. I used the time to take one of Chen Fengge's medicines for the damage the lava gravel had done to my throat and stomach, and to let the violence debt come down, and to get my strength back. Then I stood up and walked toward it. I gave you a chance, I said. You wasted it. I swallowed the moth's flesh while I walked. Violence. Gluttony Domain. Devoured to Deify. I am waiting for my cooldowns and for my medicine to take effect, I said. What exactly are you waiting for, Black Centipede? To die? I opened with the hurricane because I now had the moth's ability and 80% confidence that a single hit would finish it. It twisted its entire body in midair like a black tornado and slid past the edge of the cold by a hand's width. I stood there with my mouth open. That thing had never once shown that kind of agility. Not in the first fight, not in the running. It had been holding a card back for an hour, waiting for a moment when using it would matter. That is practically sentient. Then the tail spine came in like a whip, and I teleported out of the way, and it hit a boulder behind me, and the boulder went black and fell apart into pieces. Cold sweat. Real cold sweat. Because the next cold hurricane was a minute away, and Gluttony Domain was going to expire in a minute, and without the domain, I was not confident I could dodge that tail at all. Never mind attack. Another dead end. And a very familiar thought. I have killed 2 of the 3. Am I really going to lose to the last one? So I did what I always do when I cannot win the fight, which is stop trying to win the fight and start collecting information. I dodged the tail 11 or 12 times in a row, and somewhere around the 8th I noticed that it was only using the tail. The head, which spits the mist that eats armor, was flat on the ground, wrapped in its own fog, doing nothing at all. It was protecting its head, which meant my hurricane had grazed it after all. I went up and looked down through the fog, and level 5 eyesight is good enough to pick out details in that soup. On the top of its skull there was a patch of armor several shades lighter than everything around it, like milk poured into black ink, and the edges of that patch were shrinking, visibly. I had maybe 30 seconds before the cold effect faded completely. I could not get near it because the head was wrapped in acid. I could not throw a blade because the blade would dissolve before it arrived. And then I had the idea that killed it, and it is the cheapest idea I have ever had. My cold hurricane was on cooldown. The centipede did not know that. So I teleported directly above its head and threw my arms back in the exact motion I had used to make the last one. It panicked. It rolled its whole enormous body sideways to escape a hurricane that did not exist, and it took its own fog with it, and its head came out into clean air. I was already there, body drawn back like a full moon, dagger over my head, and I am told, by nobody, because there was nobody to see it, that I was grinning like something out of a cartoon. The short B dagger went straight through the pale plate, which crumbled like ice at the end of winter. Then my fist went in after it and found something soft. Then the other fist. Its body jerked twice, and the light in those compound eyes dimmed, and I kicked my way in through the hole and kept going, in the dark, inside its skull, for longer than was necessary. I did not stop when it was over. I am not proud of that part. I know exactly how long it went on, and it went on until violence ran out on its own. Then I climbed out and took off my mask, and breathed. No lava, no sub-zero air, no acid. Finally, I lay down on the back plate of a corrosive black centipede with my hands behind my head and looked up at the stars, and I noticed something about myself that I do not entirely like. Every single time I nearly die, I am 10 times happier than I would be if somebody handed me a mountain of silver. I absolutely cannot take that risk again next time, I said to the sky. I have said that before. I am aware. Chen Fenghei's medicine is remarkable. Within a few hours, every burn on me had closed. Then I got up and went shopping. The centipede came apart easily once the mist was gone. The joints cut with the god-hunting dagger without me even using violence, although it took everything I had in my arms. I sectioned it and stacked it in the storage box. Its head had a large hole in it and had been thoroughly rearranged on the inside, and I stood there for a moment thinking that a brain is far too valuable to waste. So I picked up the head of a mid-sized deity in both arms and drank it. Power moved through me while I swallowed. It did not move me any closer to sequence level 6. Nothing does. Inside the second body segment, I found the corrosive fluid sac, dark green, about the size of a ghost-faced heron's stomach, which the file lists as the single most valuable component of the animal. That when in the box, the lava crocodile had cooled, and all the lava on its back had set into stone. I kicked the crust off, and underneath, the armor was still completely impervious. I could not cut it. I could not lift it. I could not even roll it properly. So I spent 5 or 6 hours punching a crater into the ground beside it, put the open storage box in the hole, and pushed several thousand tons of dead god into it. Then I packed the wolf and the centipede into the gaps around it and took the moth's wings off separately because they were still cold to the touch, and put the rest of the moth on top. 4 mid-sized deities lying neatly together. Very beautiful. I stood next to the box with my hands on my hips, beaming like an old farmer looking at a good wheat field. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Fame and fortune come quickly, but wealth and honor are found in danger. From now on, we will simply have to venture beyond the safe zone to reap the rewards. I will try not to take any more risks next time. Then I put the box away, and my good mood lasted about 4 more seconds, because a question arrived. How do I get home? I stood in the middle of a burned plain with 4 gods in my pocket. It occurs to me that the entire reason I fought those 3 is that I got lost. Killing them has not made me any less lost. I had food for 2 weeks if I was careful. And I was hungry, so I opened the moth's stomach to eat whatever it had eaten, which is a thing I do now without thinking about it, and found a mouthful of scarlet leaves. There are no plants outside the safe zone. So where did a giant moth get leaves? I photographed one. Titan Kogan grass. Mid-sized deity. An extremely rare and precious deity, said the file. 10 to 25 meters, 3 layers of leaves, emerald inside, pale green in the middle, yellow-brown outside. Taller than the ordinary thatch grasses of the world before, hence the name. Unlike every other mid-sized deity, it has no offensive capability whatsoever. It is a plant. It cannot fight at all, which is why the gods protect it. Its inner leaves have a pleasing effect on the spirit and give off a scent that draws them, so the powerful ones gather around it. Small deities cannot get close. Large deities cannot be bothered. One inner leaf takes a mid-sized deity 1 or 2 months to digest, and the grass grows a new one every week, so the supply is comfortable, and the strongest ones distribute the leaves among themselves according to rank. And then the line that explained my entire afternoon. To protect the Titan Kogan grass, gods of different species will cooperate to destroy any approaching sequence user. I sat down on a corpse. I killed 4 mid-sized deities in one small area, and I had spent the whole time thinking I had wandered into some catastrophic patch of bad luck. Anybody would think I had stormed the capital city of mid-sized deities, and they were 4 different species, and every one of them was far stronger and far nastier than the ghost-faced heron, which I had been treating as the standard model. It turns out the ghost-faced heron is a bottom feeder. Only the powerful gather around the grass. Then I read further and got the last piece. Research suggests that the deities living around a Titan Kogan grass are selective. Only mid-sized deities that mutually threaten and mutually complement one another, species that restrain each other, are permitted to remain. Anything weaker or anything with overlapping abilities gets driven off, which is why the corrosive one, the freezing one, and the burning one were living together in a stable triangle, none of them able to remove the others. And here is why I am alive. A sequence user's abilities all run in one direction. It is not possible for one person to have both extreme cold and lava. So whoever comes here, if he counters the centipede, the moth and the crocodile take him, and if he counters the moth, the other two do. 3 of them together are unbeatable, until they met an oddball. The thing that made them invincible against every hunter in history is exactly the thing that let me kill all 3, because I do not have one direction. I have whatever I ate last. I won because they were together. If only one of them had come at me, I would have run, and I would have kept running until something else got me, and there would be a note about it on a forum somewhere. I am truly the chosen one. Then I read the last section, which is about what the grass is worth. Outer leaves are a common ingredient in high-grade god-hunting weapons. Middle leaves are top-grade medical material. Inner leaves have the properties of both, plus effects still under investigation, and because mid-sized deities eat only the inner leaves, and the inner leaves age into middle leaves after 3 months, they are one of the rarest materials in the entire safe zone. At the root there is a round plate armor. Remove it, and the whole plant becomes ownerless treasure, exactly like a vine heart. And then, at the very bottom, the method for forming the contract. You urinate on it. I read that 3 times. The way this Titan Kogan grass establishes a contract, I said out loud in an empty wasteland, is far too inelegant. And then, because my mind works the way it works, if I contract it and then want to share it with somebody, do we have to arrange to go to the toilet together? I put the phone away and worked out where it was. The Thunder Snow Wolf was almost certainly here for the same reason, drawn by the scent, and it had been pushed back by the triangle and left circling the area, waiting for an opening, which means the wolf was further from the grass than the other 3 were. I climbed a rise and looked. With level 5 eyesight, I could see the ground where I fought the wolf, off to my right, so the grass is on my left. And I want to note, for the record, that I set off in that direction skipping, waving my arms, humming, having entirely forgotten that I still had no idea how to get home, and that a treasure is not much use to a man who starves next to it. I walked for a long time looking for something 10 to 25 meters tall and found nothing and started to wonder whether the file was wrong. Then I came over a rise and there was a plant in the hollow below me, growing flat along the ground, wound around its own root, emerald inside, pale green in the middle, yellow-brown at the edges. I photographed it to be sure. Titan Kogan grass. I assumed it grew upward, I said. I did not expect it to grow sideways. Then, with feeling, whoever named this thing has a problem. They called it the Titan of the Grasses, so I've been walking around the wasteland looking for tall leaves and I nearly missed it entirely. Where would you find a Titan that is 1 meter tall and 30 meters wide? They should have called it the giant millstone. The leaves are soft, smooth, genuinely lovely to touch. And I could not stand there enjoying it, because the scent that draws gods was still going out in every direction, and the previous management had only been dead for a few hours. So I crawled underneath the outer leaves, went in several dozen meters on my hands and knees, and found the root. Then I dug with my hands. Level 5 bodies do not experience frozen soil as an obstacle. Digging felt like scooping water out of a stream, and my arms moved fast enough that I could not see them. Half an hour and several dozen meters down, I found the round plate armor at the tip of the root. It is a very ordinary plate, worth a few 100 points. I did not even consider it. I cut it off. The roots withered and turned to powder instantly, and behind me there was a heavy sound of something enormous settling. The whole plant had come apart across the ground, and the colors had changed. The emerald inner leaves had gone scarlet. The pale green middle leaves had gone bright yellow. The yellow-brown outer leaves had gone blue-violet. I touched one, and the leaves that had looked wet enough to drip were suddenly dry and shriveled, which explained the scarlet fragments in the moth's stomach. Dead grass changes color. Final count. 21 outer leaves, 14 middle leaves, 5 inner leaves. Each leaf is under 20 meters, and the file says they run from 10 to 25, so as Titan Kogan grasses go, mine is on the small side. I was extremely content with it anyway. Then I heard something behind me and my heart stopped because I was quite certain another mid-sized deity had arrived, and I did not have another one of those in me. 3 deformed armor scythes came over the rise. The first god I ever killed, the one that took me a full fight and a lucky observation and a great deal of terror 3 months ago, with Sun Gao standing behind me sweating into his palms. I walked toward them, and they raised their scythes, and I kicked all 3 of them into the air. "What class do you think you are?" I said, "coveting Titan Kogan grass?" I did not even collect their plates. Before loading the grass, I climbed into the storage box myself and inspected it thoroughly, because the contract on this plant is formed by urination, and I wanted to be entirely certain that no other mid-sized deity had staked a claim in there, and equally certain that I had not accidentally done so myself. Satisfied, I stacked the leaves inside. Shriveled and folded, the whole plant took up about the volume of a small building. Next to 4 mid-sized deities, it looked like dwarf grass. It is also the single most valuable thing in the box, and I say that knowing what is in there because nobody has ever hunted a lava crocodile or an ice crystal giant moth before. There is no market for those. There is no price for them. There is not even a rumor of a price. The box was 80% full. Then my stomach made a noise. Ah, yes, that. I went back and opened the ice crystal giant moth's stomach properly, and it contained nothing but undigested Titan Kogan grass, which is worth money and does not fill you up. I opened the corrosive black centipede, the same. I crawled into the lava crocodile's mouth and got about halfway to the stomach before I stopped because there was nothing intact in there. Its own acid had gone through everything. Walking through that animal was like walking through a swamp, and every step made a noise I will not attempt to spell. The food recycling program had failed, so I opened my backpack with tears in my eyes, took out a packet of compressed biscuits, broke it in half, and put half away. Then I looked at the half in my hand, thought about it for a while, and broke that in half again. I ate a quarter of a biscuit and drank some water and sat in the middle of the richest pile of materials any single person in this safe zone has ever assembled. "Which way," I said, "should I go?" Then I crawled into the hole where the root of the Titan Kogan grass had been, made myself a space, and went to sleep with a feeling I had not had since the first week, which is the feeling of not knowing what happens next. When I woke up, my body was in perfect condition, which turned out to be the cruelest thing that happened to me that week. I ate, drank, and set off for the safe zone. Here is my reasoning, and I still think it was sound. The Titan Kogan grass has gone undiscovered for a very long time, which means it has to be deep. If I am deep, then home is in the opposite direction. So I went back to where I had fought the Thunder Snow Wolf and kept going. At first it looked good. The traces of mid-sized deity activity thinned out. Even the craters got scarcer. I sped up. After 2 days I stopped. The mid-sized deity traces were indeed thinning. The large deity traffic was not. Before, I might see 3 to 5 of them go over in a day. Now it was more than a dozen a day, and none of them had any interest in me at all, which somehow made it worse. Even a man with no sense of direction can read that. This is the wrong way. This is very much the wrong way. I turned around and ran. 2 days back, 4 days gone, and I was standing exactly where I started. That was when I got genuinely frightened, and I want to be precise about the flavor of it, because it was not the fear from the 3 gods. That fear was hot and fast and had things to do. This one was slow. If I do not get out now, I am going to sit on the most valuable pile of material in the safe zone and starve to death beside it. Right. New plan. The last direction produced more large deities, so I go the opposite way. That direction had craters everywhere, which meant mid-sized deity traffic, which meant I was probably heading back toward the inhabited band. I was pleased with that for 2 days. On the second day, I found a skeleton in a deep pit. Outside the safe zone, the sandstorms take everything. The buildings are gone, the cars are buried, but bone lasts. I climbed down and picked up the skull, and it was intact, and I tapped it, and then I punched it gently, and it stayed intact. That is a very sturdy skull. Whoever this was, he was not an ordinary man. You do not get bones like that without a sequence and a long career. There was a backpack half buried beside him, and the fact that it had survived out there meant it was a high-grade god-hunting weapon, and I opened it hoping for a navigation device. It was full of round plate armor, dense rings on all of them, triangles on some, over 10,000 points in that bag, more than a dozen mid-sized deity plates. He was stronger than I am. He was, without question, a significant figure inside the safe zone, and every one of those points is worthless now, because points are redeemed at a gate, and he never reached one. Then I found a strip of cloth with dried blood on it. I never imagined that I, Ma Yan, would starve to death out here because my navigation failed. If anyone finds my remains, please take them back to the safe zone and give them to my family. Thank you very much. I stood in a pit in the dark holding that cloth, and I could not stop looking at one word. Starve. Starve. A sequence user strong enough to hunt mid-sized deities by the dozen, and he did not die fighting anything. He walked in the wrong direction with a bag full of money and ran out of food. I could see the whole thing. Not as a story, as a schedule. One day, that is me, out here, with a box that has 4 gods in it. And that day was standing not very far away, waving. I put his bones and his backpack into my storage box. He had not offered a reward. There was nobody to collect one from. Then I turned around and went back the way I came for the 3rd time, because if Ma Yan died out here without getting home, then there was no safe zone in that direction either. 4 or 5 more days. Nothing. I checked my rations. 1 week left. So I made a plan, and I made it calmly, sitting on a rock, which is the part I find hardest to think about now. If I have not found the safe zone in a week, I will find a deep pit. I will lie down next to Ma Yan's skeleton. I will leave a note, and I will wait. It took me 5 or 6 days to walk out here, which means I have exactly one attempt left and no margin for a wrong guess. All or nothing. I was standing up to start walking when I saw a figure moving across the wasteland. A person, moving fast and moving straight toward me, purple armor, face covered. I did not know whether that was a friend or an enemy, so I took out the short B dagger fresh from its potion soak, opened the storage box, and put a small piece of lava crocodile, a piece of ice crystal giant moth, a piece of corrosive black centipede, and a piece of thunder snow wolf into my cheek, along with several small deity scraps, ready to open at any second in the strongest posture I have. And then, while running, the man pulled his helmet off, sparse hair, blowing in the wind, a shining scalp. Lin Mei, it is me. I have finally found you. And my eyes filled up. Old son? He jogged the last few meters, grinning. Lin Mei, you have really gone deep. You actually came all the way out here. I have been looking everywhere for you. I could hardly speak. I had been out there for weeks. I had killed 4 mid-sized deities and buried myself in dirt to sleep and eaten a quarter of a biscuit for dinner, and I had genuinely, sincerely not believed that anybody was coming. They say meeting an old friend in a foreign land is one of life's great joys, I said. That is nothing compared to meeting you outside the safe zone. Old son, what brings you here? Did you sniff me out and follow me like a dog? He laughed and came over. Did Deng Tianxiang not install navigation on your phone? He receives your position as well. You disappeared out here and did not come back for days, and he was worried, so he told me. Chen Wen and I came out to look for you. So, old son, where did you get this flashy purple armor? Zhang Tao made it. Custom job, 4th class. Rather good, is it not? Old son, I said. I am not going to say anything else. From today, we are brothers who live and die together. If I have food to eat, you will have food to eat. All right. And I cut his throat. Or I tried to. The short B dagger went through the space where his neck was, and he blurred and reappeared 4 meters away like a bad photograph. The tears were still on my face. My eyes were not doing the same thing as the rest of my expression. Lin Mei, he said, bewildered. What are you doing? Stop pretending. I wiped my face. I was genuinely overjoyed, I said. The first living person I meet out here, and it turns out to be an enemy wearing a costume. What nonsense is this? What enemy? If you were really old son, I said, you would have told me off for being disrespectful the moment I spoke to you in that tone. He opened his mouth. I did it 3 separate times, I said. 3. And you answered every one of them politely. The real Sun Gao has never once let me get away with the dog line, not in 4 months, not while bleeding, not while being carried, not while I was dying in front of him. That man would rather correct my manners than breathe. So you are not Sun Gao. He frowned and tried indignation. Do you know how much trouble I went through to find you? Who else could I possibly be this deep outside the wall? I have no idea what you want, I said, but you almost certainly want to kill me. Then I put violence on. He never attacked. Not once, in 5 straight minutes. He simply kept going ethereal and reappearing somewhere else, and I kept chasing, and I did not open Gluttony Domain. For 2 reasons. I wanted to see his whole toolkit, and I needed the route home out of him. How can you be this fast? He said, genuinely alarmed. Your dodging cannot last forever, I said. If you do not make a move, you are finished. He smiled at that. Death? Mei Wei, you think far too highly of yourself. You believe those few pieces of trash equipment you are wearing can kill me? Then show me your strength. You are wasting your time. How could a purely physical attack possibly hurt me? Then keep hiding. 5 minutes. Violence lasts 10 and has no cooldown, and no ordinary evasion skill outlasts that, which meant what he was using was not a skill at all. Is that dodge coming from a god-hunting weapon? I said. You are indeed clever. You do not want to show me your sequence. You are afraid I will recognize the hand. Mei Wei, I have no intention of killing you. Why not stop and listen to my explanation? Nobody who has no intention of killing me, I said, disguises himself as Sun Gao to get close to me. You are so stubborn. Everyone knows Sun Gao and I are close. If you want to kill me, wearing his face is the most effective possible approach. He pursed his lips. And yet you spotted me instantly, which suggests you have been wary of him all along, and that your relationship is nothing special after all. That was his mistake, and I want to explain why, because it is the entire difference between him and me. It is because we know each other so well that wearing his face was the fastest way to expose yourself, I said. You should have killed me the moment we met. That was your only real chance. Then I ate a piece of small deity, opened Gluttony Domain, and put the dagger through the back of his neck before he finished blinking. Black blood came out, thick, foul, and more like jelly than blood, and it went across my face, and I stood there with a dying man on my knife feeling something that was not triumph at all. Because I had opened with a killing blow purely to force him to reveal a defensive skill. I had not expected it to land, and I still had not asked him the only question that mattered, which is how to get home. The second strike went into his chest through the collar of the armor, because the purple plate was clearly better than mine, and the only openings were head and neck. More of that jelly came out, and the wrongness kept getting worse because a man who had spent 5 minutes calling my equipment trash had now taken 2 killing blows without producing a single attack of his own. Such a powerful enemy, defeated in 4 moves. It is not merely convenient, it is absurd. It is like an egg being thrown at a rock and the rock apologizing. Then he went ethereal one last time, and the body I had stabbed dissolved, and the real one appeared 20 meters away and immediately fell over, and lying there, I could finally see what I had missed. The purple armor was slightly too large. It dented inward against a body that was not filling it. He had a smaller belly than Sun Gao. They had copied the head and not bothered with the shape of the man, and I had missed it because I had been outside the wall too long, and because for about 4 seconds, I had been genuinely happy to see somebody. He looked up at me from the ground and smiled. Mei Wei, I already know your skills now. Next time, I can talk to you more. He coughed. Do not tell Sun Gao about my affairs. Sun Gao has many secrets he has not told you. You do not know his true colors. Another cough. Listen to me. I am doing this for your own good. Then he died. Let us talk more next time. The man has just finished dying, and he is scheduling a follow-up. Not in the next life. Next time. Which told me something I did not want to know, in the plainest possible language. Just as I had suspected. Death is not the end. I stood over a corpse in a wasteland and thought about the other person who had ever been that persistent about wanting to have a chat with me, which was Gareth, and felt the hair go up on my arms. That man used to look at me as though he wanted to take me apart and study the pieces. If he had not been transferred to the Sigma district, he would still be haunting me now. I get rid of one, and another one queues up. As for not telling Sun Gao, for my own good, and the secrets he keeps, so what if he has secrets? Every single person around me has secrets. The ones without them are the strange ones. That warning was less significant to me than one of old Sun's louder farts. Then the dead man's face moved. It ran and reshaped and became a blonde young man with blue eyes. Julian, Sylvie's student. The one who drove me from the university, who looked after the professor while I was correcting her paper, who carried me off the platform at exit 207 on his own back after I broke my finger. I had been planning to get to know him better once I got to Nanrong. I thought he was a decent person, and he had come out here wearing Sun Gao's face, and I had killed him with 2 moves. What on earth is going on? I searched him and found no navigation of any kind, which was the actual disaster, and then I noticed the thing that made all of it worse. He had no backpack. He had come all this way, hundreds of kilometers past the wall, with no food and no water at all. Then I heard footsteps behind me, another figure, in black armor this time, coming across the wasteland. He saw me. He stopped. He took off his helmet, and there was the same sparse hair moving in the same wind. Sun Gao again, except this one did not run toward me. He walked slowly and stopped about 20 meters away. Are you Lin Mei? He called. I stared at him. Why does it feel like he is more cautious than I am? I need to confirm that you are Lin Mei, he shouted. Tell me, what does Gao he like? You and him. All right, I understand, he said quickly. You are Lin Mei. Wait, I said. I need to verify you as well. He spread his arms, entirely confident. Ask, there will be no problem. How many bottles of sequence potion did you steal from me? There was a pause. He straightened his hair. How can you call it stealing? Answer the question. 3 or 4 bottles. 3 or 4 bottles? I said. I am going to beat you to death, you imposter, because I do not know precisely how much he drank. But I picked up that safe afterward, and it was noticeably lighter, and 3 or 4 bottles do not weigh that much. I put Violence On with Thunder Snowwolf already in my mouth. 34, he shouted. 34 bottles! I drank 34 bottles! I did not relax at all. If anything, I became substantially angrier. 34 bottles. I am going to beat you to death, you old scoundrel. And then vines came out of the ground and wrapped me from shoulders to ankles and held me completely still. Let me go, I said. Let me go. A crimson mask appeared over Sun Gao's face. He lit a cigarette and walked toward me through the vines, entirely unhurried, and said, You brat, why are you so bloodthirsty? I even gave you a crimson crystal, I said, from inside a bundle of vines. And you still stole dozens of bottles of sequence potion from me. You had already given me the crimson crystal, said Sun Gao reasonably. Why would you care about a few dozen bottles of potion? I ate a piece of small deity, opened, gluttony domain, came out of the vines, appeared behind him, and stabbed him in the backside. He did not react. He kept smoking. Something invisible hit me and I went over backward and landed in the dirt several meters away. With your skills? He said, looking down at me with enormous disdain. You think you can compete with me? I lay there staring at him. Old son, how did you get this much stronger? I remember you in that office being all high and mighty, and when we killed the ghost-faced heron together, you were pathetic. Rubbish. When exactly was I ever weak? He pointed the cigarette at me. Listen, you can talk nonsense here. You cannot talk nonsense to Gao He. Understood? Then, more quietly, he explained. A few days ago, I went to Zhongrong and retrieved the god-hunting weapons and research results I hid before the accident. That is a sentence with 2 years of preparation inside it. He did not simply survive his exile. He buried his arsenal on the way down, and he went back for it the week they cleared his name. No wonder, I said. I thought you had a kind of power I could not see through. Huh. Even without those, I could deal with you. Do you genuinely think you are invincible? He blew a smoke ring. You brat, are you calm now? I was not being irrational, I said. If somebody stole your things, could you stay completely calm? I am too lazy to argue with you. He took another drag, glanced at the body on the ground, and showed no surprise at all. Lin Mei, have you met somebody impersonating me? Yes, have you met somebody impersonating me? He nodded. Then he told me what had actually been happening while I was out here counting biscuits, and it took the strength out of my legs more thoroughly than the vines had. Deng Tianxiang's navigation transmits a unique positioning signal. He receives it. He has been watching me move around out here since the day I left. Nobody told me that on purpose. He told me about it, said Sun Gao. I said there was no need for you to know. Why? Because you are already too reckless. If you knew somebody had your back, you would be worse. I could not honestly argue with that, so I made a noise. I really did not expect, he said, that with no backup at all, you would be bold enough to come this far. I had navigation. Even with navigation you should not have, he said, and his voice changed. For days you went in a straight line toward the most dangerous places out here. Deng Tianxiang saw your signal disappear more than 400 kilometers from the safe zone and he called me immediately. Were you not afraid of running into a large deity? What, are you capable of killing large deities now? I scratched my head and said nothing at all, which is the correct answer to that question, and also a lie. Then Jiang Tao looked at the vine heart you gave him and found it was still active, which meant you were not dead, which meant you had had an accident. He flicked the cigarette away. I knew there was a 99% chance you would get lost without your navigation app. So I had everybody drop what they were doing. I even notified Chao Yang, all of us, working out how to get you back. He looked at me. Do you have any idea how many people you have messed around? And I stood there in a wasteland 400 kilometers past the wall, covered in somebody else's black blood, holding a box with 4 gods in it, and I could not say anything for a moment. They all came out for me. Chen Wen, who quit smoking to keep a kindergarten job. He Lei. Deng Tianxiang. Jiang Tao, who charges me for everything and gave me a storage box on credit. Professor Liu. All of them dropped their work, walked out through the wall and into the dark, and started sweeping a wasteland the size of a country for one 18-year-old who had got himself lost. Nobody came for Ma Yan. He was stronger than me, more established than me, and he sat down in a pit with 10,000 points in his bag and wrote a note asking a stranger to carry his bones home. The difference between us is not strength. It is not luck either. Whatever the forum says. The difference is that I made a lot of noise at a lot of people for 4 months, and some of them decided I was worth the walk. I know I was wrong, I said, and I meant it, which does not happen often. I will not do it again. He looked at me with deep suspicion because he has heard that particular sentence from me before. Then he told me the rest, and the rest is the reason I am telling you all of this. They arrived 3 days ago and found only signs of a fight. They split up to search, agreeing to regroup in 3 days whether or not they found me. He did not find me. But yesterday, he met an imposter. He tried to kill me, said Sun Gao. I dealt with it. He nodded at the body between us. The same as that one. Jelly blood. Reverts to its true form after death. Somebody had come out here wearing my face to kill him. Somebody else had come out here wearing his face to talk to me. I estimate they were controlled before they died, he said, and followed us out from the safe zone so they could take us one at a time after we split up. His face got darker. Which means Lao Chen and the others have almost certainly met imposters too. Director Chen, I said, is he in danger? Of everyone out here, said Sun Gao, you are the weakest. If you are fine, they are fine. Which is, I think, the single most reassuring insult I have ever received. There were 6 of them out here looking for me. Chen Wen, He Lei, Deng Tianxiang, Jiang Tao, Professor Liu, and Sun Gao, with Deng Tianxiang back inside the safe zone holding the signals together, because outside the wall there is no network and his sequence is communication. And Cao Yang went out on his own, without telling anybody where. 6 of the most valuable researchers in the safe zone, scattered across a wasteland, alone, each of them being approached by something wearing the face of somebody they trust. I looked down at Julian's body and at the black stain drying on my glove. Somebody knew exactly where my signal died. 8 people knew that. Sun Gao, Chen Wen, Deng Tianxiang, He Lei, Jiang Tao, Professor Liu, and Chao Yang. That is the entire list. There is nobody else, which means one of the people who dropped everything and walked 400 kilometers into the dark to find me told somebody where to wait. And the thing lying at my feet, wearing the face of a young man who once carried me on his back, had used its last breath to tell me that we would be talking again, next time, not in the next life, next time. We stood there for a while, the 2 of us, in the dark, with a dead man between us. "Old son," I said eventually, "thank you for coming." He looked at me like I had spat on him. "Do not say things like that. It makes my skin crawl." "No, I mean it. You came 400 kilometers past the wall for me, that is. It is not for you," he said immediately. "Jiang Tao has your storage box on credit. Chen Wen has a paper with your name on it. He Lei has an entire laboratory riding on your special admission." He lit another cigarette. "You are an investment. I am protecting an asset." "Right. An extremely irritating asset." "Right." We started walking, because standing still out there is how you become a skeleton with a good vocabulary. And after a few hundred meters, he said, without looking at me, "Also, I looked at your file again. Your orphan certificate is flawless. I still cannot find the date you were abandoned." "Old son, whatever is standing behind you must be enormous," he said, "and so must the trouble. There is nobody standing behind me." He said, and he kept walking beside me anyway, which is the entire point, and which is a thing I have now had exactly once in 2 lifetimes. I have thought about that walk quite a lot since. 4 months ago, I was standing in a school corridor being punished for asking a question, with no parents, no money, no future, and no name. In my first life, I died in an alley behind an office building because nobody in that building considered me worth the paperwork. I now own 4 mid-sized deities, a Titan Kogan grass, a floor of apartments in Area 7, a special admission to Nanrong University, and the right to write my own privileges into it. None of that is what changed. What changed is that when I disappeared, somebody noticed. And then 8 people put down their work and came out into the dark to find me, and one of them found me and made me feel like an idiot about it, which is exactly what a person is supposed to do. I did not have this before, either time, so here is where I am. Somewhere in the safe zone, a minister of education is still paying people to take me alive, and I am not allowed to say that I know. Somewhere out here, there are things walking around wearing the faces of people I trust, with jelly where their blood should be, and one of them used its dying breath to book a second meeting. 6 of the finest researchers in the safe zone are scattered across 400 kilometers of dark, being approached one at a time, and one of the 8 people who came out here to save my life told somebody exactly where to find me. I do not know which one yet. But I have 4 gods in a box, a sequence that eats them, and for the first time since a bird opened its eye in a school corridor, a genuinely serious reason to get back inside that wall alive. So we walked. "Old son," I said after a while. "What?" 34 bottles. "Do not start." 34. "I will leave you out here." He would not, though. That is the part that took me 2 lifetimes to learn.